Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and do solemnly and sincerely promise at all times to promote that which will advance and to oppose all that may harm the Republic, do justice to all, and to devote myself to the well-being of the Republic and all its people.
Will you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
The President to the Captain. There it is.
One of the things that is difficult for me to comprehend is that we spent such a long time here. There were moments of joy. But of course, there were painful moments because the apartheid regime was an expert in persecuting people psychologically.
To be beating just as one, to silence the confusion. Then the pain and the illusion will disappear again, and we will never run. Because my African dream, there's a new tomorrow.
We are humbled by the call for an annual Mandela Day in our honor. Our struggle for freedom and justice was a collective effort. Mandela Day is no different. It is in your hands to create a better world for all who live in it. Mandela Day will not be a holiday, but a day devoted to service. It is our hope that people will dedicate their time and effort to improve the conditions within their own community. We thank you for participating in Mandela Day.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the three spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020. When government changed the national priorities. The priority number one is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, the expertise which you cannot do things very quickly, but also you build your brand. because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding learning opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South. And
the NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
And that'll be the moment the world
has been waiting for. There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa. Mrs. Winnie Mandela next to him, waving to the crowds, hand in hand. They leave the Victor Verster prison.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and do solemnly and sincerely promise at all times to promote that which will advance and to oppose all that may harm the Republic, do justice to all, and to devote myself to the well-being of the Republic and all its people.
Will you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
But I could never run, 'cause in my
The President to the Captain. There it is.
One of the things that is difficult for me to comprehend is that we spent such a long time here. There were moments of joy, but of course there were painful moments because the apartheid regime was an expert in persecuting people psychologically.
to be beating just as one, to silence the confusion. Then the pain and the illusion will disappear again, and we will never run. 'Cause my African dream, there's a new tomorrow.
We are humbled by the call for an annual Mandela Day.
Colleagues, good morning to all of you and welcome. We are going to start briefly. We look forward to having a fruitful engagement with all of you who are here in person and those who are joining us on Zoom. We are not running live yet. We will start running live soon. The Deputy Minister and the Acting Vice Chancellor will be here to meet us and to welcome us. Then we will start officially, just to make sure that all of you have the program in front of you. You've got your registration done. And I'm sure all of you are warm. This is a warm space that we are in. If you need tea and coffee in between, the colleagues will show you outside, and the ablution facilities also are outside. And there is a lot of colleagues outside who will give you assistance should you require directions, things like those. We will also give you the link to YouTube. The colleagues will give you that, will send that to you in case you want to share with other people who are not here, who want to connect virtually. Otherwise, they can use the Zoom link. Then they will even have a recording after that. If they are interacting with us via Zoom, it means they can even ask questions via Zoom. So we're encouraging people at home who want to follow you to use the Zoom platform so they can register and get a link. Then they can pose their questions to you via that platform. Otherwise, on YouTube, they can watch and see. They may not be able because the colleagues who are providing support will largely be active on the Zoom platform. You can all see the Wi-Fi password on top there. Please do. It's on the bottom left. BRICS@up.ac.za, and there's a password there. If you struggle, please indicate. There's colleagues who will provide the technical assistance to you if there are challenges with the Wi-Fi access. Otherwise, welcome yet again to this gathering. We will call the VC and the DM to come, then the conference will begin. Thank you and welcome, and have a warm 3 days. Hopefully we'll have a party in between, and if you want to do some sightseeing, the conference organizers will see if that is possible. Some of you who are academics, I know we are making arrangements for your students to join the conference. Use the same virtual Zoom link platform to get your students to join the conference or to participate in the conference via the Zoom. As I said, if they are on Zoom, they can ask questions, interact. They can also go into various breakaway rooms that will be created tomorrow, and they will also get a recording. Otherwise, they can just then follow it on YouTube. Thank you very much and welcome. We will start just now. Let's call the DM as well as the Vice Chancellor. So, colleagues, let's welcome our Deputy Minister, Dr. Chana Plani Majege, as well as the Acting Vice Chancellor of University of Pretoria, Prof. Koranov. Welcome to you, to both of you. Thanks for joining us this morning. We are now officially starting the conference. Deputy Minister for Public Service and Administration, which is one of the largest ministries in South Africa, with over 5 departments and entities. Dr. Plani Majege, as well as the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Koranov, the leadership of the University of Pretoria, the leadership of the National School of Government, and all the representatives from various embassies that are here this morning, members of the diplomatic corps. There's also a media contingent, and all the colleagues who are joining us virtually online from various countries, ranging from Beijing to Moscow to Brasilia and to Delhi. You are all welcome here. There's of course several others who are joining. I'll be making presentations from Europe, various African countries, Latin America, as well as Asia. You are all welcome to this BRICS conference on governance and public administration reforms, organized by the National School of Government of South Africa, working with our partners, which is the University of Pretoria. We have a very tight program over the next 3 days. It's not just a festival of ideas, but there will be a lot more of other, sharing of perspectives and experiences. It is in our best interest as the National School of Government that we convene a conference like this one, working with our partners in BRICS, other schools of government, together with other institutions of higher learning, research, and think tanks, because we need to understand what's going on in the area of public administration across the world, against which we can shape our own curriculum and be able to engage with issues of transformation and public sector reforms here in South Africa. So thanks to all those who submitted abstracts. We've got 55 abstracts received. The papers are due in the next number of days, and we've got over 800 people who are participating in this conference via various online platforms. And those of you who have traveled, welcome to Pretoria. At least the weather is warmer today and tomorrow. You've come to us during the winter period. Those of you who come from Shanghai and Beijing, we know the weather is a bit hot there. So this is a peak of our winter, but I'm sure you are going to enjoy being here. Also, welcome to our sister or partner departments within the MPSA portfolio, including commissioners of the Public Service Commission as well. Some of them are here, and colleagues from other departments, including the National Planning Commission and other colleagues from the presidency, who will be joining us over the next 3 days. You all have the program in front of you. It is not my intention to be summarizing what is already summarized very nicely in the program, but we will start promptly. So what I will do first is to request the Honorable Deputy Minister, as the leader of our portfolio, of our department, in fact, I'll start with the VC, because she is our host, to make us comfortable. She will tell us to remove our coats. As they say, there's an African saying that once you are inside, if you feel warm, they will tell you to take off your jackets. And those of you who may be wearing ties, you may remove your ties today. Say it's okay, just so that we are warm and comfortable in engaging with these scholars. So I'll request the Acting Vice Chancellor to come and welcome and address us. Thereafter, I will request our Honorable Deputy Minister to come and address us and give us a keynote. Thank you.
Good morning, delegates. I would like to welcome you officially on behalf of the University of Pretoria, and in particular to our beautiful campus, which we call Future Africa. It is indeed a privilege for me and for the University of Pretoria to welcome you here today to the BRICS Conference on Governance and Public Administration Reform, which has been hosted by the National School of Government and the Center for the Study of Governance Innovation in the Department of Political Sciences at the University of Pretoria. I would like to extend a very warm word of welcome to Her Excellency Dr. Kana Pilana Mijake, who is the Deputy Minister for Public Service and Administration. Also to all representatives from BRICS member states, representatives from the National School of Government BRICS partners, and participants, including chairpersons, moderators, presenters, from, amongst others, the Presidency, the Department of Public Service and Administration, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the National School of Government, the National Planning Commission, the Public Service Commission, the Public Service CETA, participants from the University of Pretoria and some of the other national and international higher education institutions and organizations, and finally, to each and every one of you present here today and those of you who are joining us virtually. For those of you who have joined us here in person, I would like to repeat what Busani has said. Thank you for traveling to the University of Pretoria. Some of you have traveled far. You're very welcome. And it is really wonderful to host you here today. Also, as you've heard, many of the attendees are linking up with us virtually today across the globe. It is really wonderful to host you in our capital city in the middle of winter, as Busani has indicated, which is also a diplomatic hub. I'm told by our Department of Political Science that there is 134 embassies and high commissions in our city, and so welcome to everyone. We are also very grateful that we can be part of this very important conference. This conference is a build-up to the very important BRICS Summit that you all know will take place next month in South Africa. If we look at the BRICS countries, there is collaboration and partnership amongst the 5 members. And I think this is such a unique collaboration because it gives us the opportunity to share our perspectives on what the future should look like, how we want to shape the future, what actions we need to take collectively, and how we can work together, sharing experiences and best practices on how we can strengthen our leadership and governance in the public administration sector. At the University of Pretoria, we're very passionate about partnerships and collaboration, because we believe that shared expertise is really where you get tangible results. We value in particular our collaboration with the National School of Government over the past 2 years, and many of the structures within the university in actual fact work closely with the National School of Government, including Enterprises, University of Pretoria, our platform for continuing education, our Department of Political Sciences and the Faculty of Humanity, and our School of Public Management and Administration in the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences. At the University of Pretoria, we are, from a strategic perspective, coming to the last phase of implementation of a very important strategic plan to the university called UP 2025. And this strategy, which serves as a very important roadmap to the university and the whole university community, is to recognize that the University of Pretoria is a national asset, and we need to be responsive on a regional, national, continental, and global platform to address many of the challenges, priorities, and needs for a very rapidly changing global environment. We have reimagined and repositioned the University of Pretoria as a research-intensive university in Africa that is recognized internationally for our quality, our relevance and impact, and also focusing on developing people, creating new knowledge, and making a difference locally and globally. In pursuit of this strategic plan, we recognize that many of the challenges that we face globally cannot be packaged very neatly into the boundaries and the borders of academic disciplines. We believe that the route to take, meeting the future, shaping the future, is the route of transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary research approaches. We believe that the complex and the wicked problems that we face globally needs all of us to work collectively across various academic disciplines to find sustainable solutions. For that reason, we have created a number of hubs and platforms where academics across the world can meet to discuss some of these problems. And Future Africa, where we are today, is an example of one of those platforms where we drive transdisciplinary approaches. We also have partnerships with over 3,000 institutions globally, coming from 70 different countries, and we are seeing the fruits of partnering and collaborating in looking at a sustainable future for all. I wish that all of the delegates that will be spending a lot of time here, either physically or virtually, will have a very fruitful, successful conference. I hope that you will be sharing your expertise and that you will share with us your best practices, and that we can learn from one another as we move forward to creating an ethical and professional public sector, one that is in the service of our people and our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome. Enjoy your time with us, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, Busani.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. As it was indicated in the call for abstracts that many of you responded to, we will be taking keen interest in each of the presentations that will be made here over the next 3 days, and we're working on a book project and the journal special issues as well. So we do value the fact that your colleagues responded positively, and we look forward to receiving the final papers, which will still go through peer review processes before they can be published. The Vice Chancellor, insist, and Prof. Chris, on those things, because otherwise the conference wouldn't be a conference unless there is formal proceedings or a book or journals, as well as, of course, those who are designing curriculum will be using this content for that purpose. I will request our Deputy Minister to come and give us a keynote address. As I indicated, the MPSA, we call it a Ministry for Public Service and Administration, is one of the largest ministries in South Africa for our international guests. Within it, there's a National School of Government, there's a department, there's Public Service and Administration, there is Center for Public Service Innovation within it, there's a GEMS, which is a government employees medical scheme, it reports there. There's also housing, government employees housing scheme within that, and there is also dotted line to the Public Service Commission, which has got its own commissioners who are appointed through Parliament and the Secretariat, and the Deputy Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Zugiswa Mkoloma, is here, and as I said, working collaboratively with colleagues in the center of government, because we are part of what is called the center of government, which is the presidency, and that is why the secretary, or the DG, if you want to call it that, of the of the National Planning Commission, Dr. Masiteng is here, DDG from the Office of the President, Ngwenya, and several other people. As the program rolls, we will be indicating to you who is here. I'm just giving you the vignettes so you have a sense of the people who are attending here, including some of the senior academics of this institution, as well as other institutions. And as you saw outside in the banner, the South African Association of Public Administration, SAPAM, which is the largest professional association or academic association of public sector researchers and scholars, is also here, and we collaborate with them. Deputy Minister, if you can please come through and address our distinguished delegates. Thank you.
Good morning. Goeiemôre sanibonani, abusheni, macheroni. Ni hao. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Let me also acknowledge Program Director, members of the Vice Chancellor, Acting Vice Chancellor for the University of Pretoria, Carolina Gorenov. And thanks for welcoming me, Carolina. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, partners from BRICS countries, the Deputy Chairperson and Commissioners from the Public Service Commission, Director Generals of entities, senior management from government who are here with us this morning, academia. I heard Carolina saying moderators. I didn't know that we had moderators. I wasn't aware of the process until I took over from the minister, whom, by the way, is sending her greetings. Minister Nokolo Kivit. The media that is here, we always appreciate the media, because for our stories to be told, we have to have the media present with us. Esteemed guests, and I can see Professor Matebula is also here. Welcome to you. Program Director, let me take this opportunity in welcoming our international guests to South Africa, especially the ones also on the platforms, and also welcoming those that are here with us at this venue with South Africans, and express appreciation and the interest shown in being part of this BRICS pre-summit conference that is aligned to the BRICS summit with the theme Open Codes, BRICS and Africa Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. As a country and government, we are extremely honored to take the chairmanship of BRICS under the leadership of President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa in taking over the baton from the People's Republic of China. This year marks the 15th BRICS Summit, that will take place from the 22nd to the 24th of August 2023 in South Africa. Drawing from the theme of the summit, multilateralism is a form of cooperation between at least 3 or more states that comprise certain elements or principles that shape the character of the arrangement or institution. In our case, it will be BRICS, and looking at the futuristic approach that BRICS intends adopting. Our focus is to build a partnership between BRICS and Africa to unlock mutually beneficial opportunities for increased trade, investment, and infrastructure. In this regard, South Africa's 5 priorities for 2023 that are also women and youth focused are as follows. Number 1 is developing inclusive partnership towards an equitable, just transition. Number 2 is upscaling education and skills development for the future. 3 is unlocking opportunities through the African continental free trade area. Number 4 is strengthening post-pandemic socio-economic recovery and realization of Agenda 2030 through sustainable development. Number 5 is strengthening multilateralism, reform of global governance institutions, and strengthening participation of women in peace processes. Program Director, as a build-up towards BRICS Summit, Cabinet of Ministers in South Africa approved a series of meetings and events, one of which is this pre-summit conference on governance and public administration reform that is being hosted here in this venue today. The conference is also aligned with the second priority of transforming education and skills development for the future, with a view to building capable, ethical, and developmental state. The concept developmental state resonates with rapid ascent of the East Asian tigers, that is Japan, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, etc., as economic and political forces of our time. It is their success that propels Africa to aspire for developmental realization. For this reason, Mother Africa, through the AU or African Union, has engineered and approved the African Union Agenda 2063 with the intention of building a strong institution to enhance cross-border economic development and good governance. Government institutions must, at all levels, have the capacity to prioritize, design, implement, and monitor development activities. Agenda 2063 can only be realized through accountable, ethical, capable developmental state across the entire Africa. And this is why this pre-conference summit and its intention is very important. South Africa has committed to building a developmental state that efficiently guides national economic development by mobilizing and directing resources in a manner that enhances realization of developmental goals. South Africa's clear vision for growth and development is outlined in the National Development Plan in the context of realization of socio-economic rights and redistribution of wealth to redress the apartheid inequities of the past. Madam Vice Chancellor, a developmental state must be able to direct and promote economic development by establishing a strong public sector that promotes an investor-friendly climate, small business development, effective state-owned enterprises, and driving a strategic investment programs. We believe that it is in the interest of the government of South Africa to encourage fair and competitive economic engagements to ensure that the country is on the cutting edge of global economic growth path. The government of South Africa is more certain that the BRICS partnership has the ability to support South Africa and the African continent at large on a journey towards economic recovery post-COVID. This will contribute to making Africa's economy to be globally competitive, reduce the costs of doing business, attract investment, and stimulate economic growth, thus alleviating poverty and unemployment, which is one of our challenges in South Africa. Program Director, esteemed guests, this conference brings together departments and training development institutes from BRICS bloc and related countries. You will share my appreciation for the fact that public administration remains a critical tool in delivering basic services to citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Without capable public institutions, there is a risk of collapse of government or governments and other sectors of society. Building capable institutions requires an investment in building human capabilities to be diligent, masterful, and innovative. The most important human resource management or component thereof is performance management. Knowledge management must be made a priority also for relevant and appropriate placement of workforce towards achievement of goals as prescribed by specific mandates of government departments. Thus, the importance of skills audit to match available skills with specific job requirements, at the same time identifying skills gaps to have a balanced and coherent approach to government business. Program Director, the National School of Government in South Africa remains key, or a key institution to drive developmental state agenda of building state capacity. This year marks 10 years of establishment of the school, during which time growth path towards making education, training, and development more accessible. The National School of Government programs focus on on-the-job training and development in the public service for public servants, senior managers, and executive or leaders of the executives, including preparing unemployed youth graduates to enter public service and make it the career of choice. The reach of the school has also grown in the African continent, with bilateral agreements and African Management Development Institute network, or what is called AMDIN. Internationally, the National School of Government has solidified its footprint with partnerships, more especially with the People's Republic of China, accelerating capacity building. I've seen so many trips of this school to China, more than any other country or more than any other BRICS country. But quite evidently, we can now see the results with all the work that is now being done by the school. Drawing from the lessons and benchmarking from counterparts, the National School of Government is currently working on its future repositioning on factors such as approach to challenges posed by the Fourth Industrial Revolution, or 4IR, that requires urgent attention as South Africa continues to move towards modernization and digitization of government services. We are not there yet, but we will soon be there. For now, what consensus most is just the connectivity across government that we are consciously working on And we are hopeful within a few years we will actually have this in order. Digital and future skills are a vital component of South Africa's human resource capacity growth path. Program Director, as I conclude, I am pleased that this conference is taking place as we prepare to celebrate the life and times of Tata Mandela tomorrow, the 18th of July, that has been earmarked as 67 minutes of Mandela Day, Mandela International Day. The legacy of Tata Mandela will live forever here and around the world, a proponent of peace. Let me take the opportunity to share with you the most profound message from his infamous 1990 interview he had with Mr. Ted Koppel, who was the then anchor of Nightline ABC News. In the many responses he gave to the questions posed, he commented that, I quote, "One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. Our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of the country of ours, by the attitude of that country to our struggle," I close quote. This approach is what today guides South Africa's stance on international relations that encourages peaceful resolution of any form of conflict in line with the UN Universal Declaration for Human Rights. Without peace, development will continue to be a pipe dream. Esteemed guests, let's work together to building a better BRICS, a better Africa, and a better world. And maybe to say a better South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you for that keynote, Honorable Deputy Minister. We're now going to shift and allow the colleagues at the back, the technical team, to play a message from our colleagues in Brazil, because it's rather late or maybe very early in the morning for them. So we'll play that, and then we'll allow also our counterpart from India, who will be addressing via Zoom. Then we are going to proceed with the program. Over to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Natalia Mota and I am the Executive Director and Deputy President of the Brazilian National School of Public Administration, ENAP. Thanks once again for the invitation to speak in the opening session of the National School of Government BRICS Conference on Governance and Public Administration Reform. Today, you will be listening to and seeing my speech by recorded video because of the time zone. It's very early in Brazil right now. Thank you for the comprehension. I stand before you to shed light on an important topic that holds immense significance in our global context: public sector reforms and their role in building capable and strong institutions as drivers for sustainable development. The BRICS nations have emerged as a major player in the global arena, and our success hinges upon effective governance and strong institutions. Recognizing this, our countries have taken noteworthy strides to reform our public sectors, aiming to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability. At the forefront of these reform efforts are the schools of government, which play a crucial role in training and equipping the future leaders and policymakers with the necessary skills and knowledge for sustainable development. Sustainable development is a global imperative, requiring the concerted efforts of nations to address social, economic, and environmental challenges. One crucial aspect of achieving sustainable development lies in reforming the public sector, a fundamental pillar of governance. Brazil, recognizing this, has embarked on significant reforms aimed at enhancing diversity, inclusion, empowerment of vulnerable communities, and setting up a representative bureaucracy in the public sectors. Through inclusive reforms, nations seek to build institutions that are well equipped to tackle the complex and interconnected issues of our time. We understand that capable and strong institutions are essential drivers for sustainable development as we enable effective policy implementation, inclusive decision-making, and responsible resource management. In Brazil, efforts have been made to enhance governance and public administration practices, focusing on citizen engagement. These reforms aim to create institutions that are responsive to the needs of the people and promote sustainable development by addressing social inequalities. The efforts of the BRICS countries to pursue public sector reforms align with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which provide a roadmap for a future we want. By strengthening our institutions, BRICS nations contribute to the achievement of various SDGs, such as eradicating poverty, ensuring quality education, promoting gender equality, fostering sustainable cities and communities, and combating climate change. By investing in governance, leadership, and institutional capacity, we pave the way for democracy, ensuring a brighter and more prosperous future for our citizens and contributing to global governance and sustainability. Here at ENAP, we are glad to collaborate with NSG and schools of government from the BRICS countries in order to improve the quality of the public administration and the sense of community of our civil servants. I hope you have an amazing event, and let's keep in touch. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. In South Africa, I am Nirmalia Bakchi. I'm the Director General of Administrative Staff College of India. And it's a pleasure to join all of you via Zoom. First of all, my thanks to the Director, International Relations and Partnerships, National School of Government, Mr. Boniani, for inviting me for this occasion. It's great that we are having a BRICS conference on public administration and challenges to government. The first thought I would like to leave all of you with, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion on this, is that technology is going to be the biggest disruptor in the next decade. And it's going to be a challenge as well as it's going to be an opportunity for public servants. Because as we have seen in countries like ours, first of all, technology was a challenge for us, how to handle technology and how to make use of technology in public governance and public administration. We were grappling with it, but once the entire setup and the public administration setup came to grips with it, we kind of managed to use technology for public good. And India is at the forefront of using digital governance in a way that probably we ourselves would not have thought of 5 years back. So the pace of change of technology and its use in governance is probably the biggest issue that we should all be discussing. And I'm sure in this conference, a lot of discussion will happen on those fronts. And even in that narrow field of use of technology in governance, I think the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning is something which is going to be a huge field in itself. Here in India, we are already seeing the use of artificial intelligence in public administration to find out tax-related issues in kind of plugging loopholes in tax collection efforts. The use of artificial intelligence in doing district level planning and things like that. Stuff which was not even contemplated, 3 years back, 4 years back. So constantly the pace of technology is such that we as schools of public administration, we must train the public administrators that these are the opportunities of using technology, because if we fall behind, then we will be doing a great disservice to our people, because the people of the BRICS nations perhaps do not need watered down technology, but need cutting edge technology to be on top of any other country in the world. And I think the BRICS nations have shown that what kind of growth and economic achievements that they can bring to the table. And it is not just good for BRICS. I think a strong BRICS is good for the world. And we have seen the tremendous economic benefits that BRICS has brought into the trading landscape. What we now need to do is to improve governance, and I would strongly urge that we must think through the use of technology in governance. That's one of the biggest things that I think we must all grapple with. The other thing which I would like to place before your consideration is, there is a thing called theory of unintended consequences. Sometimes in our bid to, implement a particular governance reform very fast, we tend to not have a longer term perspective, and that leads to certain unintended consequences at a later date, and which in turn kind of comes back to bite you at a later date. So it's very important that governance reforms, public sector reforms are thought through, and these schools of governance, these places which the National School of Government, Republic of South Africa is one such place, that these places become like temples in which the pros and cons of each decision, which is likely to have a bigger long-term effect, are discussed. And in that respect, I think holding conferences and larger public deliberations is extremely important. Otherwise, what we have seen in our own country is that limited natural resources, limited resources of the government are, end up being wasted, and later on we feel that, oh, well, this is a decision which was taken in haste, and at that point in time, nobody really thought this through. But perhaps with a little bit of more elaborate discussion, this could also have been avoided. The third thing I would like to highlight is that while the bureaucrats, the public servants in the BRICS countries are perhaps very well or perhaps understand how physical infrastructure is to be created, because in our country, or for example in China or in South Africa or Russia and Brazil, physical infrastructure in the last decade or a decade and a half has been a theme around which much of the public administration has been galvanized and a lot of attention has been given. But now that we have, kind of world-class physical infrastructure in some places, we have to also think about social infrastructure, and that social infrastructure, my dear friends, is a little bit more difficult to create. It's easy if you have a pot of money, it's easy to create physical infrastructure. You can create the necessary infrastructure and the public sector kind of template and a framework in which you can create world-class physical infrastructure. But creating world-class social infrastructure is going to be a challenge going forward, more so because technology, I think, is going to be a big disruptor. We all know that how governance was, practiced maybe 15 years back, and how it is done in this era of social network is completely different. So in that respect, transparency and speed of action and things like that have become center stage. And this is going to be more so, and social infrastructure development in an era of artificial intelligence, in an era of where you know, we are all going to be connected digitally, not just by means of a smartphone, perhaps by means of a Google Glass or an Apple Glass tomorrow, and God knows what kind of information will be available in the public domain. So we need to understand these realities and work towards creating a public sector which is capable and capacitated to handle these challenges. And I think these kind of conferences are the best way in which there can be sharing of knowledge between the BRICS countries and also from countries outside BRICS. And we can all learn from the experiences of each other because in many ways we are at the same developmental path, perhaps. And I wish the organizers a grand success, and I hope that this conference will come out with, and I am told that there is going to be a set of proceedings which will come out, and I hope that tangible actions will follow from these proceedings. And I wish the organizers and the people who will be presenting papers a grand success. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the colleagues from Brazil and from India. We are going to have now a presentation, first presentation, at least a PowerPoint from our colleague Daniel from OECD. It is important to listen to this PowerPoint presentation because the OECD, working with ENAP, you saw the lady was speaking earlier on from Brazil, they did a study of the schools of government, global schools of government. The idea was to understand how schools of government in the OECD, but also other countries that were surveyed, how they are repositioning themselves to deal with the challenges of building a new cadre of the public servant. As the previous speaker was saying, who can deal effectively with issues of digital transformation, building robust social infrastructure, managing climate change, and some of the challenges that Deputy Minister referred to in her address. And there is a very interesting perspective that emerged out of the study of the schools of government. And for those of you who work in that space, you should take interest in it. It has implications for those who are arranged or organized like ourselves as national departments or government academies, as we can call it, but it's equally significant for those who are part of the faculty of schools of government in universities as well, because it speaks to what is expected from those who are produced by these institutions, and that we have transited beyond thinking that schools of government are producing people who become experts in public administration. That in many instances we do require people who are, trained and and experienced in areas of technology, of engineering, environmental, sciences and so on, because those are the type of expertise that the public sector requires today. We will share with you the link to the full report that my colleague Daniel Gessin from OECD will be presenting. Daniel, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hear and see you.
You can hear me and see me. Perfect. It's a real pleasure to be with you today and to share some of this research that we've done on schools of government. My presentation, I think, is a great continuation of what we've just heard from various different speakers, including Professor Bagchi from India, who was just talking about some of those big challenges that the public administrations are facing regarding technology, regarding new ways of working through networks. I think this is spot on. And some of the big questions we've been asking ourselves is, what does that mean for the way that governments manage their people, manage the people who work for them? And of course, a core question in there is, how do we develop the right people, and as a core role for schools of government. So I'm going to touch on many of the themes of the report that Busani just mentioned, but I will also share with you a number of different data points from a few other studies that we've done. Of course, all of this can be made available to all of you. Of course, I represent the OECD. It's not exactly the BRICS countries, but I'm convinced that almost everything that we're talking about here is universal. So I'm very happy to share it with you. I will just share my screen as I have some slides. Can you just confirm that you see the version with the slides on it and not the version with my notes?
Yes, we can see your note and your slides.
You can see the slides, but not the notes, right?
Yeah, just the slides.
Perfect, thank you. So, well, if we're talking about the future of schools of government, where shall we begin? In around 2019, we began gathering leaders of public administrations, of civil services together to talk about how this big discussion on the future of work in the broader economy might actually impact the civil service itself. What would the future of work in the civil service look like? And over the course of those discussions, we began working on this framework that you see in front of you here, which was published in 2021 in the report that you see here, which really focused on what we call the 3 Fs. And of course, in the meantime, the world was shaken by a global pandemic, and these 3 Fs actually had the result of accelerating significantly. So what are they? Well, the first one is that the public administration will become more forward-looking, right? It will need to identify those new and emerging skill sets. It needs to improve its data and be able to do better strategic workforce planning, particularly when it comes to this world of uncertainty, right? We can't predict the future, but we certainly know that it will be more uncertain. There will likely be increasing disruptions, speed of technology, other kinds of crises. We're living through them day to day. So the ability to actually do strategic workforce planning in the face of uncertainty brings up a whole bunch of other very interesting questions, and to identify what those new and emerging skill sets are and how they can be integrated into the public administration workforce is really core to this forward-looking theme. Of course, the pandemic also really underlined the second theme, which is that when we can't predict and prepare for everything, we have to make sure that we have a civil service that is flexible, ready to spin on notice, reprioritize people, skill sets from low to emerging priorities, be able to manage a workforce that's able to work from anywhere at any time, really emphasize the idea of lifelong learning, the ability to change and grow, incorporate new ideas, new skills, and of course, there's a core role for schools in that. And to be able to reach out and access different skills from the labor market when they're needed. So this suggests the need for a wide variety of contractual modalities to be able to really pick up skill sets as they're required for those moments that they're required in. Not everybody needs or wants to be a civil servant for life. And the third F is really about competing in this increasingly challenging marketplace for these emerging skills, recognizing that the public service is often very constrained in terms of salary, so it needs to really improve its ability to offer a fulfilling work experience. The good news there is that when we ask most young future employees what they're looking for in a job, many of the things that they list are fundamental to the public service. They want jobs that have meaning, where they can create impact. There is no better place than the public administration, in theory, to be able to provide this. They want jobs that give them a varied career where they can move around and work on different exciting projects throughout the course of their career. Well, the public service should be very well set up to be able to provide this. They want jobs where they can learn and grow. We know that schools of government should be able to offer these kinds of growth opportunities, learning opportunities, as a central part of career development in public administrations. So when it comes to this concept of meaningful work, public administrations should be able to provide a really good value proposition in that area. The question is whether they have the policies in place, whether they're implemented in the way that actually allows them to provide that, to build on that potential, and whether they're able to communicate this effectively to the people they need to reach out to. So here you go. These are our 3 F's, the 3 big themes that we see in this future-oriented public service. And of course, the question I'm here to discuss today is, how do schools of government help to shape this? Well, some of the answers to that question are found in another report that we just launched a few weeks ago, really, that looks at one of the chapters looks at what we've termed the learning culture in the public service. This is the idea that learning is fundamental to all of those, right? We need forward-looking skills, but we won't be able to just recruit them all the time. We need to be able to develop them from the inside. We need that learning culture to be able to shift and grow the flexible public service that we need. And of course, it's a core aspect of that fulfillment that we just discussed. And so this learning culture is something that goes beyond the simple provision of training. It includes, of course, the provision of training in multiple different modalities, but it also really focuses on the day-to-day lived experience of public servants, how and growing within their work. How is their manager in supporting them to learn and grow, repositioning the role of manager from a taskmaster to somebody who is there to coach, to develop, to help experience. It's about aligning incentives so that there are no disincentives to learning. Often we talk about getting the incentives right. I think it's often really about removing the disincentives. We've all been to learning experiences that have fallen flat, that don't actually allow us to put new skills into practice. It's a very demotivating experience. It's about how learning is viewed. Is it viewed positively within the organization, or is it seen as a remedial task for people who are not performing well? It's about managers also engaging in learning and developing their own managerial skills and being able to look at learning as an inclusive experience, ensuring that those who need it the most have access. One of the dirty secrets or big frustrations in much of the studies on training and development is that those who need it the most are often those who get it the least. So it's about changing that calculation. Now, some of this data comes from the study that Busani talked about, but these first ones actually come from a more recent study that we've done with OECD member countries and those who control the employment frameworks in OECD member countries. And we asked them about learning and development strategies. As you can see here, the good news is that almost all OECD countries, most of them have a central strategy or plan that helps to organize learning and development experiences in their country. They really help to bring together the idea of what learning and development should look like, how it should be provided, and who the different actors are in that. And we see this as, you know, probably a very important step towards structuring a learning culture, and one that is often we often find the schools of government as central actors, either in implementing the strategy, certainly, and often in developing it as partners with the government as well. And what skills are governments tending to focus on within those strategies? Well, we asked about skills for non-managers, and here you can see the top 5 being focusing around digital, of course, ethics, teamwork, communication, and innovation. So an interesting mix of emerging technical skills and ever-lasting socio-behavioral skills, certainly focused around innovation. What we are surprised about in this one is the low ranking of leadership, as well as other areas of focus. You know, SDGs actually rate very low. Foresight, future thinking. Now, to be fair, we forced countries to pick their top 5. We did not give them the ability to check all that were prioritized, so we did force a ranking here. For senior managers, not surprisingly, leadership is, of course, the #1 theme. And of course, leadership is being transformed. I'll talk about that in a moment. We see also digital skills, change management, and innovation, and ethics and integrity near the top. Again, some surprising skill sets near the bottom. Global competencies, for example, this ability to understand the changing nature of the world and how that will impact the civil service, is surprisingly not selected by any countries as amongst the top 5. Also, the idea of foresight and future thinking comes quite low, as well as data analytics, for example. But again, this was a forced ranking. And we know that the idea of developing leadership is core to so much of the work of schools of government. And we've done a lot of work on what that could look like in OECD countries. This comes from a study that we did with 10 OECD members, looking at case studies of senior civil servants putting themselves out there to really develop work in complex policy areas, and the kinds of skills and capabilities that they're using to improve their values-based leadership, to build inclusive environments where they are able to integrate a broader set of information through their networks, through their stakeholders, through their employees, really taking on the role of an organizational steward to build and develop their organization for the future. And working, again, as we've already heard about, through networks to be able to develop change, recognizing that no single leader really has the full authority under them to work in a typical hierarchical manner. There's a lot more to read about on these if you're interested, and you can see the link below. But what we've done is taken these also and tried to think of them in terms of the following framework, which looks at the role not only of developing those particular types of capabilities in senior civil servants that you see on the inside circle in this diagram, but in much of our work with senior leaders, we also recognized that even if they have the skills, they sometimes find themselves in environments that don't give them the opportunity to put those skills to use. And so that's what we recognize as the operating environment in the outer circle. And of course, the goal is for governments to find themselves and their senior civil servants towards that upper right quadrant, where you have an alignment of highly skilled and senior civil servants working in a productive operating environment. But so often we find different aspects of this in different places. The role of schools of government here, I think, is key to develop those senior civil servants, but also to give them the space to be able to exchange amongst them and to be able to work together to build their operating environment in effective ways, and to take these both into consideration. One of the really inspiring examples of work we've seen in this area is happening in the UK right now. Their project, the government campus, is really looking at building a huge network across training providers across the entire UK civil service, and integrating that into a systemic view so that civil servants can go to training providers that may be more associated with different ministries and agencies, but be able to connect to all of these different learning opportunities in a more integrated and coherent way. And you can see on the image on this slide that much of the focus of this is really in this cross-cutting horizontal skill sets that are expected to be developed in civil servants today. The foundations, working in government, leading and managing, and even the specialist skills. These are skills that are meant for those horizontal functions, the policymakers, the people who are working in HR, the people who are working in finance, across all ministries and agencies. Only number 5, the domain knowledge, is really that knowledge specific to one ministry or agency on, trade policy, for an environmental policy, et cetera. But even that, we can argue, is cross-cutting in so many different ways. We also really as core of this learning culture concept is this idea of what happens outside the classroom, what happens in the informal workspace, well, in the formal workspace to develop informal learning. And one of the interesting findings of this study that we did with OECD countries is that we actually struggled a bit to figure out how to really capture this, but we asked about a number of different working methods, as you can see here, using networks and communities of practice, designing work around teamwork, using different work streams to have interaction across topics. We asked whether this was done and whether this was done intentionally to enable learning on the job. And what's interesting is that those countries who do it intentionally is what's recognized in the dark blue line. But if you add the dark blue line and the gray line together, what you see is the number of countries that actually do it, even though most seem to do it without really the intention of developing learning experiences through it. I think this is a really interesting sort of point to reflect on, because it means that we're doing a lot in the public service that enables learning, yet we're not maybe taking the final step to give people the time and opportunity to reflect in a structured way around this learning. And so there is maybe a set of low-hanging fruit here that could be incorporated into learning strategies to think about how we almost formalize the informal, right? How do we use networks and communities of practice, not only to share ideas, but to take one step further and talk about actual learning experiences through that? How do we make sure that when we're developing work around teamwork, we're not only doing it to achieve a goal in a project, but actually taking the time for that team to step back, reflect on its lessons learned, and then be able to share those with other teams. There's a whole set of opportunities captured within this slide that could provide an interesting direction for schools of government to play on, that take them beyond the four walls of their classroom and really into the working environment as perhaps coaches, as ways of providing those safe spaces for reflection. One of the obvious themes that comes up a lot in all of these discussions is the use of technology, of course, and technology can also really help to develop those opportunities for more informal learning, and I'll show you an interesting example of that in a second. What this slide shows is that we have seen a lot of boom in, of course, the use of online training modules, online platforms, and various self-directed online modules. The COVID crisis, I think, accelerated this in all countries very quickly. All of you were probably at the front lines of that acceleration in all of the discussions that we were having at that time with schools of government and with civil service leaders. They were all trying to figure out the right balance between online and, well, first off, how to move everything online during the first lockdowns, and now trying to figure out that right balance between online and in person. Some of the more advanced areas still provide opportunities for further growth. Gamified learning, mobile learning apps, artificial intelligence-based learning systems, for example, are things that are still under development or just being considered, thought of, and with increasing plans to introduce these, but still are probably only being developed by a few leading countries. One of those leading countries is Korea, who are now rolling out a new online learning platform, which has some very interesting ambitions. It's just being rolled out now to the broader government, so we'll see. We're watching this carefully and with great interest. One of those ambitions is to be able to actually create a peer-to-peer learning environment where civil servants are given opportunities to be not only learners, but people who are providing the learning. So people are being offered opportunities to create short sort of YouTube tutorial type content, as well as being able to comment on each other's content, creating a bit of a social network within the government, really focused on learning and development. So there's a real give and take, a real opportunity to connect the dots within the government and create a learning environment and culture that includes, of course, the standard online learning modules that most of these kinds of systems would tend to have, but that goes beyond that as well. And one of the key points that we've also are pushing is this idea that schools of government are in a great position to help governments become better at data analysis around these areas. There is so much data available today, and that's increasing exponentially. But yet governments, especially in the people management space, tend to be falling behind on their ability to use it to generate good insights on how to improve their management and their approach. Here we see that most countries still don't centralize very much information and data on the learning experiences of their civil servants. Much of the administrative data is left in the hands of individual ministries when it's collected at all. And this leaves a bit of a black hole when it comes to really understanding the take-up of different learning experiences, who's doing what, how is this being used by different diversity groups within the public administration, for example. Going back to that question, do those who need it the most, are they the ones getting it, or is it the ones who don't? How are we able to track these emerging trends, these opportunities? The use of employee surveys, for example, is a huge area that can allow us to begin to measure the impact of learning cultures. Some governments are doing this very well. Bulgaria, for example, has been using their employee survey to develop a module around learning culture, and then they provide awards to the leaders of the ministries and agencies who are leading the best given that particular module. So this creates incentives to develop a learning culture and a positive feedback loop. We have similar examples coming out of Latvia, for example. And this chart comes from the study that Busani mentioned, and it's the last one that I'll leave you with today. This one focuses specifically on the schools of government. What kinds of programs are they developing for the future? So in the dark blue line here, you can see what is already being offered. And of course, as I mentioned before, programs on new types of leadership, that's the bread and butter, but it's also an area of development. We know that this is one of the core areas of schools of government, and it is such an important area to be considering, to be developing. And something that, I think there's a lot of opportunity in conferences like this to be able to develop together. Because as you can see at the bottom, we have surprisingly still very few schools of government that are focusing specifically on AI. I think if we were to rerun this specific question today, that number would be rising because we've all been inundated with new ideas and opportunities coming out of AI in the past months. But the one above it, global competencies, is also something that is perhaps lower than we would expect. Although out of all of these, it has the largest number of schools that tell us that this is currently being developed. So it's an area of high development. This is, of course, the kinds of skills required to understand the changing nature of the world, the changing relationships between countries, and how this can impact the local and the national policies and services that are being developed. And this is such a great opportunity in conferences like this to think about the opportunities to develop these kinds of skills in the long term. How can schools of government come together to share practices, to share perspectives, to bring students together physically to learn from each other across countries, across continents, to be able to really develop these global competencies as a set of global civil servants. So I'll leave you with that question, that thought. I know that you're going to have a lot of exciting discussions. Please don't hesitate to reach out and download any of the publications, as well as the one that Busani mentioned at the beginning. My email is here. My colleague, Alana Baker, also runs our network of schools of government. It's a global network. It's open to all institutions that work on the kinds of skills that we've just been talking about. You're very welcome to join our network of schools of government if you represent a school of government anywhere in the world. And so for more information, please reach out to any of us, either myself or Alana, for that. And I'll stop there, and thank you so much for the opportunity to share this with you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel, for that. We did receive an apology from Alana. She's on vacation, so she couldn't join us, but thanks for making time to engage. As we said, colleagues, we will give you the links to the reports that she spoke about, so you will have access to all of that material. Otherwise, you can go to the OECD website and you'll be able to access them. Now, we are going to take a tea break, and I'll request that the two colleagues, Commissioner Kolomba and the DDG Ngwenya, they will converge over there so that we deal with the logistics for the next sessions, as we will now be moving into receiving some of the research papers that have been submitted for the purpose of this conference. I'm urging those of you who are physically here, who are making presentations, make sure that the technical team over there, your presentation is loaded correctly. We know they are there, but some of you are changing versions, version 3, version 4, and version 4.0. Just make sure that it is correctly captured over there, because we're going to be moving very swiftly. There are timers here, and our colleagues will be timing the presenters through an interactive platform. We will be getting feedback into your questions, so people will be asking you questions. Those will be recorded, and we hope that you will use those questions to enrich your papers, so that when you have to submit the final versions, I think in a week, I think by next week, Friday, at least we have taken care to make some changes based on the input that we will be getting here. So we are doing it as we move along, and of course there are opportunities for Q&A as well later on in the day. So let's take a tea break. We'll come back at 11 to start the next session. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you to the acting VC. Thank you to the leadership of Pretoria University. Welcome, Prof. Sunday Africa, and everybody else from the university that is here. I did indicate we are partners with the University of Pretoria. There are programs which they are implementing for us, as much as many other universities are doing it, in terms of executing what is captured in the last slide, because National Institute of Public Administration have got limited capabilities. It becomes much more easier and quicker to implement some of those programs if you partner with higher education institutions in the country and globally, as well as the Deputy Minister also articulated earlier on. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your cooperation. Let's have a tea break, come back at 11, and then we get on with the program, and I'll be handing over to my colleague at DDG, Ngwenya, and the Commissioner, and the Prof, who will be taking the afternoon session. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa. Inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground and in our soil and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
South Africa's wealth lies not just in its beauty and its people, but in the riches that are found beneath our ground, and in our soil, and in the skilled hands of our workers. South Africa boasts the deepest mines in the world, the largest diamonds, huge reserves of platinum, manganese and rhodium, coal and crude oil, some of the freshest fruit and finest wines, and factories that produce vehicles, machinery and more. We send our skilled and brilliant people across the continent and around the world. South Africa's exports are moving the world forward. Believe in South Africa. Come grow with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
Morning, colleagues. I think let's start with our first panel. that will be under the theme governance and public administration in the changing global context and the public administration reforms and emerging challenges. So I'm Thami Ngwenya, I'm from the Presidency of the Republic of South Africa. There are just a few slight changes in our program that we have. So basically, we'll follow the program that is in front of me now. Instead of Moyo, we'll start with the governance practice of urban green development in the context of carbon neutrality. Then it will be followed by Ming Li on Africa's economic diplomacy in China and its implication to the BRICS partnership. So there is also a slight change there in terms of the topic. And then we'll follow with the professional and ethical conduct in the public sector, South Africa's perspective, and end with the rule of law and democracy hubris. So the presentation that was supposed to be on BRICS and decolonization of South-South cooperation in SADC, that one is out. So each speaker has 15 minutes, but I mean we'll make assessment as we go. We'll start with the governance practice of urban green development in the context of carbon neutrality by Shuhan, and we'll take all the speakers and then engage afterwards. Please welcome.
Hello everyone, I am Han Xu from Shanghai, China. Today I want to talk about urban green development. Cities host high density human activities and industrial activities with high energy consumption and urban emissions. And thus we have become the core of climate change mitigation strategies in the countries around the world. Under the goal of carbon neutrality, urban green development involves reform in many areas as energy, industry, and technology. And there is an urgent need for the governments to further enhance the modern governance capacity to cope with the new situation. Based on review of Shanghai's sustainable development practice, this paper takes the green transformation of China Baowu, a representative enterprise in traditional manufacturing industry, as an example to review the governance practice and the successful experience of Shanghai in promoting urban green development. As the world's largest developing country, China is striving to meet a grand goal to peak its carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2080. These goals indicate China is performing its responsibility as a major country. China's announcement of its carbon peak and neutrality targets is by far the largest climate commitment to reduce global warming expectation made by any country. As the world's largest developing country and at a critical stage in its own development, China is committed to completing the world's most dramatic reduction in carbon emissions and realizing carbon neutrality in the shortest time over the recorded. China attaches great importance to international cooperation on climate change through leaders' climate diplomacy. President Xi Jinping has elaborated China's view on global climate governance at many events, facilitating major progress at the global level. China-South Africa New Energy Investment and Cooperation Conference held in Johannesburg on June 30, 2023, where delegates from both countries views on boosting economic growth in South Africa through efforts and in green energy development. According to the World Bank, China has accounted for more than half of the world's entire energy serving since 2005. China's carbon intensity in 2020 was 48.4%, less than that in 2005, which means that China has more than fulfilled its commitment to the international community. China's investment on renewable energy ranks first in the world for many years, and the cost of renewable energy is decreasing day by day. China has also built a large number of solar and wind farms. China has topped the world in new energy vehicles output and sales for the last 8 years. Shanghai has released a document titled Action Plan for Carbon Dioxide Peaking Before 2030. Peaking carbon dioxide emissions and reaching carbon neutrality will require intensive and profound systematic change. The key is to take the overall green renewal of economical and social development as a guide, and green low carbon energy development as a focus, and speak up the development of industrial structure and ways of work and life. And spatial layouts can also help conserve resource and protect the environment. The term national innovation system is being widely used in construction of China's low-carbon science and technology innovation. Governance in China, government at all levels, research institute, university, and think tanks, state-owned enterprises, and private business are taking part in green low carbon transformation. The plan has put a particular emphasis on importance of science, technology, innovation, and science technology revolution in China's green development. Shanghai insists on the path of high quality development that boosts green and low carbon development, and aim to achieve peak emissions and reach neutrality by efficient emission cut and high quality development. Last year, Shanghai has proposed to continue to take the lead in technology, equipment, and energy efficiency. The last but important is that the low carbon metallurgy, because the world's largest steel group with half of the world's steel production is Baowu, located in Shanghai. Baowu's low carbon transformation is not only the challenge for high quality development of a manufacturing industry, but also a bottleneck Shanghai must get through. By reviewing the case of Baowu green transformation, it will reveal how a big city with dense population, transportation, and industry can become a green sample. Firstly, stressing top-level design and forming external pressure for green transformation of enterprises. In 2015, Shanghai has realized that reducing carbon dioxide emission will become an irreversible process. The national and regional level has issued a serious document so that China will realize that anti-transformation not only means the loss of the future advantages, but also will directly damage the existing development and benefits of the enterprise. This have directly promote Baowu green transformation of the action. The first picture is about intelligent manufacturing project of Baowu. No lights is required during the production which means it can be reduced a lot of energy consumption and increased labor efficiency. The second picture shows electric auto body, which can reduce carbon dioxide emissions by about 200 kilogram in the steel plant manufacturing stage and reduce carbon dioxide emission by about 950 kilogram in the vehicle use stage. The second one is also important to form a synergy between government and effective market to stimulate the power of enterprises' green transformation. I think innovation is the most important thing that all people cares about. So I want to introduce something about innovation about Shanghai. Shanghai boosts innovation with closer collaboration between different innovation entities, the government, industry, research institute, and university. Under the guidance of the government, a large number of research institute and university are actively contributing to the major national strategy by adjusting and optimizing their subject system. This is done in an attempt to play a leading role in making major breakthroughs in basic theory and key technologies on tackling climate change, and realize carbon neutrality. I think we can also get some aspiration from this case. The speed of development of green and low carbon areas reflect the future potential of high quality urban development. Shanghai's early layout in green and low carbon field can attract enterprises to enter, gather resources and other factors in industry, so as to have more regional advantages. So the green transformation of manufacturing industry can save energy and reduce carbon for urban development, help other traditional enterprises transform, improve the regional environment, and further promote the regional economic upgrading. That's all. Thank you.
No, thanks. Of course, we still gonna have reflections on the papers, but I think we can immediately throw the relevance that is applicable to all of our countries in the BRICS, as well as our neighboring countries, especially as we focus on the issues that are related to urbanization, industrialization, and sustainable development issues. So there are quite a number of other lessons that we can draw in this Shanghai-like experience. Can we now welcome Ming Li, she will be talking on Africa's economic diplomacy in China and its implications to the BRICS partnership. Welcome.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman Tani Ngawanya, my fellow scholars from China, Africa, and other BRIC countries, I am humbled to be here to present Africa's economic diplomacy in China at the diplomatic hub of the Southern Africa. So I'm humbled today for any of the advices and suggestions for my further improvement on my article. So first and foremost, I am the PhD candidate from China Africa Institute, and my major is Africa's relations, the international relations of African country. At the same time, in order to think about how African countries manage the diplomacy with China, especially on the cooperation between China and Africa cooperation, I have undertaken an almost 1-year field research at the Embassy of Ethiopia in China, because the Embassy of Ethiopia in China is the hub of African diplomatic missions, and for the consultation work with the Chinese part of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so based on my field researches, I made my articles based on the following parts. First, now the global world economy has experienced after 3-year pandemic and the shock and conflict, the impact given by the Ukraine crisis. We are met with the economic recession, food security, supply chain on food and energy. However, we are also witnessing the era of the uprising of African countries, especially since its independence and the leadership of Africa Union, especially the latest promotion of the Africa Continental Free Trade Zone. Therefore, we see that in spite of the global economic recession, African countries and the new emerging economies has shown its resilience in the way it tolerated the challenges from the Ukraine crisis and also the pandemic. Therefore, the reason for me to undertake this research on African diplomacy is one of the very important thing is African diplomacy is actually the diplomatic activities, documents, policies undertaken by African countries, especially through the embassies and outstanding diplomatic missions to the targeted countries. However, actually, before the system established called Westphalia system, which was an agreement signed in the 1648, prior to that agreement, African countries had already undertaken a series of diplomatic activities. Even the first peace agreement is signed between the ancient Egypt and the Haiti at that time, called Kadesh Agreement. So actually, however, the current origin, the contemporary origin of diplomacy was regarded as the Western or centric definition, which is from the Westphalia system. At the same time, scholars have always been, especially the Western scholars, have always been insisted to negate the importance of African diplomacy and the power. However, although it has been proved and evidence from the archaeology and from the evidence, proofs and evidence, and that gives me the motivation to see, what if to put Africa's diplomacy under the framework of China-Africa cooperation, especially in terms of the economic diplomacy. So here is the embassy where I undertaken the field research. So the Embassy of Ethiopia has gathered is the diplomatic platform for African ambassadors, United Nations branches in China, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department of African Affairs to do the consultation work, especially under the mechanism called FOCAC, the Forum of China-Africa Cooperation. Actually, in terms of the FOCAC, I want to say is the FOCAC itself is the results and hard work of Africa diplomacy itself. And the success of Africa's diplomacy in China comes from three basic facts. One is the previous solid foundation of the China-Africa friendship and cooperation, because before the colonization era in Ming Dynasty, the Chinese special envoy Zheng He has extended a voyage, and they have arrived the current East African three countries and established the official diplomatic relations with the African countries at that time. And the African diplomacy with China could be dated from 600 years ago, earlier than the colonization at that time, which could be could find its evidence through archaeology. At the same time, China and the way China's interaction with Africa is based on fair trade, which means that Chinese envoyage brought tea, silk, and China as the exchange for Africa's wild animals, spices, and other local products instead of slave trade. And since the establishment of People's Republic of China under the first generation leadership of our Chairman Mao Zedong and Chairman Deng Xiaoping, China and Africa have embraced a series of fruitful results, including the most famous Tazara Railway, but that has laid a solid foundation for the cooperation between China and Africa. And when it comes to the 21st century, we have FOCAC mechanism. Although the FOCAC mechanism is called the Forum of China-Africa Cooperation, it was proposed by several African countries and implemented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Chinese government to make it a regular mechanism and collect the opinions from African countries, the development and demand from African countries, and to see what China could do in terms of the foreign policies and economic diplomacies with African countries. So actually in this form, I have listed all the documents and key areas from FOCAC. Now FOCAC was hosted since 2000 in every 3 years. So we can see even from the space of the form, from year of 2000 to 2003, 2006, 2009, 2021. We can see it in a very clear way that the documentation, the number of the policies, and the number of the cooperation areas is increasing year on year. So over 20 years has passed. We can see that we can see the fruitful results of African diplomacy in China under the China-Africa Cooperation. That is, the total trade volume between China and Africa has increased by over 20 times. Trade. China has also undertaken a series of infrastructures based on the real need of African countries, including the headquarters of African Union, as well as the roads, railways, infrastructures. At the same time, FOCAC is a package of policies that include education, agriculture, infrastructure, to name but a few. However, what I want to say and what I have observed from my field research in the African diplomacy is behind the fruitful results of FOCAC. It is one round and another round of the hard work of undertaken by the African diplomatic missions. They would gather together to discuss and learn about the latest policies, initiatives issued by Chinese government, just like Belt and Road Initiative. And once one successful practice has been done by one country, and other African countries will come to learn from that ambassador or from that embassies, like what you have done with China, or what is the successful experience, or what policies can our country learn from China. At the same time, the African delegations always inspired their field visit to different cities, provinces of China to see and to do the field visit, just like learn by do by themselves. And during this process, they are working diligently to seek the partnership from government to government, business to business, university to university, so that to bring the dividends and experience of China's experience to empower its own country. So here I would like to use, and please allow me to use the example and the case of Ethiopia-China relations. The reason I select Ethiopian-China relations is, first and foremost, Ethiopia is the pilot country in China under the mechanism of FOCAC, which means that Ethiopia has gathered the most comprehensive cooperations from China to Africa. We can see all types of the China's cooperation with Africa first come to Ethiopia. And Ethiopia has established the cooperation, 52 years of foreign relations with China. And the current cooperative partnership is called Comprehensive Strategic Cooperative Partnership, which is the highest level, almost highest level of China's foreign policy synergies. And in the past, Ethiopia is one of the favorite Chinese foreign ministers to embark its first year visit. China has, as there is a tradition in China's foreign policy that the first New Year visit of Chinese foreign minister is to visit African countries. So this tradition has been kept since 1991, and Ethiopia has been visited by Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs for over 7 times. And here is the photo taken by Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Ethiopia, Demak Makonnen, and the Foreign Minister of new Foreign Minister of China in attending the new inauguration ceremony of the embassy. And why Ethiopia could gain a certain success under the cooperation with China is because Ethiopia knows very clearly that if relying on itself, they couldn't have the capacity, human capacity, or the funds to achieve its development goal, especially as Ethiopia as a landlocked country without a certain port. And this is the plan from their policies, domestic policies, to build up the railway connecting Djibouti and Addis Ababa. So China has given, that's why they brought this request to China, because they know that China at that time is initiating the Belt and Road Initiative to make the infrastructures connected with each other. Therefore, China approved and agreed to make it a flagship cooperation programs with Ethiopia. And now this railway has been put into the operation for over 5 years. In the year of 2021, it has brought Ethiopia the revenue of $80.13 million. And at the same time, based on the already well-built infrastructure, Ethiopia has established its economic reform. And this kind of economic reform from the domestic level has been implemented through the foreign economic diplomacies conducted by the embassies in China. For example, to implement, in order to build up the special economic zone, the Embassy of Ethiopia is promoting its economic potentials and advantages to the Chinese business, and also to build up to invite Chinese successful businesses to build up the industrial zones in Ethiopia, thus boosting up the long-term economic growth in Ethiopia. And finally, during the 3-year pandemic, one thing that is very surprising and amazing is that when the whole global supply chain has been broken, Ethiopia's coffee has achieved a sharp increase. The increased volume is over 20 times than previous time. Why? Because during the pandemic, the live stream sale has been used by the Chinese consumers, so that the embassy has noticed this new tendency, so that the ambassador could joined at a live stream sale with the famous Chinese not celebrated Li Jiaqi to promote Ethiopian coffee, and that over 11,000 bags of Ethiopian coffee was sold in only 4 seconds during the live stream. And because of the public exposure, it drives up Ethiopia's coffee export to a new increase. Previously, the largest coffee bean exporter was occupied by Vietnam, Colombia, but in that year and through that economic diplomatic activities, the Ethiopian coffee export under the pandemic and the global economic recession has overpassed other countries. And at the same time, if we can see it from the unit price of each kilos has increased from 27 in 2018 to 2022 to 43 yuan per kg in 2022. So it means that the activities of economic diplomacy undertaken by the embassy has not only increased the volume of export, but also increase the added value of Ethiopia's product in China, which had been transferred into the real benefit of the Ethiopian coffee farmers. So therefore, my conclusion from the series of research is, first, Ethiopia's economic diplomacy is essentially the extension of its domestic economic development, and it serves for its own national interest, and at the same time, the effectiveness of the Ethiopian's economic diplomacy has been well implemented in a very short time through the efficient policies. And for me, as my personal feelings during my engagement with them, I think it's also about the statesmanship and the public contribution of the diplomats from the Ethiopian government. They know how to transparently, efficiently to catch each opportunities provided by Chinese government in order then to use these opportunities experience to boost their own national economy. So if there so the case of China-Africa's diplomacy in China and the case of Ethiopia's economic diplomacy in China could give me or give us the following implication to the BRICS partnership is, it is of great importance to expand the widespread multilateral partnership based on the development goals of each country. And second is the regular consultation mechanism among diplomatic missions and among all types of partnerships in the BRICS itself is very important, and most importantly is the quality, efficiency of the diplomats and public servants in its implementation to the national development goals. And last but not least, my sincere appreciation to my ambassador to Shoma Toga at that time for his support and contribution to my research and field work, and it helps a lot. And his work set a great example for me on how Africa can lead and African diplomacy can play an important role in serving its own national economic goal. Thank you all.
No, thank you. Colleagues, I think we'll be able to draw these issues, which are also largely now have taken us to the realm of diplomacy, and weave them together as we then take the discussion. We'll go to the, I think the presenter will be K.S. Ngema, who will do the professional and ethical conduct in the public sector, using South Africa as a case study, sharing those perspectives. And I think he is in the room, or is in virtual. Yeah. Okay.
Kindly unmute, please.
Yeah, I think you can unmute. It was frozen a little bit.
We seem to have lost her.
I think possibly when we are still trying to reconnect, yeah, maybe we can take that presentation afterwards. Will that work? Yeah. The next presentation then that was gonna follow, this one was the one on the rule of law and democracy hubris. Yeah, I know. That one is out, yeah. Can we then take the one on by the colleagues from Rhodes University and the University of West Indies, which is about the rule of law and democracy hubris? Is it also going to be a virtual one? Yeah, I think we seem to be having a problem now around those. Maybe we can try to link Ngema. If not, then we're gonna go to our deliberations on the questions and answers from the issues that have been raised. Yeah. My notes here, so I'd like to just sorry about that, colleagues. There are just one or 2 points that I try to draw from the presentations that possibly we can use to channel our discussions, and then we'll raise some questions, and then also take the questions inside the room, and also those that are participating in this conference virtually. I think from the first one by Xuan, those reflections on the Shanghai experience as I flagged it earlier, I think one of the important things that I think comes through that we may want to have a look at is the relevance of that to our environment as members of BRICS countries, more especially for us, I mean in the African region, the issues that we are grappling with, which is one is rapid urbanization, the issues around industrialization and the need for sustainable development, as well as the prevalent challenges that many of our countries in BRICS are going through. So we may then want to explore some of the successful governance practices that we can draw from this Shanghai experience, and see what are the valuable insights and lessons that our countries can draw in the pursuit of urban green development and climate change mitigation like issues. There is also an emphasis, of course, in the paper in terms of the importance of the top level design and the external pressure of the enterprise's green transformation like issues. And possibly one of the questions, Xuan, that I would like to pose is how then can governments effectively create this external pressure, I mean, while ensuring a supportive environment for businesses to support or adopt sustainable practices, and in the focus on governance practices in the context of carbon neutrality, how can the governance approaches be effectively adapted to address other environmental challenges and promote sustainability in cities beyond carbon neutrality? Of course, we have unique social, economic, and environmental challenges, I mean, as BRICS partners. And in the context of South Africa, Brazil, and India, there will be those issues that are related to spatial planning issues, certain social inequalities or inequities. What could be then the strategies that we can draw or perspectives that we can draw from the case of Shanghai, as well as the issues that may be related to the trade-offs or challenges on the specific or that are specific to our case. But there was also, I think, an issue that comes through, which is about collaboration and partnerships. Of course, our planning situation and our governance systems are completely different. If you were to look at China in relation to Brazil, India, and South Africa in particular, how that has an impact or an effect to how those successes have been achieved in the context of Shanghai. So I think it will be also interesting, I mean, to have a look at that. Mainly, I mean, I think very fascinating, I think, points around the economic diplomacy issues. But I think most importantly, I would like some reflections on the issue of this coordination that you have, in this case, Ethiopia, having taking almost a lead as far as FOCAC is concerned, but ensuring that there is that coordination among African diplomacy initiatives or efforts within in the interaction, I mean, with China. How have you find the alignment and the coordination within in your studies, as well as the effect of those interactions between the African countries under that initiative by Ethiopia in the engagement, I mean, with China? Do you find it to be far more integrated, far more sort of aligned, or in as much as there is that platform, but there is also issues of disparities and certain misalignment in terms of issues that they are focusing on. Given that, and the whole debate that is happening around BRICS currently, with other countries aspiring to join like BRICS, how has that interaction played out within the context of the great power competition? Because there are also those issues. In as much as South Africa is a partner, to China within the context of BRICS, but in the context of economic engagement in the continent, there is a competition there. That is further compounded as well with the great power competition. So I would like, those reflections among the issues that you look at. Can I get an indication, of hands? We seem to have time now, given that there are other speakers that we are having, challenges on. There is an indication of a hand. It's a question, yes, Commissioner Mkolomba. You'll indicate if there are questions online, and then we can read that. We can read out those and have responses. From our presenters.
Thank you very much, DG Ngwenya. My question is to Ms. Ming Lee. To what extent has African diplomacy actually enabled us to exploit the opportunities for skills and technological transfer between Africa and China? I was quite excited by your presentation to find that Africa has over the years actually taken the lead in dictating what the cooperation between China and Africa will be, and has no longer taken a passive approach to the China-Africa relationship. But I'm also particularly concerned that our relationship has not enabled us or empowered us to take advantage of the huge leaps that have evolved in China when it comes to skills and technological transfer. So that's basically my question to Ms. Ming Lee. Otherwise, well done, a great presentation. I sincerely and really enjoyed it. Thank you.
No, yeah, thank you for that question. Is there any other before we throw it to the presenters? Online, we are fine. Okay. I'll start with Xuan, and then it will be Ming Lee. You can start.
Okay.
You can start.
Thank you for your questions. So if my understanding is right, first is about Mr. Chairman's questions. Your question is whether, like in terms of Ethiopia-China relations, whether it's always aligned or whether there is some disputes or some conflicts inside.
Yeah, no, it is more on the, you said that there are these regular consultations.
Yes.
And Ethiopia is taking almost the lead from the context of FOCAC, yeah. So within the coordination there is,
so actually please allow me to make a general introduction about how the consultation mechanism work in China-Africa cooperation, especially among Africa diplomatic commissions in China. So first, there is one dean selected by one ambassador, which has almost the longest stay for staying. He was positioned in China since 2008. He is not our ambassador, he is the ambassador of Cameroon. And the ambassador of Cameroon and the deputy dean who worked as the second longest term in China is the ambassador of Djibouti. He's the deputy dean. And our embassy's main focus, why they like gathering in our embassy, is our meeting room can allocate to put 200 audience inside, while the AU's office in China in Beijing is very small, and other embassies are very small to put over like 54 African countries, their ambassadors, diplomatic missions inside. So our role is mainly for the embassy's main stage and platforms for all African ambassadors to gather into our embassy. And in terms of the real issues, of course, the reason there is a need for consultation is because there is a need for solving the issues and problems. Especially like China's policy to Africa, most are focusing on Ethiopia and several very good countries which are unevenly distributed, which once criticisms by the African ambassadors. And it is because of these issues that makes the Dean, the Cameroon ambassador, very busy. He will communicate with each ambassador who has a complaint about the whole mechanism and then make a collective proposal, and he will coordinate or he will allocate a meeting which will be held in the Ethiopian embassy, and we will coordinate the disputes and among each other. If we cannot solve, we will propose it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department of African Affairs. Of course, under the cooperation, I admit that under the cooperation between China and Africa, we have already achieved a lot of great achievements, but it does not mean that we do not have problems. And it is because of the problems and the disputes there that can always push us to keep progressing. And I think that is the charm of the consultation and coordination. It is as long as we can always gather together, and through consultation and communication, we can all African ambassadors could stand together. They can exchange and enhance their internal solidarity, and so that they can use a better manner and more united voice to communicate or negotiate it with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Chinese side. I hope this could explain your questions a little bit. And the second question is from Madame. It's about technology transfer and skills training. And there is a big gap. Actually, please allow me to use Ethiopia's case as a reply, because China has provided a special project called Luban Workshop. This workshop works to do the pair-up mechanism with the the African side of vocational training universities, so that they can have like 2+2 exchange mechanism, 2 years learn from Ethiopia or African countries, and plus 2 years working in study and dealing with the real practices in China. And they will under this program, there will be provide with the latest technologies to empower the African youth on the vocational training. And in this part, there is the technology transfer, and also there is also under the FOCAC, there is also the joint lab and joint scholar exchange progress under the universities between the pair-up universities. So my sincere suggestion is, it is really a strong need for the South Africa side to promote more partnership under different layers, not just about government level or university level. It could be further expanded to the real projects, to some certain faculties, to vocational training schools, so that from different multi-layers cooperation, we can finally overcome this leap. Thank you.
No, yeah, thank you so much. Covered. Yeah. I do not see any other hand. You noted them, and possibly indicate if it's directed to individual presenter or collectively.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for previous presenters. My name is Andile. My question, or rather comment, will directed to Huan from Shanghai, a presentation based on carbon neutrality. I think as far as the presentation was based on governance and practice and urban green development, but I've noted that there was initiative which was presented, such as electric vehicles and other initiative. But my question will be also to check if, based on their research, is how effective or efficient is carbon capture and also carbon desalination. Those two, because I think those are kind of initiatives which are currently emerging as one of the areas which are seeking to bringing the carbon into zero, which is zero carbon mission. So just would like to check that one. If how effective is carbon capture, and also how then, if the Shanghai is also implementing the carbon capture initiative, how can we learn from those initiatives in order to develop maybe some skills, especially in South Africa, to curb even unemployment that we're facing? Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your asking. I think your question is good question. I don't know. I think it is difficult to clear the whole things by the simple sentence. But I think in China, we think the peaking carbon dioxide emission and reaching carbon neutrality will require intensive and profound systematic change. So the key is to take overall green development, including economics and society developments. So I think the green low carbon energy development is the first and important, and we should speed up our development by our industrial structure upgrading, and in the other side, for most of people, we should change our lifestyle, because our work, our life must be green and low carbon. I think what's more, the innovation is very important. As you mentioned, the technology, the skill is very important, and China is very China is being widely used the national innovation system to construct Chinese low carbon science and technology innovation governance system. So the innovation is one part of the important governance comment. I think that is what I can answer you. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm looking for hands. Dr. Masting.
Thank you very much. I think mine is just a comment, but also to add the South African perspective to what Johan has just presented to us. The the importance of low carbon energy in our countries. And I can see they have already made a commitment to ensure that by 2060 they will be very well underway in terms of clean energy. And the same, I think, is with South Africa, that we are hoping that by 2050 will be right underway in terms of transiting into a low carbon energy economy. The critical issues that we are also dealing with is that we would want to see just transition, but that just transition is about making sure that as we transit into low carbon economy, nobody who has been depending entirely on coal is left unjust. And nobody should be left behind in a manner that negatively affects their livelihoods if we are all moving forward, even into renewables. The critical issue that I think South Africa is also looking at is that it cannot be one way or the other. It should be that as we transit into the next 30 years, we carry each one with, and everybody should be in a space that nobody loses jobs, no families are left without food, nobody is left without a way of having an energy within the house. Therefore, the critical issue that gets to be addressed is about how do we have a middle road, renewable energy, wind, solar, and everything that can be complementary. Because even South Africa is not the same across the different regions. So even the spatial environments are also different. Some areas in South Africa have got more coal, so we can't just decommission coal today or tomorrow. So I guess this is a very long-term, interesting debate that I think China and South Africa are seen to be on the same trajectory, and we hope to learn from each other as we move along. Thanks.
Yeah, any reflection there? I guess also because one of the case studies we've used is Baoa, and China. In the case, in this particular case, its energy was also, or has largely been, also coal powered. For example, if we were to look at your other regions like your Hebei, so in your reflection, we are not seeing that as to how, in making these considerations, how much from that would have leapfrogged you to that urban green divide. Thanks. No, yeah. If you can just make your final reflections on that, then we're gonna go to the next presentation. You don't have anything to comment on the issues that have been raised?
Thanks for your sharing. I approve your comments and your opinion. Thanks.
No, thank you. Prof. Ngcaweni, I'm told that the next person is now back online. So shall we proceed with that? And I understand that the presentation is now going to be made by Izimangaliso Malaji. So if we can take that presentation and then have a discussion, then we can break for lunch. Thanks.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dr. Izimangaliso Malachi. I'm from the National School of Government. I'm not sure if my presentation, you're able to see it on your side.
Please share it on your side.
Okay, let's try that. Okay. All right, is it visible, Kulsam? All right, thank you.
Yes, it is presentation mode, please.
Still coming, thank you. So the title of our study is Professional and Ethical Conduct in the Public Sector, South Africa's Perspectives. It's done by myself, Dr. Ayamalachi, and Ms. K.S. Ngema from the National Notaries Commission. So public administration is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that it must be governed by the democratic values and principles that include promoting and maintaining a high standard of professional ethics. Ethics are the moral standards that emphasize what is right and what is wrong. And notwithstanding the mandate that's entrusted to the public sector, ethical and moral challenges continue to prevail and adversely affect the work that is being done by the public sector. So over the past few years, we have seen that there has been an increase in instances of corruption and unethical behavior in the South African public sector. Corruption, maladministration, abuse of power, and poor service delivery undermines the development outcome and further contribute to loss of public confidence and shift public resources away from the development and advancement of the society to enrich a few individuals. So, and this has prompted government to come up with measures of curbing this social ill that has besieged our public sector. So it is against this background that the study was to explore the professional and ethical conduct of public servants in line with the framework towards the professionalization of the public sector. And this aims to promote the importance of developing an ethical, capable, and developmental state, and ultimately improve the standard of living of the citizens through effective service delivery. So the paper adopted a qualitative descriptive desktop approach with the intention of analyzing the arguments and debates on the issues of ethical conduct and good governance in the South African public sector. So the study also relied on data collection through the review of literature and document analysis, including government reports such as the AGSA report, PSC, the NSG and legislative frameworks, that is the Constitution and the professionalization framework, not forgetting the white paper on the Batopele principles. So looking at the legislative frameworks, the Constitution of the country, public administration must be governed by the democratic values and principles enshrined in the Constitution, including promotion and maintenance of high standard of professional ethics, that's efficient economic and effective use of resources. Then according to the Batopele white paper, it was launched to try and improve the integrity within the public sector through monitoring of officials' performance and compliance with ethical principles. And looking at the professionalization framework, it was introduced to ensure that only qualified and competent individuals are appointed into positions of authority in pursuit of a transformed professional, ethical, capable, and developmental public sector. Then according to, looking at the challenges in the public sector, according to the Public Service Commission, which is an organ of state that was established in terms of the Constitution to promote the values and principles governing public administration in the Republic, and to promote measures that ensure effective and efficient performance within the public sector. Consequently, the South African public sector is characterized by unethical conduct, such as bribery, conflict of interest, conflict of abuse of state resources, information, embezzlement of funds. And these, we read about them in the newspapers, we have seen them on TV, and there has been official reports that have been drafted on some of these cases that I have referred to. So looking at the AGSA report for 2021-22 on governance and accountability, it revealed that there is continued increase in irregular expenditure in the public sector. And this points to ineffective control systems and measures of consequence management on those who would abuse the state's resources, and hence lack of good governance in our public sector. So then this raises questions such as, is it all the good policies and legislative frameworks that are there? Is it still ineffectiveness in terms of implementation of these policies, which adversely impact on the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery meant to improve the livelihoods of the people? So in its report, AG also revealed that government launched multiple programs and initiatives to improve the lived reality of South Africans and address the concerns mainly on corruption. And these include the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the professionalization of the public service, commitments to implement the recommendations to combat corruption and unethical behavior, included in the reports which were issued by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of plans only have an impact if they are successfully implemented. If the current weakness is in financial performance and infrastructure management are not addressed, it will also hamper the implementation of the programs that I've already highlighted above, which government has come up with. So various authors agree that professionalizing the public sector is one of the key imperatives for the state capacity building. Hence, the study argues that upholding the fundamental public administration principle of ensuring practice of good ethics with professionalism will meaningfully contribute towards the realization that aims to improve the standard of living of citizens through effective and efficient service delivery. So in conclusion, the study is recommending that consequence management should be enforced in the public sector, because currently consequence management is only there on paper. However, it is not fully implemented so that you can see people ultimately being charged for the wrongdoing that they have, they have been involved in. Then secondly, we're saying that there should be transparency and accountability in terms of transactions that are done within the public sector. Education and awareness for public servants on ethics and good governance is also a necessity, so that our public servants know exactly what is ethical and what is unethical, and they know the kind of behavior that they are not supposed to be involved in. Also, we're saying that the professionalization framework, it should not only be on paper, but it must be fully implemented through the entire public sector to ensure that, public servants are ready and they are equipped in dealing with corruption, and also in conducting themselves in an ethical manner to ensure that they can deliver efficiently and effectively. Finally, we're saying the Batupele principles should be adopted, practiced, and upheld by all public servants, and it should not only apply to public servants at a lower level, but it should apply to everyone, including at executive level as well, and meaning that our ministers, deputy ministers as well, they should be aware of the Batupele principles and know what is right and what is wrong to ensure that we can curb corruption in the public sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks, thanks, Dr. Malaji. Can I get an indication of whether we do have questions or engagement around this, Ms. Mkoram? We have a question from one of the commissioners in the Public Service Commission. May I have a microphone?
Thank you, Diriji Ngwenya. My question to you, Dr. Malaki, is that according to your research, what are some of the root causes of an unprofessional and unethical behavior in the public sector? And what strategies should we start employing to actually focus on prevention rather than mitigation of these challenges we are facing within the South African public service?
Or we can just finish on this row and then...
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the presentation from Umama. She spoke loudly on the recommendations on consequence management, that it should be enforced in the public sector. That is the elephant in the house. The public sector is like this because line managers do not enforce or apply consequence management. It's just a paper. It's a concept that is not implemented. Maybe do you have proposals on strategies or what can be done to ensure that line managers enforce public consequence management in the public service, because that's where the problem is as far as I'm concerned. And she further alluded to the professionalization of the public sector, which is a topical issue this day. We just had a retreat the past 2 days, Thursday and Friday, discussing the same concept. And he is saying it should not only be on paper, but should be implemented. Here I've got a comment, it's not a question, to say the professionalization of the public service sector. It's a national issue. It's on all of us. We are all responsible for ensuring that it gets implemented. So every department, every organization must put up an implementation plan and start running with the process. All of us, it's a national program that must be driven by the society at large. Thank you.
Thank you. The last hand there, then we're going to take the responses.
Thank you so much. I also just want to echo what the other two colleagues have mentioned, but I think my question is to do with system thinking and systems change, because I think the issue of unethical behavior that's been mentioned and also the consequences management results in a system that obviously enables these kinds of results. So I guess my question is, how do we think around the systems of governance that we probably need to change in order to then have a reality of governance that is ethical, that is productive, and that is obviously welcomed by society?
No, thanks. Dr. Malaj, I think it's over to you. I also find, Professor Ngaweni, the principal of the National School, always makes a linkage between the issue of the professional and ethical conduct of the public sector to the ability then of the state, to drive development. I see that the focus has largely now been, as far as the paper at least is concerned, dealing just with the issues of fighting corruption and how we tackle that. How do we then link those initiatives to the ability of the public service to drive other issues of development, especially those that have been as well shared from the Chinese perspective on the other issues that were not necessarily in relation to public service, but at the end of the day, they are meant to drive development. So some of those perspective, that in as much as we are sharing that South African perspective, how do we draw some of the lessons or parallels with regard to our partners in BRICS? If you can have that as a summation of all the comments, and then I will hand over to Professor Ngaweni. I won't be coming back here. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think from the first question that was raised in terms of what are the root causes of unethical behavior, there's a lot of multiple root causes, but I think at the top of it all, greed plays a role. A lack of knowledge or understanding in terms of the systems and the processes as well. Also, the systems that we use in government, some of the systems are very old, they are very open, so it's very easy to manipulate those systems. Also, control measures are not fully implemented in some of our organizations, where it becomes very easy for somebody to manipulate a system or to put through a transaction that was not approved or not authorized. And also leadership plays a very important role, because as we know, when you are a leader, people tend to follow what you do. So if you are a leader whose behavior is unethical, chances are your followers will also be unethical because they do what they see. And it is very important that, for us to be able to prevent unethical behavior, that we start at leadership level, that our leaders are well equipped, they are well resourced and well knowledgeable in terms of the ethical behavior of a leader in the public sector. Also, it's very important, that training plays a role. As we are aware, there is a course on ethical leadership that is being run by the National School of Government. It is compulsory, but it's not everyone who has done it. I'm quite sure if I were to ask of all the public servants that are sitting in the hall today, let's see, raise hands, let's see how many have done that course. Not even half of you have done that course. So it's very important that, we take training seriously to ensure that as leaders, we equip ourselves in terms of how to behave and how to be able to detect unethical behavior. But most of all, unethical behavior should start very early in life. So it's, those small things that need to be introduced from school level, university level as well. Our students need to be taught, what is ethical and what is unethical, so that by the time they arrive in the public sector, already they have an idea of what an ethical public servant should be, what an ethical public servant should behave like. So those are the things that I feel should be done at grassroots level as well. Then also in terms of the strategies, I've already mentioned training and enforcement of legislation is also important. We have very good legislation in South Africa, but not all of it is being enforced. We've already spoken up consequence management. It is there, if you go through whatever document that you, from the DPSA, from National Treasury, it is there in writing in terms of what needs to be done, but it is not fully enforced. And it is incumbent upon each and every one of us, to be aware of what consequence management means and what needs to be done to ensure that it is being enforced. But I believe that, DPSA as the policy department needs to be at the forefront of driving consequence management to ensure that it can be fully implemented, and not only implemented on public servants who have been found with their hand in the cookie jar, but it should cut across executive as well, ministers and deputy ministers as well. If they are found to have been involved in any unethical conduct or corruption, they should also face the might of the law. So consequence management should cut across. Then in terms of systems of governance, I think there was a comment or a question around that. As I've already alluded in the beginning, our systems in government are very open, especially the systems in finance. So it's very easy to manipulate those systems. And sometimes it happens that because we don't have enough people that are working in that particular section, you end up having one person doing more than one part of a transaction. For example, you would have one person capturing and the same person authorizing a payment. That already, it means that it's raising red flags. It means that you have put the person, you have given them too much power to process a transaction. So we need to have control measures put in place. There must be segregation of duties as well, to say that you can only work from point A up to point B, and then from B to C, it gets over to somebody else, so that one transaction is not done by one person, but there can be multiple levels where a transaction goes through before it can finally be approved. It can be a transaction of paying or a transaction of procuring, but it must go through various levels of checks and balances before it can be finally approved. And also, like I've already alluded, the system also needs to be re-looked at to see how can we close the system to ensure that we don't have loopholes whereby anyone can be able to access the system and do, whatever they like on the system, and we end up with corrupt activities. Then also, I think I have tried to cover as many as possible. I can't remember what was the last question, but I think there was a comment on professionalization as well. So that was not a question, it was a comment that it is a national issue, and it is upon all of us to ensure that it gets implemented. Thank you very much. I will stop here. Chairperson, thank you.
Great, thank you very much for those presentations, and thank you, Tami Ngwenya, for moderating the session. It is indeed a minute before, at least 4 minutes before the designated time for our lunch break. We will be breaking for lunch. Now, a few things to remind those who are presenting next. Our colleague, Deputy Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Zuki Koloma, will be moderating the next session. Those of you who are making presentations, please make sure to not exit this hall before you check with the colleagues at the back that your presentation is loaded and working. Please make sure that you do that before we exit. And those who are joining online, we will also be having the backup to help you upload your presentations, as some of the colleagues were struggling to log on earlier on. And if you have missed a session, you have to follow via the link, as we will not be compromising the next presenters in the next segment of the program. In the days to come and later today, we will be making interventions in between just to help everybody connect the dots across the presentations that are being made. As you are aware, in South Africa, priority number 1 of the current administration is to build ethical, capable and developmental states. And already you can see that although we dealt with the issue of the ethics in the last presentation, across the input that have been made today, there is a common thread. You will not be able to deal with the politics of decarbonizing a city or a state or a country unless we have got people who are very capable of driving and implementing such policies. You will not succeed in doing so unless you are ethical in the manner in which we are managing. This is a big state project, and we have seen it across the world. Countries like Brazil, when we were driving a massive program of changing, because they produce a lot of maize and a lot of sugar, and they were introducing a new policies. President Lula, who is back in office now, doing a program of changing, from consuming this sugar and consuming this maize into making biofuels. This was a major national program or agenda of the state. It required a lot of capabilities, and that people needed to be very ethical in the manner in which they were managing this transition. And ethical is both about the management of the resources of the state, but also ethical in the manner in which you are relating with the public. That means you consult, you take the people with you, and you do not leave them. You do not leave them behind. So there is a relationship that is there across this, and in countries like China and India, we've seen them make great strides in terms of making reforms, dealing with issues of corruption, issues of conflict of interest, and so on. And here in South Africa, if we were to implement similar measures as China does implement those anti-corruption measures, some people will really struggle to be here. And some of them say those are draconian, but as we know, that the relevant institutions within the Chinese public administration are very firm in dealing with issues of anti-corruption, that when you introduce these major state programs, they have to benefit those people that they are intended. So thank you very much once again, colleagues, for cooperating with ourselves. We break for lunch. It's an hour on the dot. I've got a whip now. They've given me a whip as a school principal. I'll go around chasing you around. We will come back here after an hour. Those who are presenting, make sure your presentation is loaded, including those who are doing so online. Thank you to everybody who has presented and the colleagues who were moderating the session. Let's break for lunch. Thank you.
Reform measures over the past 2 decades have seen a reduction in size of the public service in Africa. This, coupled with the effects of globalization, economic and political liberalization, and rapid changes in information and communications technology, have all led to the development of ethics, integrity, and professionalism as standards for public officials. It is in this context that the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration was developed and adopted by the African Ministers of Civil Service. It represents a drive to restore the public service to the center of development in Africa. The Charter provides a sound framework for ethical government driven by the imperatives of people's needs and service delivery. The National School of Government intends to popularize the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, and above all, promote its embeddedness within the African public service across various regions on the continent for an effective and people-centered public service by targeting public servants at various levels: executive, senior, and middle management in public organizations. This will assist public servant agents to gain insights into the efforts required for building a public service that is people-centered, share experiences, and embed the concept of African Renaissance in the public service. The African Union adopted the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration to affirm political commitment to strengthening professionalism and ethics in public service and maintaining its legitimacy in Africa. The public service must adapt and evolve to address the needs of the continent. It is for this reason that the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration presents a roadmap towards the modernization, improvement, and entrenchment of new values of ethical governance of the public service, with a view to promoting integration and sustainable development on the continent. The African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration is born out of the AU's commitment to strengthen professionalism and ethics in public service in Africa. It promotes the values and principles of democracy, good governance, human rights, and the right to development. The Charter intends to be a useful reference for the modernization and professionalization of the systems of public management and individual public service employees in countries of Africa. The Charter amplifies the fact that public service employees must possess a series of attributes such as merit, ability, vocation for service, efficiency in the performance of their duties, responsibility, honesty, and adherence to the principles and values of democracy. Values and principles enshrined in the Charter. The AU member states have agreed to implement the Charter in accordance with the following principles: equality of all users of public service and administration, the prohibition of all forms of discrimination on any basis, including place of origin, race, gender, disability, religion, ethnicity, political opinion, membership in a trade union, or any other lawful organization, impartiality, fairness, and due process in the delivery of public services, continuity of public services under all circumstances, adaptability of public services to the needs of users, professionalism and ethics in public service and administration, promotion and protection of rights of users and public service agents, institutionalizing a culture of accountability and integrity and transparency in public service and administration, effective, efficient, and responsible use of resources. Since the late 1980s, many African countries have been reforming their civil services as a part of the process of state redesign. Unfortunately, these reforms have not been very successful in addressing the major problems confronting African civil services. It is in this context that the Charter could play a meaningful role, as it intends to assist AU member states to transform and modernize their public services in order to meet the needs and expectations of citizens. Public service is a term used to mean services provided by government to its citizens, either directly through the public sector or by financing private provision of services. The term is associated with a social consensus, usually expressed through democratic elections, that certain services should be available to all, regardless of income. These services are made available through public institutions, which are established for the sole purpose of addressing the needs of communities without any expectation to make profit. Funds for managing and operationalizing public policies in these institutions come directly or indirectly from contributions made by individuals in the form of taxes. The decision on what services to focus on are value-based, and identifying the values within an organization provides the key to understanding why and how certain activities take place while others do not. Different types of organizations operate on the basis of different value sets, and the public service is no different in having its own unique combination of values. Public service values: respect for human rights and legality. This is a core duty of the public service. Public servants are to respect the dignity and human rights of all people and deliver services according to national laws and regulations. Access to public services. Equal access and non-discrimination are also key. The public service should be easily accessible, ensure that services are delivered close to the users, and be inclusive, to allow all stakeholders to participate in the requisite decision-making regarding service delivery. Access to information. The public service has to establish simple and effective communication systems so that users are informed of any decisions made as well as procedures of the public service. It is important that users know how to access services, and this can be achieved by a clear communication system. Efficient and quality service. Public servants need to deliver a high standard of services with set timeframes for delivery and ensure that the services evolve as the user's needs also evolve. Trust is key between users and public servants, and mechanisms to monitor the effectiveness of service delivery will assist to ensure the systems function correctly and all users are adequately and efficiently served. Modernization of the public service and delivery. Modern technology should be used to facilitate service delivery, and innovative procedures should be introduced to ensure this. Procedures should be simplified and ease formalities related to access and service delivery. Citizen-centered service delivery is an important aspect of ensuring service delivery. It includes how far the needs of citizens can be satisfied within the framework of policy, the comprehensibility and accessibility of administration, the openness of administration to client participation in decision-making, and the availability of redress. In terms of public services, this means that states have an immediate obligation to ensure that deliberate, targeted measures are put into place to secure substantive equality and that all individuals have an equal opportunity to enjoy their right to access public services. The states also have to ease access to adequate services by simplifying, modernizing, and streamlining overly bureaucratic processes, introducing one-stop shops, providing easy access to information and forms, and websites offer similar services. It is always important that centrally formulated policy should take into account the needs of citizens throughout the country to ensure all citizens' rights are catered to. Citizens need to be aware of where and how they can access services, what they can expect from the public service, and how they can assist to ensure the services are maintained and continue to be functional. Everyone has a role to play, and it is key that this is made clear. The first article of Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Considering the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, citizens have a number of rights that need to be maintained and promoted in various parts of the world. Therefore, every public administration has a duty to protect and promote the following rights. The human right to water entitles everyone to sufficient, safe, acceptable, physically accessible, and affordable water for personal and domestic uses. The right to health embraces a wide range of socio-economic factors that promote a healthy life. The right to education is both a human right in itself and an indispensable means of realizing other human rights. States will then need to take this further by considering that there are areas of the population that are further disadvantaged and would need special attention to ensure they receive adequate services. The most fundamental aspect of compliance is respect for basic human rights. Individual dignity is at the core of our innate human rights, and there can be no compliance if such rights are not respected and protected. Citizens will also need to be aware that their rights to service do not preclude them from looking after those services. It is important for the state and the citizens to work together to ensure that existing services are protected. There is no vandalism or wanton destruction of infrastructure that supports the citizens. It is when the states and the citizens work together with mutual respect for the rights of each party that the public service can flourish and ensure accessibility of services for all people. Besides promoting the principles and values of the public service, the Charter ensures quality and innovative service delivery that meets the requirements of all stakeholders. It also encourages the efforts of member states in modernizing administration and strengthening capacity for the improvement of the public service, and provides for the improvement of public service agents' working conditions while ensuring the protection of their rights. It also encourages the harmonization of policies and procedures related to public service and administration among member states with the aim of promoting regional and continental integration. Many countries are in the process of modernizing their public service using e-governance. As a starting point, several governments in Africa have initiated programs, strategies, and policies towards the establishment of effective and operational e-governance in their respective countries. E-government refers to the use of information technology, in particular the internet, to deliver public services in a much more convenient, citizen-oriented, and cost-effective manner. An altogether different and better way. The aim of e-governance is to open up government processes and enable the greater public access to information. It makes government services more accessible online, reduce the cost of accessing those services, streamline administrative processes, improve turnaround times, and strengthens accountability and responsiveness. E-governance has changed the basic character of governance, its operational methodology, functional style, and ideological orientation. It also creates a space for regular involvement of citizens who, as customers of public services, have direct access to governmental activities through the ICT. An example of modernization is the Department of Home Affairs using banks and malls to deliver their services, including issuing of identity documents and passports. It is part of modernization of the services to the citizens. New licensing departments have also been launched in Eco Park, Centurion and Waterfall, which open until late at night and on weekends. This allows easier access to services, which has been made possible by modernization. There are several barriers to e-government, and these can be technical, organizational, and institutional. They have to do with the growing interdependencies of network organizations in e-government, and they involve more than just introducing ICT applications into public administration. In order for the African public service to modernize and become innovative, there's a pressing need for the adoption of the electronic communication means and devices in the provision of services. The appropriate application of e-government allows for higher levels of effectiveness and efficiency in governmental tasks, improvement of processes and procedures, increases the quality of public services, also improves the use of information in the decision-making processes, and allows for better communication among different governmental offices. One of the Charter's primary objectives is to demand fairness and due processes in the delivery of public services. Although member states represent divergent societies from autonomous nations, the collective respect for and conformity to national laws, regulations, and policies is prominent in the Charter. Unethical behavior and corruption is a universal phenomenon in public administration and exists at all levels of government. Therefore, students and practitioners in the public sector should be able to identify manifestations of unethical conduct and devise measures to combat such conduct. The Code of Conduct for Public Service Agents includes professionalism. To the public servant in contact with the members of the public, professionalism is the quest for the greatest level of client satisfaction. Public servants should be impartial and demonstrate professionalism in all aspects of their duties. They are also to demonstrate excellence and act responsibly in accordance with national laws. Ethics. Ethical behavior by all public service practitioners is ensured by a strict code of conduct, which prohibits any soliciting, acceptance, or receiving directly or indirectly of any payment, gift, donation, or reward in kind or cash for public services rendered. Ethics embody the ideals people should strive for and how people, especially public servants, should behave. All public officials are expected to act in the best interest of the public, even if that means that their own needs become secondary. Public functionaries and legislators have to conduct themselves appropriately in the performance of their functions. Therefore, they're required to make and subscribe to oaths or solemn affirmations before assuming their duties. Medical personnel, army personnel, and members of the judiciary are just some of the public servants who make an oath before the performance of their duties. Ethics is one of the enduring values of public management. In other words, it is one of the cornerstones of service to the public. Incompatibilities and conflict of interest. Public servants should not participate in making decisions or intervene in situations in which they have vested interests. They should also not hold any positions that are incompatible with their public service or that they end up benefiting unfairly. A public servant cannot be both submitting a tender bid as well as adjudicating it. Preventing and combating corruption. Corruption is recognized as the biggest impediment to development. The aim of every public institution should be to promote the welfare of society. Thus, every action of an office bearer or official should be of value to the citizens. Governments can implement a variety of remedies to combat unethical conduct in their institutions. Some of the most common remedies are whistleblowers, monitoring and investigation, transparency, clear rules and guidelines, political leadership, statutory guidelines and codes of conduct, organizational arrangements, accountability incentives, linking strategy with ethics and social responsibility, declaration of assets. Public service agents shall declare their assets and income at the beginning, during, and at the end of their service as prescribed in national laws and regulations. The public sector is the biggest employer in a nation. The vast range of services offered to the public also required a vast workforce to implement. Employees play an important role in the productivity and quality of public services. Like any employer, the public sector has to enable public servants to their tasks perform optimally. The Charter promotes equality, freedom of expression and association, safe and fair working conditions, reasonable remuneration, and access to social security and benefits. As an employer, the public sector must have a meritocratic recruitment system, whilst providing opportunities for growth and self-realization and a recognition of achievements. Equality. The Charter promotes equality in the workplace. Any discrimination based on origin, race, gender, disability, religion, ethnicity, political opinion, or any other consideration shall be discouraged. Freedom of expression and association. Public service agents shall have the right to create or belong to associations, trade unions, or any other group to promote and protect their rights in accordance with national laws. They have the right to join trade unions or bargaining councils and be protected from any discrimination or punishment based on trade union involvement. Working conditions. Public servants should work in an environment that guarantees safety and does not allow for sexual harassment, discrimination, threats, insults, or aggression. Remuneration. Public service agents shall have the right, within a coherent and harmonized pay system, to a just and equitable remuneration, which corresponds to their qualifications, responsibilities, performance, and tenure. Social rights. Public service agents shall have the right to leave, social security, and retirement benefits. Management and development of human resources issues assume center stage in the context of the reform of the public service. If reform is expected to bring about the intended results in terms of efficiency and improved service delivery. Human resource departments in most organizations have three major objectives: contribute to organizational effectiveness, be responsive to larger societal concerns, and meet the personal needs of employees. Human resource management. Human resource management aims to improve the productive contribution of individuals, while simultaneously attempting to attain other societal and individual employee objectives. Human resource development. For organizations, and particularly the public service, to be successful, there is a need to build organizational capability. The imperative for the African public service is to build strategic capability, expand its boundaries, and manage new roles. This can be achieved by recruitment, which aims to provide a pool of potential employees from which the institution can select the required number to meet job requirements. A first step in building effective public service and administration is to ensure that public service human resources have the capacity and the capability to implement policy and deliver service. The understanding of public service capacity is not limited to human resources, filled posts, and adequate skills. It also includes the institutional structures and systems which support effective performance, as well as appropriate working, leadership, and management cultures. There are several aspects to this process. Recruitment. It is important to ensure that recruitment is based on principles of competition, merit, equity, and transparency. There should be a framework in place that ensures fairness and that all marginalized groups are also able to apply. If the recruitment process is thorough, we have a public service that is manned by competent individuals, thereby improving service. Effective performance can be measured through performance management processes. The benefits of performance management to public representatives, managers, and the public are varied, interdependent, and interrelated, and relate to identification of key clients, users, and customers, stronger understanding of the objectives by internal and external stakeholders, comparison of performance information, different activities and work units to identify potential operating problems and opportunities for improvement, and many others. Career management is also a factor in boosting capability in the public sector and is necessary for the successful development of employees as well as for retention of experienced employees who are skilled and seek to develop their careers. It is important to implement continuous monitoring and evaluation to assess the performance of public servants in order to determine their promotional requirements, development needs, levels of efficiency and productivity. Capacity development. It is important to undertake systematic, comprehensive and evidence-based capacity development programs to strengthen the effectiveness and efficiency of public service and administration. Collaborations with other institutions as well as leveraging on existing knowledge networks will help to strengthen the capabilities of the public service. It is important that there is a conducive working environment as well as mechanisms and processes for the exchange of expertise, knowledge, information, technology, and best practices in capacity enhancement of public service and administration. Recruitment strategies and plans are important to ensure that people with the right knowledge and skills as required by the system are employed, and an effective human resource management system will ensure that those people continue to deliver as expected in their service. To give effect to the commitments contained in this charter, all states need to ensure that the charter is implemented. At state level, states need to enact laws that align with the charter and integrate its policies into national policy. The charter will also need to be disseminated widely to ensure that all members of the public service understand what is required. With a view to ensuring and facilitating the implementation of this charter at continental level, it is important that implementation guidelines are developed and ratified by member states, harmonize policies in line with the charter among member states, and establish a secretariat to coordinate and undertake the implementation of duties, obligations, and responsibilities enshrined in this charter. Member states can then periodically meet to discuss the charter and updates policies as and when required. Within line with the various laws in each country, the regional economic communities should encourage their member states to ratify or accede to this charter, implement it, and integrate and take into account the objectives, principles, and values of this charter in the drafting and adoption of their legal instruments. Reporting and follow-up mechanisms. States shall submit every 2 years from the date the charter comes into force a report to the Commission on the legislative or other relevant measures taken with a view to giving effect to the principles and commitments of the charter. This report should be submitted to the various African Union organs and appropriate measures taken to address any issue raised therein. recognition and award system. The states should institutionalize a transparent and impartial system for recognizing outstanding performance, creativity and innovation in public service and administration, and support activities for the improvement of the public service. Innovative experiences will be promoted, as well as a system of awards for innovation in the public service that states can enter and be eligible to win. There are 9 articles at the end of the Charter, and they cover all legal, regulatory and incidental aspects, including interpretation, settlement of disputes, signature, ratification and accession, entry into force and registration of the Charter. No clause in the Charter shall affect more favorable legislation on public service and administration. Any dispute or differences arising between states about the interpretation or application of this Charter shall be settled amicably through direct consultations between the states, or else the dispute may be referred to the African Court of Justice and Human Rights. The Charter contributes to need for a concerted effort to revitalize, professionalize and strengthen the capacity of the public service and administration in consolidating the democratic gains that member states have achieved through enhanced public delivery and socio-economic development. It also serves to improve public service delivery, combat corruption, protect the rights of citizens as users of public service, as well as to promote good governance and sustainable development. It also provides a sound framework for ethical government, driven by the imperatives of people's needs and service delivery, and serves to encourage member states' efforts towards modernizing their public and civil services. It also provides a basis for encouraging the exchange of experiences and best practices. And finally, the Charter provides for periodic reviews and the submission of reports to the Executive Council on implementation.
South Africa's National Development Plan, or NDP, is the guide to realize a capable state which can bring about development and transformation of our society. This requires skilled public servants who are committed to the public good and deliver consistent high-quality services to all South Africans. The National School of Government, or NSG, has been mandated to provide training and development that supports the NDP's commitments with a clear mandate to deliver quality education, training and development interventions that are relevant to the needs of the public sector to strengthen public service performance across the 3 spheres of government. The organization's strategic focus to 2025 is in line with the NDP and the legislative mandate to develop a capable, ethical and developmental state.
School of Government is a very important government department, especially since 2020, when government changed the national priorities. The priority number 1 is building state capacity. Partnerships are very key for us in our ability to survive. If you partner, you expand the depth of what you can do, you diversify it, you have the expertise which you cannot be able to have immediately or afford, and you can deliver things very quickly. But also you build your brand because you leverage on big brands.
This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
The
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The National School of Government is committed to use international partnerships to support public sector capacity development in South Africa and beyond. These partnerships support the development of relevant and quality learning programs in an increasingly interconnected and complex world, and allows the NSG to access various expertise to support public sector development and performance by expanding learning opportunities. The NSG also engages in these partnerships as part of its commitment to the Global Knowledge Exchange Network to promote mutual exchanges and contribution to knowledge with our partners in the Global South.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow. Reform measures over the past 2 decades have seen a reduction in size of the public service in Africa. This, coupled with the effects of globalization, economic and political liberalization, and rapid changes in information and communications technology, have all led to the development of ethics, integrity, and professionalism as standards for public officials. It is in this context that the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration was developed and adopted by the African Ministers of Civil Service. It represents a drive to restore the public service to the center of development in Africa. The Charter provides a sound framework for ethical government driven by the imperatives of people's needs and service delivery. The National School of Government intends to popularize the African Charter on values and principles of public service and administration, and above all, promote its embeddedness within the African public service across various regions on the continent for an effective and people-centered public service by targeting public servants at various levels: executive, senior, and middle management in public organizations. This will assist public servant agents to gain insights into the efforts required for building a public service that is people-centered, share experiences, and embed the concept of African Renaissance in the public service. The African Union adopted the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration to affirm political commitment to strengthening professionalism and ethics in public service and maintaining its legitimacy in Africa. The public service must adapt and evolve to address the needs of the continent. It is for this reason that the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration presents a roadmap towards the modernization, improvement, and entrenchment of new values of ethical governance of the public service, with a view to promoting integration and sustainable development on the continent. The African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration is born out of the AU's commitment to strengthen professionalism and ethics in public service in Africa. It promotes the values and principles of democracy, good governance, human rights, and the right to development. The Charter intends to be a useful reference for the modernization and professionalization of the systems of public management and individual public service employees in countries of Africa. The Charter amplifies the fact that public service employees must possess a series of attributes such as merit, ability, vocation for service, efficiency in the performance of their duties, responsibility, honesty, and adherence to the principles and values of democracy. Values and principles enshrined in the Charter. The AU member states have agreed to implement the Charter in accordance with the following principles: equality of all users of public service and administration, the prohibition of all forms of discrimination on any basis, including place of origin, race, gender, disability, religion, ethnicity, political opinion, membership in a trade union, or any other lawful organization, impartiality, fairness, and due process in the delivery of public services, continuity of public services under all circumstances, adaptability of public services to the needs of users, professionalism and ethics in public service and administration, promotion and protection of rights of users and public service agents, institutionalizing a culture of accountability and integrity and transparency in public service and administration, effective, efficient, and responsible use of resources. Since the late 1980s, many African countries have been reforming their civil services as a part of the process of state redesign. Unfortunately, these reforms have not been very successful in addressing the major problems confronting African civil services. It is in this context that the Charter could play a meaningful role, as it intends to assist AU member states to transform and modernize their public services in order to meet the needs and expectations of citizens. Public service is a term used to mean services provided by government to its citizens, either directly through the public sector or by financing private provision of services. The term is associated with a social consensus, usually expressed through democratic elections, that certain services should be available to all, regardless of income. These services are made available through public institutions, which are established for the sole purpose of addressing the needs of communities without any expectation to make profit. Funds for managing and operationalizing public policies in these institutions come directly or indirectly from contributions made by individuals in the form of taxes. The decision on what services to focus on are value-based, and identifying the values within an organization provides the key to understanding why and how certain activities take place while others do not. Different types of organizations operate on the basis of different value sets, and the public service is no different in having its own unique combination of values. Public service values: respect for human rights and legality. This is a core duty of the public service. Public servants are to respect the dignity and human rights of all people and deliver services according to national laws and regulations. Access to public services. Equal access and non-discrimination are also key. The public service should be easily accessible, ensure that services are delivered close to the users, and be inclusive, to allow all stakeholders to participate in the requisite decision-making regarding service delivery. Access to information. The public service has to establish simple and effective communication systems so that users are informed of any decisions made as well as procedures of the public service. It is important that users know how to access services, and this can be achieved by a clear communication system. Efficient and quality service. Public servants need to deliver a high standard of services with set timeframes for delivery and ensure that the services evolve as the user's needs also evolve. Trust is key between users and public servants, and mechanisms to monitor the effectiveness of service delivery will assist to ensure the systems function correctly and all users are adequately and efficiently served. Modernization of the public service and delivery. Modern technology should be used to facilitate service delivery, and innovative procedures should be introduced to ensure this. Procedures should be simplified and ease formalities related to access and service delivery. Citizen-centered service delivery is an important aspect of ensuring service delivery. It includes how far the needs of citizens can be satisfied within the framework of policy, the comprehensibility and accessibility of administration, the openness of administration to client participation in decision-making, and the availability of redress. In terms of public services, this means that states have an immediate obligation to ensure that deliberate, targeted measures are put into place to secure substantive equality and that all individuals have an equal opportunity to enjoy their right to access public services. The states also have to ease access to adequate services by simplifying, modernizing, and streamlining overly bureaucratic processes, introducing one-stop shops, providing easy access to information and forms, and websites offer similar services. It is always important that centrally formulated policy should take into account the needs of citizens throughout the country to ensure all citizens' rights are catered to. Citizens need to be aware of where and how they can access services, what they can expect from the public service, and how they can assist to ensure the services are maintained and continue to be functional. Everyone has a role to play, and it is key that this is made clear. The first article of Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Considering the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, citizens have a number of rights that need to be maintained and promoted in various parts of the world. Therefore, every public administration has a duty to protect and promote the following rights. The human right to water entitles everyone to sufficient, safe, acceptable, physically accessible, and affordable water for personal and domestic uses. The right to health embraces a wide range of socio-economic factors that promote a healthy life. The right to education is both a human right in itself and an indispensable means of realizing other human rights. States will then need to take this further by considering that there are areas of the population that are further disadvantaged and would need special attention to ensure they receive adequate services. The most fundamental aspect of compliance is respect for basic human rights. Individual dignity is at the core of our innate human rights, and there can be no compliance if such rights are not respected and protected. Citizens will also need to be aware that their rights to service do not preclude them from looking after those services. It is important for the state and the citizens to work together to ensure that existing services are protected. There is no vandalism or wanton destruction of infrastructure that supports the citizens. It is when the states and the citizens work together with mutual respect for the rights of each party that the public service can flourish and ensure accessibility of services for all people. Besides promoting the principles and values of the public service, the Charter ensures quality and innovative service delivery that meets the requirements of all stakeholders. It also encourages the efforts of member states in modernizing administration and strengthening capacity for the improvement of the public service, and provides for the improvement of public service agents' working conditions while ensuring the protection of their rights. It also encourages the harmonization of policies and procedures related to public service and administration among member states with the aim of promoting regional and continental integration. Many countries are in the process of modernizing their public service using e-governance. As a starting point, several governments in Africa have initiated programs, strategies, and policies towards the establishment of effective and operational e-governance in their respective countries. E-government refers in particular the internet to deliver public services in a much more convenient, citizen-oriented, and cost-effective manner, an altogether different and better way. The aim of e-governance is to open up government processes and enable the greater public access to information. It makes government services more accessible online, reduce the cost of accessing those services, streamline administrative processes, improve turnaround times, and strengthens accountability and responsiveness. E-governance has changed the basic character of governance, its operational methodology, functional style, and ideological orientation. It also creates a space for regular involvement of citizens who, as customers of public services, have direct access to governmental activities through the ICT. An example of modernization is the Department of Home Affairs using banks and malls to deliver their services, including issuing of identity documents and passports. It is part of modernization of the services to the citizens. New licensing departments have also been launched in Eco Park, Centurion, and Waterfall, which open until late at night and on weekends. This allows easier access to services, which has been made possible by modernization. There are several barriers to e-government, and these can be technical, organizational, and institutional. They have to do with the growing interdependencies of network organizations in e-government, and they involve more than just introducing ICT applications into public administration. In order for the African public service to modernize and become innovative, there's a pressing need for the adoption of the electronic communication means and devices in the provision of services. The appropriate application of e-government allows for higher levels of effectiveness and efficiency in governmental tasks, improvement of processes and procedures, increases the quality of public services, also improves the use of information in the decision-making processes, and allows for better communication among different governmental offices. One of the Charter's primary objectives is to demand fairness and due processes in the delivery of public services. Although member states represent divergent societies from autonomous nations, the collective respect for and conformity to national laws, regulations and policies is prominent in the Charter. Unethical behavior and corruption is a universal phenomenon in public administration and exists at all levels of government. Therefore, students and practitioners in the public sector should be able to identify manifestations of unethical conduct and devise measures to combat such conduct. The Code of Conduct for Public Service Agents includes professionalism. To the public servant in contact with the members of the public, professionalism is the quest for the greatest level of client satisfaction. Public servants should be impartial and demonstrate professionalism in all aspects of their duties. They are also to demonstrate excellence and act responsibly in accordance with national laws. Ethics. Ethical behavior by all public service practitioners is ensured by a strict code of conduct, which prohibits any soliciting, acceptance, or receiving directly or indirectly of any payment, gift, donation, or reward in kind or cash for public services rendered. Ethics embody the ideals people should strive for and how people, especially public servants, should behave. All public officials are expected to act in the best interest of the public, even if that means that their own needs become secondary. Public functionaries and legislators have to conduct themselves appropriately in the performance of their functions. Therefore, they are required to make and subscribe to oaths or solemn affirmations before assuming their duties. Medical personnel, army personnel, and members of the judiciary are just some of the public servants who make an oath before the performance of their duties. Ethics is one of the enduring values of public management. In other words, it is one of the cornerstones of service to the public. Incompatibilities and conflict of interest. Public servants should not participate in making decisions or intervene in situations in which they have vested interests. They should also not hold any positions that are incompatible with their public service or that they end up benefiting unfairly. A public servant cannot be both submitting a tender bid as well as adjudicating it. Preventing and combating corruption. Corruption is recognized as the biggest impediment to development. The aim of every public institution should be to promote the welfare of society. Thus, every action of an office bearer or official should be of value to the citizens. Governments can implement a variety of remedies to combat unethical conduct in their institutions. Some of the most common remedies are whistleblowers, monitoring and investigation, transparency, clear rules and guidelines, political leadership, statutory guidelines and codes of conduct, organizational arrangements, accountability incentives, linking strategy with ethics and social responsibility, declaration of assets. Public service agents shall declare their assets and income at the beginning, during, and at the end of their service as prescribed in national laws and regulations. The public sector is the biggest employer in a nation. The vast range of services offered to the public also required a vast workforce to implement. Employees play an important role in the productivity and quality of public services. Like any employer, the public sector has to enable public servants to their tasks perform optimally. The Charter promotes equality, freedom of expression and association, safe and fair working conditions, reasonable remuneration, and access to social security and benefits. As an employer, the public sector must have a meritocratic recruitment system, whilst providing opportunities for growth and self-realization and a recognition of achievements. Equality. The Charter promotes equality in the workplace. Any discrimination based on origin, race, gender, disability, religion, ethnicity, political opinion, or any other consideration shall be discouraged. Freedom of expression and association. Public service agents shall have the right to create or belong to associations, trade unions, or any other group to promote and protect their rights in accordance with national laws. They have the right to join trade unions or bargaining councils and be protected from any discrimination or punishment based on trade union involvement. Working conditions. Public servants should work in an environment that guarantees safety and does not allow for sexual harassment, discrimination, threats, insults, or aggression. Remuneration. Public service agents shall have the right, within a coherent and harmonized pay system, to a just and equitable remuneration, which corresponds to their qualifications, responsibilities, performance, and tenure. Social rights. Public service agents shall have the right to leave, social security, and retirement benefits. Management and development of human resources issues assume center stage in the context of the reform of the public service. If reform is expected to bring about the intended results in terms of efficiency and improved service delivery. Human resource departments in most organizations have three major objectives: contribute to organizational effectiveness, be responsive to larger societal concerns, and meet the personal needs of employees. Human resource management. Human resource management aims to improve the productive contribution of individuals, while simultaneously attempting to attain other societal and individual employee objectives. Human resource development. For organizations, and particularly the public service, to be successful, there is a need to build organizational capability. The imperative for the African public service is to build strategic capability, expand its boundaries, and manage new roles. This can be achieved by recruitment, which aims to provide a pool of potential employees from which the institution can select the required number to meet job requirements. A first step in building effective public service and administration is to ensure that public service human resources have the capacity and the capability to implement policy and deliver service. The understanding of public service capacity is not limited to human resources, filled posts, and adequate skills. It also includes the institutional structures and systems which support effective performance, as well as appropriate working, leadership, and management cultures. There are several aspects to this process. Recruitment. It is important to ensure that recruitment is based on principles of competition, merit, equity, and transparency. There should be a framework in place that ensures fairness and that all marginalized groups are also able to apply. If the recruitment process is thorough, we have a public service that is manned by competent individuals, thereby improving service. Effective performance can be measured through performance management processes. The benefits of performance management to public representatives, managers, and the public are varied, interdependent, and interrelated, and relate to identification of key clients, users, and customers.
So good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Uzuki Swam Kolomba. I know that many find it difficult to pronounce my name, so I will just allow you to call me Zuki for short, and you can forget the surname for now. My duty is a very simple one. Mine is to basically moderate the second session of today's program. And but before we moderate and we go into the second session, can we please get two hands of people to tell us, number one, how they found the first session, and secondly, how was lunch, and how are you feeling into the second session of today's program? Anybody who wants to tell us any one of those three questions? How was lunch? How did they find the first session? And how are they feeling into this session of the program? We've got a very shy audience. A very shy audience this afternoon. I think it's the lunchtime effect. You are forgiven. But let's actually start now with the second session of our program. I would like to invite either of these three authors, the three authors who have authored a paper on corruption and economic growth in the emerging markets, empirical evidence from heterogeneous dynamic panel data. So any three of these authors, between Ferdinand Nyambanira from University of Mpumalanga, South Africa, or Dr. Tanyani Madzivandila, who also happens to be my PhD supervisor. So today I get to assess him. He gives me a hard time enough assessing me with my PhD journey. So today I give you full permission to be equally critical of his presentation as he presents. Please, dear colleagues. Or we can get Dr. Nkuna from the University of Limpopo to come and present on behalf of the group. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me make a Oh, okay. Thank you very much. It's nice to have a principal next to me. Yeah, by the way, your supervisor is a professor, so he's sitting there, so he's not the one who is presenting. So you don't have a chance to evaluate him. My name is Ferdinand Nyambanira. I'm from School of Development Studies at University of Mpumalanga. I lecture economics, though I'm based in the School of Development Studies. The paper, as the title was read by our facilitator, is Corruption and Economic Growth in Emerging Market, Empirical Evidence from Panel Data. The paper was co-authored by Professor Tanyani Madzivandila, who is currently with HCRC, of course with Professor Ngamula Nkuna, who is at the University of Limpopo. We really appreciate the invitation. So the presentation outline is not really that long. I know I have a limited time. So I have introduction. I will briefly talk about the determinant of economic growth and obviously the aim of the paper. And I will discuss two key theories of the relationship between corruption and economic growth. And I will talk about methodology we used, which is an econometric method, and the result with discussion, and I will conclude. I was told that I will be seeing this screen, something, but is blank, so I'm not sure. So we all know and believe that economic growth is one of the key in terms of reducing socioeconomic ills. In this case, we talk about your poverty, your unemployment, and inequality. Without that, it's very difficult to really address those three socioeconomic challenges. And over the last 3 decades, the determinant of economic growth or economic growth has attracted much attention in both theoretical and empirical research. So this paper we draw from a theory by Robert Solow on the neoclassical growth model, as well as endogenous growth theory by Roma and Lucas, where they include, beside capital and labor, they include technology and investment. But we go beyond in this paper. We bring corruption as one of the determinant or one of the factors which we believe influence the level of economic growth countries have. Though there is no consensus in terms of literature on whether corruption helps the economy to grow or if it does harm economy. We will see why I'm talking about the helps and cripple the economy. And it is generally assumed in the public discourse that corruption cripple economic growth, though in literature you will find some scholars and authors who believe or who claim that corruption sometimes is desirable for growth, which this paper doesn't believe, as we will show in the result. And in terms of the conceptualization or defining corruption, there is no really universal definition of corruption. But we prefer to take this one as abuse of untrusted power for private or personal gain. As one of the Ugandan scholar known as Benon Basheka, he mentioned that corruption is actually a multifaceted concept because it takes many forms. I just took those two examples from the paper in terms of paying a bribe to access public services or money laundering schemes, which we know is a big debate in this country. And the question we need to ask ourselves, what are the effects and the cause of corruption, which they are very enormous. If you have to summarize them in one sentence, we could say, actually corruption take future of the current and the future generation. The connection between corruption and economic growth is one of the most important topics in economics. I know we are in governance, but from the economics perspective, it's an important topic which need to be debated, how corruption affects the economy as a whole. But the question we want to ask this afternoon, does corruption cause economic or influence economic growth? If yes, is it positive or negative? The question is, to what extent corruption harm or influence economic growth? We need to have empirical evidence to say, yes, economic growth may be influenced by corruption, but to what extent, by how much? Without economic growth, it is hard for a country to progress and reduce socioeconomic ills, as I mentioned. And it is imperative that the country sustain positive economic growth to achieve other macroeconomic objectives. There are two factors which we need to have in mind when we are analyzing using data. The on corruption. The first thing to note is some kind of corruption, of course, harm economic growth than others. In other words, all type of corruption are not the same. The other challenge we have in terms of correcting data on corruption, you get misleading data from some countries, or even data we are using. Maybe you will end up questioning them, but they are not corrected by us, as I will indicate. So why do we keep seeing the persistence of corruption? There are economic and political factors. Sometimes there is the issue of law and policy being weak. We have institutional fail, and sometimes traditional and cultural value system. I would like to say or to emphasize why or what was the purpose or the aim of this paper. We wanted to empirically investigate the relationship between corruption and economic growth in emerging market using heterogeneous dynamic panel data, where we ask the following questions. Does such relationship exist using the 14 countries we chose? If yes, is it positive or negative? And how does it look in terms of long term or in short run? So there are two theories which I want to share with you before I go to methodology. There is what is called grease the wheels. As I mentioned, the literature, you will find people who will say sometimes corruption is necessary. If you want to cross the border, you need what they call facilitation fees for your good not to stay for 4 days at the border. I do have a long video I took 2 weeks ago when I went to Mozambique. The trucks are packed for more than 10 kilometers. I'm not sure what is the reason, but I'm just saying, not because I support that hypothesis. That hypothesis said corruption increases economic growth because corruption circumvents inefficient regulation. When regulation on starting business, for example, are tight, bribing politician and bureaucrat is likely to give rise to vibrant economic activities. That's argument from literature. You will see that we have enough reference. It's not my statement. But the second hypothesis talk about the sand, the wheels. This hypothesis talk about the contrast or the opposite of the first one. This talk about a decrease in corruption actually will make economic growth and economy to do well. And our paper proved the second to be the correct one. You can see the empirical evidence tend to suggest that corruption decreases economic growth, especially in countries with low investment rate and low quality governance. You may be wondering why I'm sharing the first hypothesis, but we are in academia. We need to open up for the debate. So there are many research done on who actually found that 1% increase in corruption lead to decrease in economic growth by 0.72%. In other words, corruption harm economy. We have more in 1995, where corruption associated with low level of investment, and they were doing research in Bangladesh and Uruguay, and they found that actually there were increase on investment by 5% when corruption were reduced. I think it's better I move because the 15 minutes may end up finishing, but we choose these 5 references to show that though there is that other hypothesis, the one we are sharing the result or the one which are confirming our result, there are still many comparing to the other side. Now, which method do we use? I will start with a source of data and the sample size. In this case, we are using secondary data, in other words, the data which are being corrected. I was happy to hear that OECD is partnering with the school, the National School of Government. So the data, we collected them from OECD, and obviously the corruption perception index is from Transparency International. So the sample size is 350 from 14 countries. Obviously the data ran from 1995 because that was the first year the CPI was collected. So the countries we chose, or which we could find the data for all variable use, is Argentina, Brazil, China, Colombia, Greece, Hungary, India, Mexico, Poland, Russia, South Africa, South Korea, Turkey, and Singapore. I want to believe that all BRICS countries are presented. So when you look at the sample size, we look at the time from 1995 to 2019, the obviously T is greater than the number of years. The number of countries is actually less than the number of years. So hence we call it heterogeneous panel. But because we include largely dependent variable as a regressor, we change linking to the title, the heterogeneous dynamic panel. You will see what I'm talking about shortly. So the key theory we rely on is Cobb-Douglas production function, which was adopted or which was initiated by these two scholars in 1928, where actually the total production depend on capital and labor, and of course with productivity being A, K being capital, and L being labor, alpha and beta being the elasticity of both capital and labor. Mathematically, we talk about economic growth being a function of corruption, because we bring corruption now in equation, and we include the capital and labor. Econometrically, I think I will end up bothering you with all this, but it's better we understand that what we are saying on the right side, we do have what we call independent variable and how they influence our dependent variable, which is the economic growth. Now, because we include what we call the lagged value, the equation change from the previous one, which is your EG equal to alpha, and the B1 to B3, and the error term, to this new equation. And this is for long term. But for the short term, we include the red, highlighted in red, which is what we call the error term, the error correction term, which group specific speed adjustment, coefficient, of course, and we have the lambda, which is a vector of long run relationship, and the last two are for short run dynamic coefficient. Now, the process we use eViews. Most of you are familiar with SPSS, but eViews is a software we use in econometrics to run. So those are the 10 steps we follow to reach the result which I will present shortly. So variable distribution, we have economic growth, which we all know is a change or percentage change in what has been produced in terms of value annually. But what do we expect in terms of relationship, if they do exist? We expect the positive relationship between capital and economic growth. We expect obviously positive relationship between labor and the economic growth. Lastly, with our key variable, which is corruption, we expect a negative relationship. In other words, we do expect if corruption increases, the level of corruption increase in a country, you would expect to affect economic growth negatively. Hence, the negative sign. But you may ask why we do have a red positive sign. Is because when we talk about corruption perception index, is measured by between 0 and 10. So the higher it is, the lower corruption is in a country. So obviously our negative relationship need to be opposite, in this case, with a positive sign. The Corruption Perception Index in those 14 countries we choose, you can see, I would say, in Argentina, to some extent, corruption has been reduced if you compare to 1995 to almost 2019. And if you look Brazil, it has been somehow consistent around 4. Remember I said 0 and 10. And when after 2015, it started decreasing. But in China, we can see there is increase in CPI, meaning there is less corruption comparing to previous years, because in 1995 it was around 2, but it moved to 4 in around 2019. Looking to South Africa, you can see it doesn't really look good to looking to where we were in 1995 and where 2019 data showing. And South Korea also is showing an increase in terms of reducing the corruption. Is any other are there any ethical issues to be taken into consideration? The answer is no, because these are secondary data. There were no human harm. The only thing we need to consider is to make sure that the data are used efficiently and we report the result as they are. So the result we have, the first step is to check the panel unit route, which we need to make sure that the time series we are using are stationary, either at integrated of order 0 and integrated of order 1. And we choose a number of lags using the AIC. We choose only 1 lag. In other words, we go back 1 period from the current period. And then the result we have in the long term, we do have a corruption showing a positive sign, as I mentioned, which is statistically significance, where we look at the probability, where it's highlighted. And also capital is still showing that is statistically significant. Surprisingly, we do have labor, which is showing expected relationship, which is positive, but not statistically significant. In short run, we do have, again, corruption still showing the expected sign, and the capital, both with labor, but labor continue to show that statistical is not significant. Now, the result indicate that a statistically significant long-run relationship between growth and corruption does exist in these 14 countries we use in this study. It is shown that an increase of 1 unit in corruption perception index, meaning reduction of corruption, will lead to actually an increase of 0.9.7% in our GDP among all those countries. And this is in line with different scholars who empirically confirm that indeed corruption affects economic growth. And also we have Amin, Ahmed and Zaman in 2013 argue that corruption is one of the major factors impeding economic development, and I think previous speakers, they did share the same views, though here we are bringing really the empirical proof. This implies that corruption burdened the poor through misdirecting investment fund, which could have changed the standard of living. So in the long run, both capital and labor have positive relationship with growth, but as I mentioned, surprisingly, labor was found to be statistically significant in both short and long run. So evidence presented with the result are in favor with the send the wheels hypothesis, the second theory which I shared with you, that corruption affects economic growth in these 14 countries we include in the study. So in addition, the result for short run indicate that corruption coefficient is positive of 0.41 and is statistically significant. This means that an increase in 1 unit in corruption perception index increases economic growth rate of GDP by 0.41 in emerging countries considered in the study. So the magnitude of the coefficient of corruption perception index in short run is in this case twice lesser compared to the one in long, and is an indication that corruption seriously harms a country's polity. In other words, the slowness of economic growth caused by corruption make it become inimical to the societal development. Therefore, the creation of anti-corruption agencies is a vital step, and making them independent from political interference by elite and multi-corporate organization. We're not only pointing on public servant alone, we are also bringing private sector because we do know that they also play a big role. In addition, the citizen should be educated about economic consequences of corruption to the society at large. The study went beyond where we use a cross-sectional short-run coefficient, where we have to estimate how long does it take for the disequilibrium caused in a model for each and every country, where we can see like Singapore has only 8 months. I would be interested on South Africa, which has 1 year and 5 months. So corruption included in a model will actually make the speed of adjustment will take around 1 year and a half, almost 1 year and a half, if we have to apply the half-life formula. So in conclusion, this paper used heterogeneous dynamic or autoregressive distributed lag panel data from 14 emerging markets with data from 1995 to 2019, and corruption was used as one estimator to investigate mainly its effect on economic growth using Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index. The paper found inverse relationship between corruption and economic growth, and it was statistically significant in both short run and long run, meaning that 1 unit increase, in other words, if we reduce corruption, and in terms of our CPI, not inflation, the corruption perception index, we get 1 unit extra. Let's assume a country has 3 and then it moves to 4. That means there is a less corruption. That will lead to 0.97% point for that country's economy in long run, and for short run it will be 0.41% in all these emerging economies. So in short, low or no corruption as one key for us to achieve other macroeconomic objective. Actually, the corruption need to be we need to get rid of it entirely. How? That is maybe a follow-up question if we can expand it to the recommendation I just mentioned now. Thank you for your attention. This picture showing you how these emerging countries experience the society striking against corruption.
Thank you very much, Professor Ferdinand. A very compelling piece of work, particularly using empirical evidence to help us understand what is the relationship between the two variables of study, which is corruption and economic growth. So now we go to our second presentation for this second session. The presentation is on stakeholder perceptions on the current implementation framework of the ARTO Act in Gauteng. Can I please have Peter Baloyi or Ricky Mukonza from the Tona University of Technology of South Africa to please come and give this presentation? Are these two speakers in the house? Or are they virtual? Okay, over to them, madam.
Kindly enable your video, Mr. Baloy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the program director. My name is Peter Baloyi. I'm with the Tshwane University of Technology. This paper is together with my supervisor, Prof. Ricky Mukonza, from Tshwane University of Technology at the Department of Public Affairs. Chairperson, I must put a disclaimer. Earlier on, you asked if the lunch was good and if the session is going well. I must say I did not have lunch there, but I can confirm that the session is very, very good. It's going very well. Just to confirm, am I audible to everyone, Chairperson?
Yes, you may continue.
All right. Just as part of the introduction, Chair, this is a presentation on perception survey around ARTO implementation in Gauteng province. Obviously, I'm just going to go through the introduction, the objectives, the methodology that we're going to use, the sample, the conclusion and the recommendation, obviously the research that we conducted on the study. Is my presentation moving that side?
Yes, it is.
All right. As a background, the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act 46 of 1998, it's a legislation that, amongst others, seeks to influence change in driver behavior through encouraging compliance with the laws relating to road traffic. And this also seeks to promote road traffic safety in South Africa, also to deal with road traffic offences through an administrative process. As currently, majority of the provinces are administering these traffic offences through what we call the Criminal Procedure Act. Also, the legislation seeks to alleviate the burden of the courts on trying offenders on traffic-related matters. The issue is 15 years later, the Act was proclaimed in Gauteng province only, in the two metropolitan areas of Tshwane and Johannesburg, partially because it has not been proclaimed with the points demerit system, which the legislation seeks to implement in a bigger scale. Now, just as a background, this is the same legislation that the North Gauteng High Court, on its judgment on the 13th of January 2022, declared the legislation to be unconstitutional and invalid. But recently, on the 12th of July 2023, which was last week, the Constitutional Court, in fact, declared the legislation constitutional and valid, and thereby setting aside the High Court judgment. Now, as the objective, this paper basically seeks to address the following. We looking at assessing and articulating the perceptions amongst officials and key stakeholders on the current implementation framework of the ARTO Act in Gauteng province since its proclamation in 2000, proclamation for implementation rather in 2008. Also, we critically analyzing the local literature on the current implementation framework, but we are also including international literature on similar legislation implemented in other countries. For this purpose, we have also looked at the BRICS countries in terms of them implementing a similar legislation. Obviously, we will then provide recommendations on the current implementation framework as per the findings of the study. Now, the methodology on this study, it used a mixed method approach, both quantitative and qualitative approach. where self-administered questionnaire were made available both online and manually. That was focusing on the three institutions rather in Gauteng province, the city of Johannesburg, Gauteng Department of Community Safety, and an institution called the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, which are the actual implementers of this legislation. So like I indicated, the legislation has only been proclaimed in the two metropolitan areas of Johannesburg and Tshwane. Secondary data collected through the analysis of the following, amongst others. As a case study approach on the implementation of ARTO in Gauteng, we're looking at Tshwane and Johannesburg literature there. We have also considered some media articles on online publications, state publications such as the annual reports and other documentations. We have also looked at the government gazettes and other related publications that put this legislation into operation. But we will also look at some of the published articles on ARTO, which are very limited, of course, since this is a new concept in the country. But more importantly, the previous High Court judgment, as I alluded to earlier on, and the recent Constitutional Court judgment on this matter. Now, in terms of the sample, we basically look at those three institutions. The respondents that positively responded on the study by completing the questionnaires, either manually or through online, representing the various organizations. 48% were from Johannesburg, while 27% were from the RTIA and 25% were from the Department of Community Safety in Gauteng. In terms of the theoretical framework, the authors argue that theory is regarded as a story that gives the researcher new insights and broader understanding of the phenomenon. Basically, this theory or this study is anchored on a change management process. And this is considering the fact that transition by various organizations and stakeholders from what is currently happening in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act to the ARTO process is a change that needs to be managed carefully. This transition requires change management both from an organizational perspective within its framework. Nofrasek argued that change management can be divided into change management approach and management of resistance to change, where the first refers to change management procedures established within an organization, such as identification of the bureaucracies, the silo culture in the organization that helps a government to achieve its objective. Whereas the second part refers to change, to managing resistance to change by the officials and stakeholders, as this is one of the biggest challenge for implementation. As we all know, they normally say change is pain. When you want to bring in something new, some people still want to hang on to old ways of doing things. Now, in terms of the literature review, we've looked into some of the literature that was published around this with regards to the high rate on non-compliance with road traffic legislation, and also looking at the downward trends in terms of areas around the judicial process that is unable to effectively deal with traffic infringement. So those are the issues that we're looking at. But the other scholars also argue that South Africa suffers from an extremely poor track record with regards to road traffic. And since it has been repeatedly proven that effective enforcement of road traffic legislation play a key role in reducing road traffic carnage. So when the legislation was first proclaimed in 2008, it was, of course, without certain parts of the Act, such as the points demerit system itself. But the view was that now this needs to be implemented nationally, as it may now start discriminating some offenders in one province and others in another province. Now, the current implementation framework of this ARTO Act, now the legislation says, despite the normal Criminal Procedure Act, the following are some of the key areas or key issues as contained in the current implementation framework, in line with those various sections of the Act, 17, 18, 19, and 20 of the Act. Now, the legislation basically says, upon receiving what it refers to as infringement notice, or what is normally known as a traffic fine, the alleged infringer has about 32 days to exercise any of the following options, meaning that the infringer can pay the discounted amount of 50% within the 32 days, or the infringer can then nominate the driver who was in control of the vehicle. This normally happens when such an infringement came through camera, through the electronic notices. The infringer can also apply for what is called representation. This is now disputing the notice itself or the fine itself. And there's also another option of paying the penalty in installment. But here's another challenge. The legislation still refers to the infringer having to elect to be tried in court. Much as this is an administrative process, the Principal Act is making reference to an infringer electing to be tried in court. Now, this is now bringing the matter back to the court system. Now, failing to exercise any of the options as indicated above within the prescribed time frame, which is currently 32 days, the infringer will then be reminded through what is called a courtesy letter, that is in terms of section 19 of that act. Now, subsequent steps will then follow in the case where infringer does not do anything. What normally happens beyond the second 32 days, of course, is that the system will generate what is called an enforcement order, normally what they refer to as notice block on the system in terms of section 20 of the legislation. The principal legislation also makes reference to execution of movable assets, but this has never been implemented as per the reports that we studied during this study. Now, in terms of the international perspective, the legislation basically seeks to introduce the points demerit system within the country. But there's this argument there in terms of that scholar, Liu, who contends that PDS has been an effective intervention mechanism that involves imposing penalty points and fines for drivers who break the law. And he indicated, countries like USA, New Zealand, and Japan that introduced this penalty mechanism since the early 1960s, and others such as Spain and so on. But within the BRICS context, only 3 countries were implementing the legislation. Brazil, China, and India were implementing this PDS legislation. But previous studies have focused on either the penalty points or fine strategy effective on violation of traffic legislation. But they argue that there's yet to be a quantitative comparison or joint model analysis of this of the effects of this points demerit system. Now, in terms of the findings, I'm not going to go through each findings, but basically, with regards to the respondents were asked whether this implementation of this legislation will increase corruption in the traffic fraternity. 9% strongly agreed and 40% agreed to this. 27% were not sure and 22% disagreed and only 2% strongly disagreed. So I'm not going to go through each and every finding, but these are some of the findings in the quantitative study. The issue around corruption, we all know this is a serious matter. The scholars, Gideon in one study indicated that corruption and bribery are prevalent, and the syndicate requires knowledge and strategic coping skills and a network that could be described as the art of bribery. That is now going against the status quo, comes at a high cost. Police corruption also include issues like misconduct at checkpoints, where such are rooted in a syndicate-supported policing culture, which are loosely regulated institutional environments. Traffic policing is rife with institutional corruption, with a well-established matters like network where each party plays their role according to the rules of the game. So this scholar argues that corruption is still very much prevalent, particularly within the traffic environment. So bringing this kind of a legislation, the view is that it might increase corruption within the fraternity. There was also an interesting response in terms of whether the legislation will be used as a revenue generation for implementers. About 9% strongly agreed and 61% of them agreed that it will indeed be used as a revenue generation. There has been views, I need to indicate that 18% were not sure and 11% disagreed with this view. I must indicate that there are strong views among some of the stakeholders that, like your automobile association and the likes of ARTO, who took the matter, organization Undoing Tax Abuse in South Africa, who took the matter to the court, citing that this legislation might be used as a revenue generation for authorities. So, as I indicated, those are the organizations who view this legislation as it may be used as a revenue generation mechanism for implementers. However, the view on revenue generation or traffic fine is disputed by that author. In one study, they arguing that a number of countries used administrative sanctions on this process. Their main way of as their main way of enforcing traffic laws, but they also bringing in the penalty, which is the fine. For example, in countries like South Korea, China, Japan, and Malaysia, the administrative sanction consists of fines, the demerit points, including the license suspensions, of course, including the revocation and so on. So those were some of the views that were put forward, but the literature dispute the issue around the revenue to say such is coupled with the fines administration together with the payment of penalties therein. With regards to the link in terms of addressing road safety matters, 11% agreed to this issue of linking the implementation of the legislation with addressing road safety rather, while 25% agreed and 45% were not sure, and 18% disagreed with the view that this will address road safety. As we all know, the fact that this legislation was only being implemented in Tshwane and Johannesburg, the consequences is only being felt within these two metropolitan areas. The World Health Organization stated that globally, more than 1.3 million people die on our roads annually due to road traffic crashes. And they estimated the cost to the economy to 1% of the country's GDP. And in this case, around in the BRICS context, the GDP of the both countries is just estimated at over 6.7 trillion. That was the figures for 21-22 financial year or 21-22. So you can see that the cost to the economy on the those that are dying on our roads, the cost is very huge. Now, according to that study by CLEP, countries that have adopted a driver penalty system typically trace the number of casualty and accidents and evaluate its effectiveness. Like, for instance, they say Spanish studies have shown a decrease of 12 to 14% in road traffic fatalities after implementing a similar legislation like the ARTO Act in the DPS. And this finding was supported by the finding of the Italian study similar to the DPS, that it has an effect in terms of reducing road traffic crashes and fatalities. There's also an issue around whether implementation of this legislation will remove traffic cases from the criminal justice system. As one of the objects of the Act is to alleviate the burden of the courts in terms of trying offenders in the criminal justice process. Now, 45% strongly agreed that yes, it will assist. 42% agreed, and less than 10% were either not sure, disagreed, or strongly agreed. Now, here's an interesting case about this legislation. When you look at the financial year 2018-2019, there were over 149,000 infringers who elected to be tried in court as per the annual report of one of the entities that is implementing this legislation. Now, the big question is, with the high number of court cases that the criminal procedure process is dealing with, is this number feasible for the courts to be handling such numbers? From the figure about, it is evident that two main elective options that are dealt with here, it is the representation and the elections to be tried in court. But now the criminal process, as I indicated earlier on in terms of the various options of the elective options, if one elects to be tried in court, it means that this must then go back to the criminal procedure process. But now, here's an interesting matter. The criminal case backlog reduction effort was launched as one of several interventions to deal with case backlogs, which is the same reporting period as the table alluded to earlier on. Now, the department worked with stakeholders consistently to develop and maintain case flow management at all costs in order to help courts functions better overall. Now, the issue here is that the Department of Justice had a backlog in terms of the reduction of court cases in the court system. Now, their target was to have this goal of having less than 43,000 cases on their case roll. Now, they ended up with over 43,826 backlog. Now, the target was to have less than 43,500. Now, the question is, if there are over 149,000 cases that must still go through this process, whereas the department is having over 43,800 backlog, this will never ever materialize in the criminal justice process. So the administrative process should still be the way in dealing with such matters. Now, in conclusion, we're saying, although there are some negative and positive perceptions from stakeholders around this ARTO Act and its implementation framework, the view is that this can be enhanced in order to cater for specific issues, including the introduction of the points demerit system. But authors are also arguing that perception may be unreliable and prone to distort the world around us. The current framework can still be made more effective to address road traffic behavior and encourage compliance with the road traffic and transport legislation. International literature has established that where a similar legislation has been implemented in other countries, such has been both the penalty point system coupled with the monetary fines has had reduction in crashes and fatalities upon implementation. As the speakers have alluded to the fact that South Africa as a developmental state, there's a need to ensure proper systems are in place in order to introduce such a system, which has mostly been implemented in the first world countries. The administrative process needs to be separated from the judicial process in terms of managing the ARTO legislation. But lastly, we're emphasizing on the fact that change management and ethical leadership need to be integrated into the public state institutions in order to ensure that legislations like the ARTO Act are implemented effectively. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for that presentation, sir. I think it was a very insightful piece of research, especially when it comes to understanding what are the unintended consequences of legislation in relation to perceptions of stakeholders, in particular your officials, in relation to police corruption, and the perception that these pieces of legislation are actually introduced to generate revenue for implementers. I also think that it was a particularly insightful presentation also to understand the costs of non-compliance, both economic costs of not complying to legislation, as well as the cost on lives and safety. So now we will have our third presenter for our second session for the day. And the presentation is on whistleblowing in South Africa, a vulnerable watchdog. So can I please have any of the authors to please come forward, kindly introduce yourself, and then please make the presentation as stated in the program. Welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Coordinator. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity to present this paper. My name is Dr. Udwak Johnson, and as you can see, the list of my colleagues from Mancosa who were involved in this research. Well, the title of our study is Whistleblowing in South Africa, a Vulnerable Watchdog. And before I start, I imagine that you can see that watchdog on the screen. Yeah. So that paints the picture of what the whistleblower in South Africa faces when they are considered as a watchdog. It's like buying a puppy and giving the responsibility of a watchdog and yet not protecting it. All right. Okay, as a background, we note that the United Nations Development Program Goal number 16 advocates for the need for peace, justice, and strong institutions. And we consider this global calling on this as a global calling on whistleblowing that has been localized in the South African Protected Disclosure Act. The development of a framework to secure whistleblower protection occupies a large portion of Justice Raymond Zondo's first report on the state capture. And it was noted that a number of whistleblowers were instrumental in the Commission's investigation and activities. Now, there's great risk and cost to some of those who constitute whistleblowers. And some of this risk come from the very state-owned entities, which is the employers of the people that blow the whistle. And based on some of this backdrop, one could argue that the practice of whistleblowing remains a suicide mission in South Africa, as it is in many other countries around the world, as this study would show as we proceed. Okay, we noted that the notion of whistleblowing was made popular from an 18th century English police practice, where police officers would blow the whistle when they witness crime in order to alert other police officers and the local community to come together in order to quench the crime or to put it to rest. This already is indicating that whistleblowing or the criminal justice system is something that requires all hands to be on deck. It's not just for those in the criminal justice system. So therefore, a standard definition of whistleblowing would be related to issues of disclosure by an organization member that could be a former or a current employee of an illegal, immoral, or illegitimate practice under the control of the employers to persons and organizations that may be able to effect an action. Whistleblowing is therefore part of an internal watchdog mechanism that is meant to promote good governance, maintain the public's confidence in government and public decision making, and support societal well-being and prosperity by ensuring some level of accountability. Now, going back to the example of the police officers in the UK, it is clear that one of the reasons why they used the whistle was that there were not enough police officers to be in everywhere where crime was taking place. And it's even more so in the context of the work environment. We cannot have police officers in every organization monitoring, or law enforcement officers monitoring what is happening there. So it becomes the responsibility of citizens in a democratic society to acknowledge when something wrong is going on and report that early in order to prevent a total collapse of the legal system. Okay, so we see that whistleblowing happens mainly within organizations, and it's affected by the relationship that exists between employers and employees, but it goes beyond that to include consultants, contractors, trainees, and other stakeholders that are involved in a relationship with an organization. So we have Transparency International's definition of whistleblowing as wrongdoing that is disclosed by whistleblowers, and that they are not limited to issues of corruption, criminal offenses, breach of legal obligation, miscarriage of justice, but there are a lot more other issues, as the slide would indicate. Again, an emphasis on the State Capture Commission of South Africa, signaling threats of collapse of failure of some of the state institutions. That is, if they were to continue in the state that they were, based on the revelation that the commission has revealed. Hence the need, because it's also argued that whistleblowers were responsible for some of the revelations, it means it's important to protect the whistleblowers. Otherwise, as one of the politicians had mentioned, I think the president also, I think it was Justice Zondo who said that if the whistleblowers are not protected and we don't have mechanisms to indicate that they will be protected, then there will be no people reporting wrongdoings if there were to be another state capture in South Africa in the future. And some of the other areas where whistleblowing has occurred are listed, like the procurement irregularities, some of the issues related to the flood, and often in the Auditor General's report. And it's important to note that whistleblowing raises questions of ethical dilemma in the workplace, and that those involved in blowing the whistle risk their lives, their social lives, in the face of social ills that are both threatening and inimical to a flourishing society with acceptable values, and should be welcomed and protected. While the attempt to blow the whistle is a noble act in itself, they often suffer consequences that are very dire. And I think it's important a little to pause at this point and note that the challenges that whistleblowers face is not just after they've blown the whistle. One would argue maybe it would be a good idea for them not to blow the whistle in the first place. But if they do not blow this whistle, they also know that they are going to be in trouble when the issue, if it's a corruption issue, when it comes to light, it comes to the public, because they will be called to question on why they did not report this issue. So that's the kind of dilemma that they find themselves. So what are the objectives of this research? Mainly two objectives: to evaluate how whistleblowing can be enforced considering the lived experience of the whistleblowers on the one hand, and to assess how the Protected Disclosure Act can be amended to better protect whistleblowers in the midst of the broader need to promote ethical governance, ethical culture, and ethical civil service for the future. Now, it's also, this study was done last year. We presented it first at SAPAM. But it's interesting to note that from September last year to today, there has been some interesting developments. I think it's important to note that at this stage. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development has sent out a document, an initiation of public comments, and for public discussion on documents proposing reforms for the whistleblower protection regime in SA. So when we're talking about this, we're hoping that it was part of our studies that would have informed this development. It just feels nice to think that way. Okay, so regarding the methodology that and the theoretical framing of the study, this was a desktop study because obviously it would be a difficult endeavor to interview people who have blown the whistle. If already we say that they're vulnerable, it might also raise some ethical concerns. Okay, so this was really literature-based, based on article, research papers, government document, blogs, and other such documents. So we used the social justice theory perspective to frame this study. It's allowed us to look at the issue from a specific perspective. And we also applied ethical theories to examine our findings. And some of the theories we used included Kantianism, an ethic of duty, utilitarianism, and John Rawls' theory of justice. So we undertook a critical interrogation of the challenges faced by whistleblowers in South Africa and a basis for policy recommendation for the South African Protected Disclosure Act and the whistleblower policy framework in South Africa. So this is what we use this to explore the depth of whistleblowing as a means to combat corruption and unethical conduct in South Africa. Okay, so here are some of the case studies that we considered to inform our studies. Obviously, there are many cases, and if you want to see some of those other cases, you can read the document titled Heroes on Fire. I think the title of the document also makes a statement. But we look at a few of these cases of whistleblowing and what the outcomes were in terms of the lessons that were learned. We're also familiar with some of these cases. Babita Diokren in 2021, who blew the whistle on alleged fraud in the Gauteng Department of Health involving about 850 million rand. And the lessons learned by the whistleblower was that there was no protection for her, and there was a hit-style assassination in front of our home, and no justice was served. Similarly, Paul Theron in 2007 disclosed the poor state of healthcare system at the Portsmouth prison. He was dismissed, sued for defamation, and was never reinstated after a court order, harassed by security personnel, and no specialized assistance was given to him. And then there's Moses Pakwe, who attempted to expose corruption in the municipality within the ANC. He was assassinated in his driveway. Internal whistleblowing challenges were also noted, and his family was adversely affected, as well as members of his community. And then we have Kolabanzi. He tried to reveal corruption in relation to two tenders. He approached the Hawks and the public protector about the corruption in relation to these tenders at Bloemwater. He was gunned down, and there was failure of internal processes. No protection was given to him after he reported that there were death threats on his life. Roberta Nation, and I mean the list goes on and on. Okay, so why did we use the social justice theory? Okay, this is because the theory is defined as a basis, or is based on a belief that human life is to be universally cherished and valued. And the social arrangements should allow everyone to receive their fair share of distributive justice. In fact, not just distributive justice, of all the different kinds of justice, as far as the notion of human rights is concerned. But not just distributive justice, they should also be empowered to take part in social justice, as far as it brings about transparency and helps governance. Okay. And the social justice theory also emphasizes how everyone can be involved in ensuring a strengthened, not just governance system, but specifically of the rule of law. Okay, so believing that good things happen to good people and bad things to bad people implies a sense of control, which is why most people will blow the whistle apart from the challenges or the threats that they find themselves or the dilemmas that they find themselves when they find some of these unethical practices taking place. Okay, so as I talk about some of those other theories that were used that are related to the social justice theory, it kind of enhances. So from an ethics perspective, we used Immanuel Kant's ethical theory, and his arguments were that we do the right thing because it is right. He is popularly known for his categorical imperative that said we must act in such a way that the maximum of our action could be made a universal law. Okay, and John Rawls' theory of justice kind of brings together Kant's theory and the utilitarian theory, which is very popular about ensuring the happiness of the majority of those involved when we consider the consequence of our action. Okay, so with literature, we saw that it was evident that the size of an organization plays a critical role in terms of the extent to which crime would occur in the organization, which would lead to issues of whistleblowing. Okay. Now we also looked at some international perspectives to give us, some guidance, a means of comparison. And clearly, there are many nations that have whistleblower protection or whistleblower policies and whistleblower protection programs in place. And some of the countries we looked at were included Fiji, Japan, the United States, Canada, India, Australia, Nigeria, and the Republic of South Korea. In the interest of time, I'm just going to jump through because I can see that I'm getting some warning signs. And some of the lessons that could be taken from some of these countries, the United States, for instance. So we can see on the first column there the policy, what the policies really targets. Okay, issues of tax evasion. And one of the factors that have made the whistleblowing in the United States successful is that there's a reward program for whistleblowers. And this is something that we do not have in South Africa. So if you blow the whistle, there isn't really a monetary value. Now, some other countries that use reward programs do give a certain percentage of money that is recovered from whistleblowing to those who blew the whistle, which is some kind of encouragement based on the risk that they take. And we also looked at Japan, which initiated this whistleblower program mainly targeting large organizations, but later realized that it could be or should be expanded. Now, it was noted that Japan, like South Africa, does not have any reward program for whistleblowers, and that is part of the limitation of the program. Now, it fails also to address issues of retaliations. Okay, thank you. Right, so because of time, some of these lessons that we are drawing is part of what we drew as our recommendation for improving the whistleblower program in South Africa. Some countries like the Republic of Korea did something that is really critical, which entailed allowing proxy whistleblowers to use proxy lawyers, and these lawyers were paid by the state to kind of also conceal their identity, because clearly the identities are not concealed. That's why they are suffering the adverse consequences. And then Fiji is another country. I'm not going to speak about Nigeria because, I mean, you can easily assume what the case will be there. There's no clear program in place, but they do have a reward program for those who blew the whistle, which has made it popular. But then they need to put a policy in place. But Fiji is an example that I really needed to touch on because Fiji has had quite a successful whistleblowing program. They also have a reward program. But above all, a lesson that can be learned is that they have a training program that they've instituted. And this training program has been very beneficial in terms of, and I think Dr. Izzy in her presentation did mention the value of ethics training in order to curb unethical practices. While it's acknowledged that training in ethics is not going to automatically take away unethical practices, but it sensitizes people, because some people do the wrong things because they do not have the right knowledge. Okay, so I think we are quite aware, based on the earlier in the introduction that I gave about the states of whistleblowing in South Africa, what has happened so far. So I'm just going to skip part of what we have here so that we can go straight to the recommendation in the interest of time. It's worth noting, I think the challenges that the whistleblowers undergo are worth some attention, right? So some of them get spotlighted. Sometimes the problem gets highlighted, their character gets assassinated instead of the issue that they had reported. Some of them get set up for failure. Some of them get given recommendation that will prevent them from getting jobs elsewhere, whilst others are isolated or even blacklisted. So these negative experiences of whistleblowers is part of the reason why we say that they are vulnerable, if you can remember the picture that we had at the beginning. Hence, we are arguing that there is a need for a reconsideration, a review of the policy on whistleblowing in South Africa, taking some of the lessons that we've seen in all those other countries. Okay, so I think that's a major contribution that we had. For the interest of time, if there are any questions that are related to this, I would answer them. But very importantly, there is a policy, there's a discussion document by the Department of Justice that I alluded to earlier, and that document is out there for public contribution. I would encourage that we all, and it's going to be on until the 15th of August, so kindly make your voice heard with regards to this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. I thought it was actually quite incisive, particularly bearing in mind that there is actually a price to pay for whistleblowing. And that's why when I was going through your paper and your abstract, when you look at the recommendations that you make, it's important to make sure that our policy reforms and legislative reforms are tailored to speak to the lived reality of whistleblowers themselves. And just for a quick ad break, we'd also like to announce as the Public Service Commission that on Friday, we are having a whistleblower symposium of our own at the GCIS, starting at 8 until 1:30. So this is a very topical issue, and it is an issue of human rights and protecting the lives of vulnerable citizens. You are all welcome to this symposium if you are available. And if you are coming from other parts of the world, if you're still in the country, we'd also welcome you to be part of this symposium. Otherwise, thank you very much for your presentation. And now we then go to our last presentation for this second session of the day. And this presentation will be presented by Dr. Frankton from the Open University from the United Kingdom. The presentation is on governance challenges for scaling Chinese renewable energy projects in Africa. And I just wanted to ask if Dr. Frankton with us today? Okay, so I thought maybe you'd be presenting from the other side of the ocean, but I'm glad you were able to make it today. Welcome to South Africa, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening or good afternoon. It's always difficult to be the last presenter really in a session because probably everyone's so tired, and no matter how useful what you're going to talk about, people always feel, oh, we're tired, we just need to go home. Anyway, today I'm going to talk about a project that we have just recently completed. It was funded by some funders in the world. I won't mention who they are. But I think it's partly to do with the issue of the Chinese involvement, particularly in Africa's renewable energy sector. And this comes at the backdrop of, this idea that we have seen that the Chinese are basically everywhere in terms of infrastructure development in Africa. But why is it the case that when it comes to renewable energy, there's quite an insignificant contribution of the Chinese developers? So we are going to look at the issue of governance, and I understand governance really looks at so many things, but we are going to focus specifically on institutions. So this is kind of an institutional understanding of governance in the context of renewable energy. In terms of my outline, really, I'm going to address issue of electricity challenge in Africa, which I understand everyone now is aware of. That I think Africa is one of the continents with the highest number of people without access to energy, or electricity to be precise. And then go on to look at the role of the Chinese in developing renewable energy in Africa. But then we try to look at some of the work that has been done in trying to understand what the Chinese are doing, and we established that there is still kind of a missing link there, particularly perspective of institutions. So what are institutional drivers or enablers of Chinese involvement in Africa's renewable energy sector? And then I'll try to look at the Chinese institutional system that is responsible for promoting or frustrating renewable energy activities in Africa, and then try to zoom into 2 case studies of South Africa and Ethiopia. The argument really that we are pushing in this paper is that the current institutional system, both in China and in host African countries, requires some changes if we are to seriously consider scaling renewable energy projects. From the Chinese side, we acknowledge that yes, the state DFI, which is Development Finance Institutions, and the state-owned enterprises complex has been helpful in as much as developing other forms of infrastructure in Africa. But when it comes to the renewable energy sector, there are need for some changes. I will not spend much of your time really, because I think this is now public information or public knowledge in terms of the energy or electricity challenge in Africa. But one point that I really want to emphasize here is that renewable energy, particularly wind and solar, is now becoming more viable, economic viable to develop, particularly wind and solar, because the technology is now mature, it's quite quick to install, and it can even be installed in very, very remote areas. And recent studies also established that actually developing renewables increases job prospects compared to conventional energy sources. But there's one kind of a serious challenge here that we have kind of encountered in the continent, particularly around the scale of investments in the sector. We try to estimate that between 2010 and 2018, I think we found about 100 billion was invested in the energy sector, and surprisingly only 13 billion went to the renewable energy. And if we are to seriously consider achieving the target of ensuring that everyone has access to energy by 2030, then we really need to rethink our models for developing the sector. But there's an interesting angle which comes to mind here about the role of the Chinese. And I think since 2010, we have seen that China has become what some people refer to as an all-weather friend for Africa's development trajectories. I will not really spend much of my time in the statistics here, but one point that I really want to emphasize is here is that I think there's still a very small amount of money that is committed towards renewable energy in Africa from the Chinese side, and this is against the declarations, particularly at the political level, at the FOCAC, and even recently the NDRC as well, this green BRI proposal, of which wind and solar are key projects that they want to develop in Africa. And what we've seen particularly is that the Chinese have so far been involved in large hydro dams, and I think takes the lion's share, about 49%, and coal power again is still very dominant, and surprisingly we are looking at just under 7% for wind, solar and geothermal. If you were to look at wind and solar, probably you are looking at less than 3% thereabouts. So what we've established in the literature is that the reason why the Chinese are not that much involved in Africa's renewable energy sector is because of issues to do with the finance, issues of project bankability. Some are also saying that there are issues of the lack of appreciation, particularly from the Chinese side, of how the bureaucracy works in Africa. And in most cases, they do consider it as kind of bureaucratic complexes, and sometimes inconsistency in application of regulation, which somehow affects how the Chinese eventually do business in Africa. But I think what we believe, what previous research fails to capture, is this lack of understanding of institutions. We believe that institutions play a key role in determining how changes happen on the ground, and if you fail to understand how institutions change and the processes involved in the change, then there's no way you can be successful in an endeavor that you want to undertake. So we propose a dynamic tried institutional framework that basically has 3 layers. So the first layer here is an understanding that institutions are norms, institutions are about ideas, and institutions are about values. And the belief that actors within this particular environment have about a particular issue and idea. So in the context of renewable energy, what are some of the norms, beliefs, and ideas that these players have in developing renewable energy? We do take really a very broad definition of institution, which we consider something which is very multifaceted, something that is formal and informal, and it has the ability to shape and influence what happens and what doesn't happen. And then the second layer, again, is the environment within which, if you want, the sector, in this case, the renewable energy, we call it the political environment or the context within which these actors interact with one another. And then the third layer is the institutional practices, which basically, in our case, looks at the practices at the project level. So when you are implementing a project, what are some of the institutional practices that influence project development? I would not really spend much of your time here in terms of trying to explain this. We already have a paper out on this, so if you are interested, just let me know. I can share the paper with you. But basically, our layer one is, as I was saying, is all about the ideas of what transitions to renewable energy is all about. What is it, these ideas that shape this transition? What are the beliefs of these actors in terms of doing so? And then layer two, which is basically looking at the formal and informal regulatory practices. We're looking at the government policies. We're also looking at the financial instruments. Again, it's organizational strategies which guides actors' perception and actions in any sector that they are engaging one another with. And then the third and final layer that we have is what we call the institutional practices, basically, which is at the project at the project level where the implementation occurs. So we have three assumptions which are basically informed again by some of our field research in China, Ethiopia, and South Africa, and as well as in other African countries, Kenya in particular, where we believe that I think most of the interaction or engagement between the Chinese and African stakeholders occurs mainly at the project implementation level, which is at layer 3. Because we believe this is where, if you want, the everyday negotiations occur in terms of, probably their challenges or their struggles, and that's where things tend to happen. At layer 2, they are less frequent engagement because we believe that both the Chinese and Africans, they are autonomous entities. They are responsible for setting their own policy goals and financial instruments. And then the third layer really, the first layer really is like, again, we believe that they are very limited interaction there. I won't spend much of the time. You can read on your own the rest. So we thought maybe it's important that we first highlight what is the Chinese institutional system in the context of renewable energy. So we call it a state DFI SOE complex. So we have at the top layer, we have what we call the guardian ministries, which is more of representation of the state. And then in the middle, we have development finance institutions, as well as export credit agencies. And then at the third layer there, or the third level, we have what we call the state-owned enterprises. Basically, we have these contractors who are responsible for implementing some of the projects. And what we know so far is that this state DFI SOE complex is at the moment very rigid, it's very complex. This is because we have different agencies and institutions that have different mandates, that they've got different views and perceptions about what must be done and who needs to do that. And because of that, it somehow promotes, to some extent, at the same time frustrates scalability of Chinese-backed renewable energy projects in Africa. But we believe that since probably the late 2000s, this state DFI complex kind of operate on what we call a distinctive neo-mercantilist approach, which is basically try to support Chinese state-owned enterprises where they have comparative advantage on. It explains why we have seen that most of the Chinese companies have comparative advantages in developing, for example, large hydro dams, chiefly because probably of their own experiences of developing these projects back home in China. But we also believe that there are other principles such as the non-interference, which also help or shape how the state DFI complex operates in Africa, because they believe that it's not in their mandate or is not part of their responsibility, that they should be responsible at informing or supporting policy changes in African countries, which is a direct opposite of what you'd normally see from, for example, the traditional development partners such as World Bank, where they are mostly involved in supporting renewable energy projects or even the policy framework such as the procurement programs. For the Chinese, for them, they believe that it should be the responsibility of the state. I can see that here I'm running behind time, but what I can say in short here is that there is kind of fragmentation from the Chinese side, and in the sense that everyone has a responsibility, but when it comes to action, no one really knows who has to do what. And as a result, it affects how decisions are made. So from the government side, yes, they have the overall decision to decide which projects are funded, but they do not have the expertise to understand the technicalities of this project. So in most cases, they delegate the responsibility to the financial institutions, the DFIs. Unfortunately, the DFIs have got expertise in the financial aspects of these projects, but they do not have the technical understanding of developing these projects. So the responsibility now becomes of the state-owned enterprises who are actually involved in implementing the project. So if you look at it, there's kind of, there's a vacuum and there's also fragmentation, which somehow affects development of renewable energy. Our case studies really were Ethiopia and South Africa, and there are several reasons why we had looked at that. I'm sure some of them you can really look or read for yourself. I'll try to skip through here. But one thing that really is important here is to emphasize that from the South African side, there is this kind of tussle between the need to decarbonize the energy sector, as well as the commitments towards climate change, but increasingly issues of energy justice, which are also shaping how renewable energy projects are developed in Africa. I won't spend much of my time here. You can read for yourself. And in terms of this the institutional systems, both in Ethiopia and South Africa, we have kind of some indicators here which we have looked at, and you can see clearly here that, so for example, issues of decentralization and diversification is increasingly become very, very important, both in South Africa and Ethiopia. Again, I won't spend much of my time, you can read for yourself. In terms of the number of projects with the Chinese have been involved, so far we've got 6 in wind energy projects in South Africa, and in one project, DR, the Chinese are in fact the project owner, and then the others are EPC, which basically is engineering, procurement, and construction. So in other words, it's part of the debt financing where an African government is borrowing from China, and then the contract is contracted to a Chinese state-owned enterprises to develop the project. In Ethiopia, we have also seen that they've been involved in 4 EPC projects, which basically the Ethiopian government borrowed money from the Chinese government, and then the Chinese government would contract the state-owned enterprise to develop the project on behalf of the African country. In terms of what do we make out of this, I think the Chinese state institutions are particularly detached from the institutional context within which some of their Chinese companies are doing business. And then secondly, as I already assumed earlier on, most of the interaction, they occur at layer 3, where it's basically about the project implementation. Let me just go to my conclusion, if you don't mind. Okay, so we conclude that the Chinese energy projects in Africa are driven by a rather enclosed policy community, which is comprised of key ministries that I have spoken about. But again, they operate under this mercantilist, where they tend to support where they've got comparative advantage, but again also the non-interference perspective, where they don't want to be seen as influencing policy on transitions in African countries. But because of lack of this engagement strategy, it leads to lack of mutual trust, and again there's lack of proper skills development, particularly in those projects where the Chinese are involved. And again, there are issues of limited technical transfer from the Chinese to Africa, because really there isn't much interaction which is happening except at the project implementation level. As I said, this work has already been published, so if you're really interested, we have a paper which is out, Environmental Politics, which really looks at this in detail. We also have a report which is out, and we also have a policy brief. If you're interested, please get in touch and we can chat more. I'm sorry I had to rush everything.
Thank you very much to Dr. Frankton, who comes all the way from the United Kingdom just to join us and to be a part of this session today. So it's time for Q&A, discussions, comments, and questions. And just to remind you of the presentations we've already had, the first presentation was on corruption and economic growth in the emerging markets, empirical evidence from heterogeneous dynamic panel data. The second presentation was on stakeholder perception on the current implementation framework of the ARTO Act in Gauteng. The third presentation was on whistleblowing in South Africa, a vulnerable watchdog. And the last presentation that we've just had from Dr. Frankton was on governance challenges for scaling Chinese renewable energy projects in Africa. So now I open the floor to any questions or comments, any inputs from the House. Thereafter, we will look at whether or not we've got questions coming through virtually, and we'll ask our colleagues at the back whether or not there are questions or comments that we need to have sight of as this House and this platform. So any questions, comments, inputs? Can I please have some hands on the presentations that have just been presented? So is that you coming to give a question? I'm just joking. Ma'am, Ms. Lapan.
Thank you very much, and it's just to appreciate the wide variety of presentations that we've had. Chairperson, it's a comment really. In all four of them, the corruption components are high. The possibility for corruption is high.
Yeah.
And even if we were to do well in addressing corruption, the risk or the loss of life is also as high. And so I feel that if we are to professionalize the public service, if we are to do the right things for the right reason, if we are to make sure that public servants are held accountable, we would also have to strengthen all the systems that support them. The justice system, the safety and security, all of those aspects, whether it's in transport, whether it's in infrastructure, whether it's in the renewables. We will not be able to do our work if we are afraid for our lives, and given the presentations that we've just seen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lapan. Are there any other question from the back? Lady in black.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My first question is on the paper, relationship between corruption and economic growth. Looking at what is currently happening in South Africa with the service delivery and load shedding that is on the rise, and at the same time, this is where the real problems are, because now people are complaining about the service. At the same time, the small businesses are dying because there's an issue with electricity, so everything is literally dying. There's a model that was presented as a solution there, that if in South Africa, I'm not a numbers person, the presenter will correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but I heard him explaining that in South Africa, if the model could be implemented in a year and 5 months, we could see a difference and the corruption will go down. And there could be a bit of economic growth that could actually improve there. So now, taking it back to local municipalities where the service is really needed and where we really need our rural communities to have economic development there. If we could implement this model, what results could we see within a space of an IDP implementation? The second question is going to renewable energy. Unfortunately, that presentation is very interesting. Can I have a link again so that I can read on it? I wanted to hear more of that, but it was rushed, unfortunately, because of time. I would like to know what is the future of Africa in the renewable energy. As we all know that Africa is facing this problem with load shedding, and maybe, well, the solution is in the renewable energy. So now, from now moving forward, if we were to walk out of this room and start doing something concerning it, what could be the future that we could anticipate?
And then are there any other questions? Yes, there's a question in the back.
Okay, my name is TK Logola, and I'm one of the award-winning leader, the youngest award-winning leader in South Africa for 2023. Yes, I'm one of the UP students too. I wanted to comment on the whistleblowing. So, looking at the whistleblowing, I think, okay, as a law student, I think we go back to leadership, like the motive behind students, or let me just go actually look at the part of students, because of we have most of the students in South Africa who go into leadership because of corruption. So we always have to look at the motive behind it. So like okay, I get to start. I've speak for a long time. So yeah, we have to look at the intention. So, but in South Africa, we get to find most of the leaders, most of our students get to be motivated by maybe people who like, they can accept, I don't know, like maybe like who are corrupted. So I think they have to be get to have a reverse mentoring where we allow our juniors who are actually very good in leadership, who can be able to have a cross mentoring. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. So can we please, I think just for the sake of time, we won't be opening the questions for this, unless it's very critical and urgent. Okay, it's not then. Do we have any questions or comments from the virtual platform? No, so basically you've got two questions. Okay, that would be the last question for this session, and we will then ask the presenters to respond to these questions, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. First question that I have is related to the support that is available for managers in the public sector when they feel like their backs are against the wall when it comes to corruption and the pressure that is put on them. What is available and what can be done about that? And then the second one is looking at corruption. Obviously, we'll start by, like stealing 10 rands, and then it goes to 10 million and then 100 million, What can be done to celebrate ethical behavior? And when there are awards in different departments, it's not like an award because you are more efficient and etc., but also to include awards for those exemplary, responsible and ethical leaders, so that it's not just about the negative part of it, but let's elevate, how do we elevate, ethical leadership in those spaces. And then lastly, maybe just a comment.
Yes.
I'm not in the public sector, I was a long time ago, and I'm asking myself, what induction programs are available for supervisors and managers when they get into those positions, and what is it that needs to be done on a regular basis? Like in healthcare, you have to get your certification for emergency staff, that those managers need to go through on an annual basis just to make sure that you elevate what is important with regards to ethics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I did say the last question. So is this an urgent, critical, significant, and particular question?
Well, you will assess.
Okay, no, over to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I wanted to hesitate to ask, but I would have done injustice on the corruption question, because it was the presentation was very fascinating. The question I wanted to raise is the corruption is based on, well, there's reality from audits, but there's also perception. And you have this across countries. And I presume that the responses are based on
country own responses. Now, how do you standardize the gradient from say 1 to 10 when there are issues of perceptions? But I must say it's very, very fascinating to have it quantified in the way it was. But I would like to understand how across countries this quantification, how is it made comparable? How do you standardize across it? Thanks.
Thank you very much, SG. So can we please have Professor Ferdinand or Professor Madzi Mandela or even Professor Nkuna to respond to the set of questions posed to your presentation, please.
Thank you very much for the question. The first question which was asked is about the speed of adjustment. Actually, what was presented is not a model of how to deal with corruption. The paper is about how empirically can we show a relationship between corruption and economic growth using those emerging economies. So the model is not necessarily to say if you implement it, the corruption we will get rid of it within that particular time. So it was a model. It is not about that. To answer the second question, I'm not sure the SG. I would rely on his expertise as well, because as I mentioned in the presentation, we rely on Transparency International data, which is actually the corruption perception index, which always, and I mentioned it, that there is always a question about that data because it's perception. But we are working on using the data from World Development Indicators, which in this case we talk about the 6 indicators on good governance. There is a part of corruption, rule of laws, but we still have a question which keep coming: why don't you correct your own data on corruption? Hence, I would say, can the statistic essay help us? I know he's no longer there because we're relying on World Bank, we're relying on data collected in German. So the question of trusting data, we know it will always keep coming back. But obviously, data can be corrected, but resources also are limited. I'm not sure if my colleague has anything to add on.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Toyo Makubane. Please, I will have a follow-up question. Thank you, SG. You got me covered there, but the follow-up question is that on the first part of your presentation, you presented on the descriptive statistics based on the country level, meaning individually. But when you do your estimations now, you only present on the group of countries, which you only found a negative relationship, such that a 1% increase on the CPI decreases the economic development by 0.5%. Why didn't you present us with individual level of countries? Because I'm curious, maybe for other countries you would have found a positive relationship, but you decided to present on the collective. Or what were your reasoning there? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. I think the negative sign you saw toward the end of the presentation, actually I think I was rushing because of time. The negative sign is what we call error correction term, which econometrically it has to be negative. It's nothing to do with the relationship. It's showing the speed of adjustment. Come back to what the lady from Angosa asked. That is not showing the relationship. It's showing that how the equilibrium, the speed of adjustment will take to somehow to bring your disequilibrium of your model. So it's not the relationship which is showing that the relationship is negative. Yes, we said it's supposed to be negative, but with the data we have, it was expected to be negative, but with a positive sign. I think I mentioned that in a table. So maybe to get in detail, I would maybe suggest once the chapter is published, we can maybe disseminate it that people can read in details, understand it, because the relationship which we showed in the last table, it's not the relationship between economic growth, it's just a speed of adjustment which we call error correction term.
Okay, thank you very much. Then the questions, there were no questions to the presentation on the ARTO Act in Gauteng, but there were comments and questions for whistleblowing and questions for Chinese renewable energy projects in Africa. Can we have those two speakers briefly give answers to them? We'll start with you, Dr. Frankton. The microphone is not on? Yes, it's on now.
Thanks, Chair. I'll respond to the question was asked by the lady in terms of what's the future for Africa and the renewable energy sector. I think we have to make this clear that Africa has abundant resources for renewable energy in the form of wind, in the form of solar, hydro, geothermal, you name them. We have all the resources. So the issue then is, what should we do? So I'm not going to say this is what country A or country B should do, but based on our own kind of research, we think if there are issues of clear policy signals from any African government in terms of their take on renewables, because at the moment it's quite unclear. So for instance, we have grid and off-grid, but it's not clear what happens when you develop something off-grid and then grid arrives. What happens to that company that has developed off-grid? It's not clear at the moment, so it's a huge risk. So that's the first thing. We need a clear policy signal and regulatory certainty. And then the second thing, we have to, I think, move from debt financing to equity financing. I'm saying this because at the moment, I would say majority of African countries are in debt distress. So we can't rely on public funds for, I mean, we can, but I think the public purse at the moment, really, it's overloaded. So we need to think about mechanisms for procuring these projects. And one of the ways is through equity financing. But then we have to think about, so for example, issues of PPPs. We also have to think of IPPs, which I'm glad South Africa is doing, but it has its own challenges, but I think it's a step in the right direction.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frankton. And then can I have the speaker who presented on whistleblowing give a brief answer to the questions posed to him?
Mr. Baloyi, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon once again, Chair. There was a question that was posed on the chat. The question was from Haupalelwe Mulelekwa. The question was around why does ARTO not make reference to the quality of roads? That was the first part. I need to indicate that ARTO legislation seeks to deal with road traffic contraventions. It does not necessarily deal with the road infrastructure. There are other entities of government like SANRAL, Department of Transport, and other provincial roads entities that are dealing with road infrastructure. So ARTO deals more with the contraventions of road traffic and transport legislation. There was also another question from Haupalelu again, saying that the challenge with traffic fines is more to do with the receipt of those fines versus the ineffective posting of those notices. Chair, I need to agree. There are challenges, of course. We know the posting through our South African Post Office. There's been challenges there with regards to issues around business rescue and so on. The recent High Court judgment around the liquidity of the institution. But what is exciting about this matter, Chairperson, is that the recent Constitutional Court judgment has also confirmed that notices can also be sent through either electronic means or normal postage. So we know that we are in the era of fourth industrial revolution, where electronic means is rife. Messages can be sent through SMSs, emails, and so on. So infringers can opt to say, I want to receive my notices through this means. So the Constitutional Court has confirmed that. Lastly, Palelu mentioned the issue around case management backlog in the judiciary, emphasizing on the appointment of the judiciary. Chair, I must emphasize that this legislation seeks to deal with traffic fines administratively, removing them from the judicial process. Now, yes, we do understand that currently there is the clause that deals with elect to be tried in court, but in the Amendment Act 4 of 2019, that clause has since been removed. It is no longer part of this option. Simply means that traffic fines will be dealt with administratively. Thank you, Chair. And with regards to Ms. Lapan on the issue of corruption, I fully agree there that all stakeholders need to work together in terms of making sure that we support public servants to deal with issues around corruption. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Baloyi. Then from the presenter or presenter on whistleblowing in South Africa, a vulnerable watchdog, any responses from you? Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yeah, in response to the question on corruption being high and the risk of exposing corruption being also high, it is a fact. The aphorism that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, it's not just a cliche, but it kind of expresses the reason why what you're expressing is the case. But then what do we do about this? Because if a person is in power and the power is not checked, there's a strong likelihood that the person is going to be corrupt. It seems to be tied to human nature that we tend to want more and more and more. And that's why we're using ethics. One of the things that ethics addresses is how we curb our excesses, the excesses of our human desires, using our rationality to curb what our emotions might be interested in. So that's why we looked at two theories. We look at the Kantianism that says, can we make a universal law out of the decisions that we're making? Can we make a universal law out of a situation that anyone that blows the whistle must die, irrespective of who is affected? So it doesn't matter whether you are the president or you are a janitor, with all due respect. So that's why we suggested ethics education in agreement with Dr. Easy earlier. And we want to extend that ethics education to go back, in fact, in agreement with Dr. Easy, that the ethics education should go as far back as high school, where people begin to be sensitized about the fact that we are, in some instance, theories indicate that as human beings, we are selfish beings. But then when we think about society and the fact that we have to live with others, we need to curb our selfish ambitions in order to pay attention to the needs of others who might be negatively impacted. Now, if one is not thinking about this right from childhood and developing this kind of thinking, then once they're given or they have an opportunity to be in a position of power, they are going to abuse that power to benefit themselves, because that natural instinct is not curbed, or there's no way of controlling it. That's from the inside. Now, on the outside, we see that there's a lack of deterrence, which is also a comment that was made with regards to the presentation by Dr. Easy. Now, who among those who have committed these crimes have we seen that is really facing the might of the law? We don't want to get emotional because there seems to be window dressing with regards to the people in power
that have been caught with their hand in the cookie jar, right? Now, if that is the case, it emboldens others to commit crime. And it goes back to what you were saying about, students go into power from university because they're attracted by corruption. They can see that those in power that are corrupted get away with it. So until we have a system in place that can decisively deal with those who are in authority, as a law student, like you said, you know the power of deterrence, right? If we are not deterring crime by the way we treat those who are committing the crime, then we are perpetuating it. So, and whatever we perpetuate is going to grow. So, and I think a point was made, which it's not easy, because if we want to address it, then we'll bring human rights and we talk about we shouldn't be draconian. And indeed, the societies that have managed to curb corruption, excessive corruption, have employed certain draconian measures. So it's a difficult balance to hold. But if we are going to be decisive in dealing with corruption, then there's got to be consequence. Someone must see how that person was dealt with when they were corrupt and say, no ways. I don't think I look good in orange. There's nothing like that. No one is feeling like there's a threat. There's more threat if you are blowing the whistle, or if you are a junior in an organization where unethical practices are going on. Whether you report it or not, you are in trouble. Because if you report it, it's whistleblowing, you are a snitch, you get killed. But if you don't report it, it can be put on your head. Like literally, it can be pinned on you. Because you work in a position where you were supposed to know that this was going on, and you'll be asked, why didn't you report it? I think that statement alone speaks a volume, because when you're asked why didn't you report it, not all of us can say, no, I was afraid, and we'll get away with it. But some people can say that they were afraid, and they will get away with it. So it's a complex issue, and I think that's why I'm saying, let us make our contribution on this discussion document that is out on whistleblowing. I think it should make a difference. Okay, I think that answers quite a bit of the issues that we raised.
I think you've covered most of the questions that were posed to you. So thank you very much to everybody for quite a thrilling, exciting second part of the program today. So I now would like to call on the moderator for the third session, Professor Nchimi from the Director Center for the Study of Governance Innovation at the University of Pretoria. And I hand over to you, Professor. And I wish you all the best for this third session of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I thought we were going to break for tea or something, because you've been sitting for a long time. So if you can just stand up and stretch. 2 minutes or a minute stretch, and then we can continue. Just where you are. All right, I think we can get started. We have only about 1 hour to go, and I hope all the presenters for this session are here. Only 2 presenters are around. Okay, so we might finish on time. Once again, good afternoon. My name is Chris Nshimbi. I'm here at the University of Pretoria, and it's an honor to host all of you in this exciting conference, and also very important conference. It's not only exciting, but it's very important. We need to deliver, and effectively so, for the development of the country and also the continent. So the session we are looking at now, I'm not sure which of the 2 papers are here, so I'll just call them as they appear, and then if you are here, please come and make your presentation. So we have Motadi Sylvester from the University of Limpopo with a paper on public administration reforms and emerging challenges. Are you here? Yes, so please come and make your presentation here.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Our topic is public administration reforms and emerging challenges. I have gotten a quote relevant to the presentation by Mr. Narendra Modi, open quote, BRICS must provide a united and clear voice in shaping a peaceful, balanced and stable world. We must harness each other's strength in knowledge, skills and resources, close quote. We'll start our presentation by looking into the introduction and problem. Public administration reforms are critical to fostering growth and development in countries as they directly influence government functionality, service delivery and policy implementation. Over the recent years, these reforms have gained renewed attention in countries, particularly BRICS countries, due to the increasing demand for transparency, accountability, and the need to address emerging challenges such as rapid technological advancement and climate change. The global shift towards digitalization and globalization has imposed new pressures on governments. There is also a growing need, ladies and gentlemen, to use technology to improve governance and service delivery while avoiding exacerbating inequities in access and the quality of public services. Another rising concern is climate change, which necessitates governments developing policies and actions that do not only respond to environmental degradations and climate hazards, but also promote sustainable development. In responding to these challenges, BRICS countries have engaged in various reform efforts aiming at creating an effective, efficient, and accountable public administration systems. However, these reform efforts are not without challenges. Sharing experiences and lessons learned from various reform initiatives within BRICS countries may promote an atmosphere for collective learning and progress, which is one of the key goals of the next BRICS conference on governance and public administration reforms. Despite the growing attention on public administration reforms, there is a significant gap in understanding how different countries navigate these gaps and what lessons can be drawn from their experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this paper seeks to address that whole by critically evaluating previous public administration reforms in a variety of countries, looking into what has been noteworthy developments, obstacles encountered, and lessons gained. The conceptual paper also offers an administrative and international perspective on public administration changes, illuminating both unique and shared characteristics across nations. In our presentation, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be looking at the emerging challenges in public administration reforms. We'll first look at the technological challenges. Technological revolution is altering the dynamics of government by enabling new levels of service delivery, transparency, and citizen participation. Nonetheless, growing digitalization poses considerable obstacles. Firstly, there is the issue of digital divide, which includes not just access, but also the ability to use or to utilize digital technology successfully. This issue is much more severe in growing BRICS nations, notably India and South Africa, highlighting existing socio-economic gaps. Secondly, cybersecurity, which poses a serious concern. The growing reliance on digital platforms exposes public administration to cyber attacks, with potentially serious consequences for national security and citizen privacy. The author identifies that while technology holds potential for transformative changes in public administration, it also brings forth multidimensional challenges that need to be addressed proactively. These issues, particularly in the BRICS settings, need a delicate balance between seizing digitalization possibilities and avoiding its perils. The second challenge is climate-related challenges. Climate change is shaping up to be a defining challenge of the 21st century, significantly influencing public administration. Public administration's role in disaster management, resilience development, and climate change adaptation has to be re-evaluated in light of the rising frequency and severity of climate-related catastrophes. This presents a particular difficulty for nations like Brazil and India, which often experience extreme weather events. In addition, public administrations are coming under more and more pressure to implement climate-friendly policies and practices, which frequently calls for extensive administration reforms. For countries with significantly dependent economies on fossil fuels, such as China and South Africa, such reforms can be difficult and politically delicate. Finally, the cross-cutting nature of climate change demands integrated, multi-sectoral responses. Such coordinated solutions, however, are frequently hampered by conventional bureaucratic organizations characterized by departmental silos. Due to their strict bureaucracies, the BRICS countries are particularly affected by this difficulty. The third challenge is equity and inclusion. Public administration reforms often grapple with issues of equity and inclusion. Public services must be made available, responsive, and equitable to everyone, especially to the most disadvantaged groups in society. Nevertheless, establishing such inclusion is sometimes difficult. These difficulties are made worse in BRICS nations due to the enormous socio-economic gaps. Cultural diversity and linguistic differences often pose obstacles to inclusive public administration, as evidenced in countries like India and South Africa. Reforms in these situations must make sure that services are accessible to residents in languages they can comprehend and that they are culturally responsive, which frequently necessitate a large investment of time and also money. Gender equity is another pressing challenge. Women continue to be underrepresented in public administration decision-making roles despite worldwide advancements in gender equality, which has an influence on the inclusivity of these reforms. The other challenge is bureaucratic inertia and resource constraints. Institutional resistance or bureaucratic inertia often impedes public administration reforms. Due to their historically inflexible bureaucratic institutions, the BRICS nations in these situations have a tough time advancing the required changes. This is especially important in China and Russia, where the legacy of centralized planning still has a big impact on bureaucratic culture. Resource limitations may make adjustments even more difficult. Innovative method implementation frequently calls for considerable financial and human capital resources. Resource shortages are a significant obstacle to reform objectives for emerging nations like India and South Africa. According to the paper, budget limitations and bureaucratic reluctance can seriously impede public administration improvements. These difficulties call for a strategy in the BRICS region that strikes a balance between the need to reform and the reality of bureaucratic oppositions and resource scarcity. We are also going to look into the comparative analysis of public administration reforms in BRICS countries. I have just highlighted for the purpose of this presentation 3 countries, but in the entire paper, all countries are there. We'll start with Brazil, which has embarked on significant public administration reforms since the 1990s, driven by a combination of socio-political changes, economic pressures, and a commitment to improve public service delivery. Its federal structure and historical legacies have formed the complicated balancing act between centralizing and decentralizing tendencies that can be seen in the country's reform process. These reform initiatives in Brazil have drawn on principle of new public management, although with notable local adaptations. Initiated in the 1990s by the Cardoso administration, Master Plan of State Apparatus Reform sought to improve public sector accountability, foster managerial autonomy, and boost efficiency in the public sector. However, the implementation of these new public management reforms in Brazil has been met with a mix of successes and challenges. While some areas, including healthcare and education, have seen advances, others like bureaucracy and corruption continue to be problematic. The second country we are looking at is China. In the case of China, the transition from a centrally planned to a market economy since the late 1970s has necessitated wide-ranging reforms in public administration. The Chinese government launched a series of reforms aiming at decentralization, efficiency, and public engagement, signaling a considerable break from the conventional command and the control paradigm of administration. A central component of these reforms has been the introduction of the cadre management system, a performance management system for public officials which ties performance to career progression, thereby incentivizing administrative efficiencies. This system is credited for developing a performance-oriented culture inside the Chinese public sector, which has contributed to the country's rapid economic growth. However, scholars have noted that the reforms, while transformative, have not been without challenges, notably corruption, the lack of well-defined regulatory framework, and a lack of citizen engagement continue to be a major concern. Critics say that the country management system's emphasis on performance indicators may accidentally reward corrupt practices and discourage risk-taking. The last country we are going to look at is South Africa. South Africa's journey on public administration reform is deeply rooted in its history, more prominently post-1994, following the dismantling of the apartheid regime. The democratic government inherited an administration marked by extreme fragmentation, inefficiency, and endemic racial discrimination. The post-apartheid administration started on a broad reforms aiming not only at enhancing public services efficiency and effectiveness, but also at redressing past injustices and providing equitable services to all residents. Watupili, which means People's First, emerged as the flagship initiative emphasizing citizen-centered service delivery and accountability of public servants. Despite the rhetoric of the reform and transformation, scholars such as Naidu in 2009 and Van der Walt 2014 have identified implementation challenges such as lack of skills and capacity, political interference and corruption, which have significantly hampered the reform's success. We are now going to look at the role of international cooperation in public administration reforms. Previous cooperation efforts amongst BRICS countries. The formation of the BRICS bloc is a noteworthy example of international cooperation aimed at enhancing public administration and governance practices. The BRICS have participated in a number of joint projects throughout the years, highlighting the significance of global collaboration for public administration reforms. The BRICS Academic Forum, an annual event held since 2009, signifies an important platform for knowledge exchange and capacity building amongst BRICS countries. It offers a forum for academics, decision makers, and practitioners to exchange knowledge and groundbreaking concepts in a variety of fields, including public administration. Public finance management is a key area of cooperation amongst the BRICS. A crucial international organization, the New Development Bank, was founded in 2014 with the goal of raising funds for infrastructure and sustainable development projects. The author determines that from the evaluation of prior cooperative activities that these cooperative actions have significantly contributed to the advancement of public administration reforms in BRICS nations. We'll now look into the BRICS Conference on Governance and Public Administration Reform, the focus and objectives. The BRICS Conference on Governance and Public Administration Reform is a significant initiative under the umbrella of the BRICS Cooperation Framework. The conference exemplifies the BRICS countries' joint resolve to exchange experiences, learn from one another, and pursue mutual progress in the fields of governance and public administration. The primary objective of this conference, as highlighted by Cooper and Farouk in 2018, is to facilitate dialogues and mutual learning among BRICS countries to advance governance modernization and public administration reforms. It convenes high-level government officials, intellectuals, and professionals to discuss pressing topics such as administrative efficiency, public sector innovation, public service delivery, and sustainable development. The author concludes that the BRICS Conference on Governance and Public Administration Reform represents an emerging economy's joint approach to governance modernization. Its emphasis on administrative efficiency, public sector innovation, public service delivery, and citizen involvement reflects to the intricacies and multidimensional character of modern public administration changes. In our conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we'll look into the findings and the analysis. The evaluation and analysis of the literature led to several distinct findings, each addressing different aspects of public administration reforms in the BRICS countries. Each discovery was looked at from a different angle, illuminating the diversity of public administration changes throughout the BRICS countries. The first discernible pattern relates to the role of political will in successful reform implementation. Political will, ladies and gentlemen, emerges as a crucial driver of reform success. In connection to this, stakeholder involvement and participation also emerged as a salient feature of successful reform initiatives. Furthermore, technological adoption and digitalization of public service were identified as a significant driver of the reform. According to Dunleavy and my guest 2015, governments are utilizing digital technologies more often to enhance service delivery. From the detailed analysis, it becomes evident that public administration reforms are complex and multifaceted processes that cannot be reduced to a single trajectory. The author concludes that a successful reform recipe requires a harmonious blend of political commitment, stakeholder engagement, and the effective use of technology. Additionally, the reform strategy should be based on the unique historical, political, and social situations of each BRICS countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I will not attempt to summarize, but one or two keywords that I pick from that presentation, or at least one or two takeaways for me, is the proportional development in terms of or relationship between the evolution of technology or technological change and also the demands from society in terms of services that are delivered to them. I did also catch on issues that relate to transparency and accountability. I will have one or two questions, I think, at the end of the session regarding that. And also, I think the question of, since BRICS countries are 4 or 5 different countries in different continents of the world, I think local context also does play a very significant role in terms of even reforming public administration. But I will call upon the next presenter, who is Patrick Sokela, who is going to talk about reflections on state resilience as a critical anchor for BRICS governance and public administration reform. Please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. What I would like to do is just to reflect in terms of what the country has gone through with regard to the APRM process in South Africa. I will start with a brief recap in terms of APRM, which stands for the African Peer Review Mechanism. South Africa is a founder member of APRM, and that happened in 2003. This process of the APRM, it has to do with governance. It's a peer-to-peer review mechanism at the level of the heads of state, meaning that our president, when the technical work has been done, has got to be peer-reviewed by his peers. That's basically what it means. There are 5 focus areas. Up until 2001, we had 4 thematic areas. We had democratic and political governance, economic management and governance, corporate governance, socio-economic development. It so happened that at the time that we were busy with our second generation review, the state resilience was introduced following the adoption by the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government in February 2021. So we accordingly took advantage of that. The National Governing Council took a decision that we could not miss the opportunity. South Africa had to be peer reviewed on the 5 thematic areas. In terms of state resilience and preparedness, the new questionnaire that was introduced in April 2021 provides some sort of a basic operational definition of what the state resilience talks about. It basically identified 4 areas which have got to do with policy, legislative, and institutional frameworks being implemented or domesticated at national level to enhance state capacity to respond to shocks, infectious disease, and disasters. The second focus area is mechanisms adopted by countries to enhance knowledge management and a system for early detection and warning during shocks, infection, diseases, and disasters. The third one being measures in place in each country for increasing investment in terms of financial, critical infrastructure, and human, that is for disaster risk reduction. The last one being steps being taken by member states in terms of building an effective response system to enable them to build better in recovery, rehabilitation, and construction. So from an operational point of view, that's what the questionnaire focuses on. So when the external mission comes into the country, they look into those dimensions. And obviously that happens once the country has done its self-assessment. And then in terms of their template, those are the areas that they look into in terms of state resilience and preparedness. This is just basically a recap in terms of APRM, which talks to the mandate. APRM has got a mandate to ensure that there is an alignment of policies and practices of the member states in terms of alignment with the approved or agreed upon political, economic, corporate governance values, codes, standards, and to achieve mutually agreed objectives in socio-economic development contained in the Declaration on Democracy, Political, Economic, and Corporate Governance. So that is Article 4.1 of the APR Statute. The purpose is in terms of the Article 3.1. It talks to the APRM being African-owned, is the only mechanism that APRM prides itself of in terms of being African-owned, an African-led mechanism where Africans can sit down around the table and peer review each other. That's basically what it means. This introduction of state resilience as the 5th thematic area in 2021 coincided with our second generation review. In 2021, that's when we did a self-assessment, which was followed by the arrival of the external mission in December 2021, and the second generation peer review of South Africa, which happened in February last year. Being the first country to be peer reviewed on state resilience means that South Africa provides the baseline on state resilience for the entire APRM family. South Africa therefore continues to explore various ways to enhance state resilience. Some of what we have learned from that experience is that there's no right time to do the review. If you were to ask the bureaucrats, they will organize a workshop, when is the right time to do this review. You speak to DERCO, they will organize a workshop and say what is the right time, consult. But what we have learned is that there's no right time. It basically depends on the will and the commitment of the collective stakeholders to get the task accomplished. That's why we did it in December. Those who were available and willing to work, we got the job done at the time. That refers to national government, continental stakeholders, civil society that were involved in the review. What, in my view, was important in terms of the whole experience was the technical readiness of the country, which I propose it does matter, with a clear methodology, as it provides the reference point for ensuring reporting, because reports have got to be written, and there has to be evidence, which has got to be credible, which facilitates accountability. and the requisite approvals. A mission wouldn't come to the country unless there is the national executive approval. And for that national executive approval to happen, there has to be a report, and they have to concur that the basis the external mission is coming is firm. And that's basically what it means. The baseline that is informed or powered by the body of ongoing research, that's what I'm going to share with you, what this ongoing research is about, because it's the basic ongoing research that powered the technical aspects of the review. So basically, this is the platform that has been going on from 2016. So when the time came for South Africa to do its review after 15 years, the first review occurred in 2007. After 15 years, there was not much memory. You talk to 10 people, to this one who refers you to this one, who refers you to this one, who refers you to this one. So this platform, therefore, provided the basis for us to pull things together in terms of the review. Is the seminar series that focuses on the SDGs. When the SDGs were adopted in 2015, we had the UCLGA summit in Sandton in Johannesburg, end of November to December 2015. That's when our minister in the presidency, Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, was the chair of the AU Commission. She was driving Agenda 2063, and that is the year in which the Agenda 2063 was approved, which was also the year in which the SDGs 2030 was approved. So we felt at the time we needed to keep track of these agendas. So we started with this seminar series so that without breaking the bank balance, we could gather together on a yearly basis, voluntarily, share what we can share, and then accumulate that body of evidence over a period of time. So when the review time came during the COVID time, this was the baseline that we had in terms of that. We recently had our 7th edition seminar series. We didn't have it in 2021 because we were busy with the review, and all the pro bono institutions that were assisting us with the review. So the series was working, but not on the seminar, but in terms of supporting the review. So that's typically the type of the program that we had. We just had a program. We get stakeholders, our principal, to say something. Because of the BRICS that we are having this year, we get the Consul General in Cape Town from the People's Republic of China to share in terms of state resilience from the human resources side, to share their perspective in terms of the state resilience and what does it mean for BRICS. And we get, different people. We get the Consul General in Cape Town from Zimbabwe to also share from the African perspective. We get different stakeholders. Then on the second day, we then focus on the papers that the invited guests are then given the opportunity to present. And then we share in terms of that. So that is an illustration, a live illustration in terms of how we generate knowledge so that we can learn together. Because research is expensive, as you know. It takes time from the time the research is produced to the publication to the availability. We want it to be ready there and there, bring the decision makers and bring the researchers together, and then we share together in terms of that. That's why the partnership with APRM, which is based in Nairobi, is very important in terms of that. And we also get our SAPAM in South Africa to partake so that together we can learn. And that is just an illustration of that and the topics that we covered. So we covered what is going to be happening in BRICS in terms of the perspective from the development of human resources, so that we can make a contribution for the upcoming 22nd to the 24th summit, which South Africa is hosting. So that is just an illustration on what we discussed going forward. And illustration continues. We're also celebrating the 20th anniversary since the formation of the APRM, and we also get our counterparts at continental level to also share their perspective. They are working on the APRM index, governance index, with those 5 thematic areas. And there's going to be an APRM index that's going to be ready. So we invited them to give us an update in terms of the development of that index, APRM governance, amongst others. And that's basically what we do at the end of the day. So it's live evidence. So if the review were to come next week, we will be ready from a technical point of view. So basically what we did, self-assessment of the country and external review, there's no gap because we're working on the same evidence which is credible. They just come to confirm because the self-assessment is objective. It's not based on emotions and sensitive issues. You address the facts. If you're talking about issues of violence, and you just present the facts and you use credible sources in terms of that. Way forward in terms of capacity and capability building, we have our 8th edition research series, which is scheduled for 28th to 30th of May 2024. So this series continues. The review happens to find us on the way, and we assisted. The review is gone now. I heard there's somebody from the presidency here, so we're just waiting for the dates now in terms of the protocol to launch the report. So if we can get a date from the president, we will really applaud you and acknowledge you for securing a date. In fact, it's not a date. It's 30 minutes for the president to make a statement and then leave. So that's basically what it means. You wouldn't get a date. So if you can get us 30 minutes from the diary of the president, we will thank you for that. Be that as it may, the series continues. But what that means is that the continent is looking forward to South Africa now to lead. If we talk about state resilience, we are the first country to be peer reviewed, and they want us to come and say something. And you talk about the APRM index, with state resilience being a component of that. They want us to say something. So that's basically what we have. And South Africa is one of the 5 countries that have done the 2nd generation review. In fact, Nigeria and South Africa were peer reviewed at the same time. So we are joint 4th countries to do a review. A review is not an easy task. I have to make it easier because I've got 15 minutes. But it's not an easy task. In 20 years, only 5 countries have managed to do a review. Some of the countries have signed on to the review, but have never had the capability to undergo a review because of the processes that you have to undergo. So the idea is to keep this technical capability, not for the review per se, but as a capability to respond to whatever may be needed. It's a voluntary thing. It's not linked to bureaucracy. It's not linked to my DG. My DG find it there. She leverage on it. She comes and opens and minister. But it works by itself. And it's not money driven. It's just the willing partners getting together. Obviously, sometimes money does follow, but it's not depending on money. Institution that is hosting, like Stellenbosch, they offer the venue for free. It works on the basis of pro bono, and so that we can minimize the cost of getting together, whether there was COVID or not. With those words, take home, a review can be done on any month of the year, whether it's January or December. And here's the evidence. Thank you very much.
so much, Dr. Sokela, for that presentation. But of course, again, one thing to emphasize from what you have said is the will to self-review, which in a way speaks to capacity. I think that's a theme that I'm picking up from your presentation and the previous presentation, the capacity to self-review. But I like the innovative way in which actually the process has been done this year on your part, where you kind of co-create and co-generate a mechanism for self-reviewing. I think that's something to be emulated. We have one more paper, I'm told, but this will be presented online. Is the fourth paper, collaborating more with public in marine disaster risk management, evidence from network analysis and survey experience in China. So I'm not sure which of the three presenters is going to make the presentation, but please, I won't try to pronounce the first name. Please don't force me to, otherwise I'll also force you to pronounce Grevega. So please, you can go ahead. Do we have the presenter online? Yeah. Please go ahead.
Sorry, my name is so difficult to pronounce. Yeah, my name is Cui Qun. Yeah, it is be difficult. Yeah, and very glad to be here to give presentation, and thanks to give me this opportunity. My paper is how to say, the theme is more specific, and it's just a narrow area. It's about marine disaster, and I write it with my two PhD supervisors, and just how to say, I feel like I have a huge responsibility to be a happy ending of today. So I'm gonna not take too long time. Yeah, and so the paper is about the marine disaster and the public participation in marine disaster, and about the background. As we can see, there are, can you see the...
Sorry, ma'am. Can you please go to presentation mode?
Okay. Now it's okay?
No, it's at the bottom of your screen, to the left.
Okay, this one?
No, go down. Down.
This one?
To the left.
Left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just press play.
Now it's okay?
There's a play button just below your cursor.
Okay. This one?
Okay, in the bottom right of your screen.
This one?
It's a little red block in the bottom right of your screen.
Some city provinces may say, this guy is giving consultants on the schedule 3. Remember, it's got a classification of offenses and infringements.
Bring your cursor down to the bottom
and also
right.
the penal values. That's my other concern.
Okay. It's okay now?
Share again.
Sorry. Yeah.
There you go.
It's okay. Okay now?
1 minute, it is busy loading. Click it again.
This one?
Okay, yes, that's the one. Click it. Why is it?
I already clicked it.
Okay, just give us a second.
I'm so sorry.
Can you open it in PowerPoint?
Yeah, I already opened it. I already opened it in PowerPoint. Oh, PowerPoint. Yeah, let me see.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Let me see. It says it doesn't, what to say, I can't open it.
You have opened it in the cloud. You need to open it in PowerPoint.
Okay. It's okay. Maybe I just, what to say, introduce without the PowerPoint. Is that okay?
Okay, what you can do is email it to me on the chat, and then I will share it from my side. But you can continue with your presentation while we load it.
Okay, can I just send to you by this? It's okay now? I'm sending to you by the chat.
No, we're still not seeing
Yeah,
it.
I can just start it. I don't want to. Yeah,
Don't worry,
I
I'll
already sent
present.
it. Okay, thank you so much. The title of my paper is collaborating more with public in marine disaster risk management. So the background is we are facing increasing severity of the marine disaster. So when we talk about the marine disaster, we might think of the tsunami, like last year on 15th of January 22, the eruption of the Tonga volcano generates a tsunami that arrived in Japan, and that caused a huge disaster. And although it's a natural disaster, but we human beings also need to take responsibility, because now 9 out of every 10 of these disasters are now climate related. Like the first presenter, the first professor, he also talked about the challenges of climate change bring to the public administration. And so, and also when we talk about marine disaster, maybe we also think of the oil spilling event, like in the Gulf of Mexico. And we saw a lot of disturbing pictures of birds and turtles covered by oil. And that is a typical man-made ecological disaster. So the marine disaster is very diversified. It has different kinds, especially with the background of climate change. Now the extreme events, it's just become more, and the frequency, the intensity, and duration, both of them are increased. Like it's more common to see the higher temperature and the floods and the droughts and storms, these kind of extreme events. And also there are more and more places, they become higher exposure to this kind of climate related extreme events. Like China, we have a lot of coastal zones with typical sea land characteristic. Like the city I live and work, it's called Qingdao, and it's a typical coastal city. And this kind of big city, the mega cities in Asia, they also increase a lot.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me when to skip to the next slide?
It's okay. It's okay. We just continue. I think you just keep a very good piece. Yeah, thank you. And so before I already introduced the increasing severity of the challenge of climate change related events, and so we also have increasing need for coordination, because to deal with these challenges, the traditional emergency management tools and methods maybe doesn't work that well anymore, because they characterized by the hierarchy-based policies and also characterized by centralization. But now the situation just become more complex, and a lot of literatures, they analyzed the possible failure bring by lack of coordination, like in the Hurricane Katrina disaster emergency response and recovery process, because there is lack of collaboration, so it brings very bad outcomes. But we also saw a lot of successful examples. Like we know there is a little girl, Tilly Smith, and she is 11-year-old, just before she went to Thailand with her parents, and she learned some geology knowledge with her teacher. And so when she watched the waves suddenly began to recede, and the sea was bubbling. And so she warned her mother and other people. And so she saved the life of like 100 tourists. So even a little kid can make a difference. And so we just want to see more transition from the traditional way to a new kind of network way. That means like increasing interaction and interdependency and coordination among actors, among individual people and among organizations. And when we talk about network, we mean like multi-actor structures designed to achieve a specific purpose, like disaster management. So now we know civil society can do more things. We want to see this this transition from traditional way to a new approach. But how to say, the new approach is more people-centered style and incorporate more public participation as an essential component. But the participation, it also can take different forms. Like some participation maybe are more, interactive and more substantive, but some participation may be more passive and more symbolic. And so for citizens, a lot of citizens of China, at least what I know, I think they are more satisfied with like more passive and just a one-time engagement rather than like initiative and continuing process of participation in marine disaster management. So we based the theoretical frameworks to develop our hypothesis. I'm not sure whether you can see the PowerPoint, and it's also our research questions. And the research questions, the core research question is how to encourage more public to participate in the marine disaster management in a substantive way and in a more interactive way. I think that is more idealistic, and that is also the meaning of the network. So about the theoretical frameworks, there is one important theory is the ladder of participation. I think we are, all of you are very familiar with that theory, and there are different categories of participation. And so we simplify the 8 round ladders into 3 categories. The first category is there is no participation. So the citizens, they just have the most passive attitude. They want the governments, they want the authorities to in charge of everything and protect citizens from disaster. And for the second category is symbolic participation. Like the citizens, they have this kind of attitude. They want to be more self-reliant in risk prevention. But they don't want to really share the power and the responsibility with authority to decide. And for the third category is like the substantive participation. So the citizens with this kind of preference, they want to co-generate the crisis knowledge to produce public service and to co-manage the risk and hazards with authorities, with governments. So this is the first theory we choose. And the second theory is protection motivation theory, and it's PMT. And that is very important theory in risk management. So a person respond to the disaster, respond to threat based on, maybe their risk perception. So that is the core idea of the theory. And the third theory is a broad organization theory, because marine disaster management is not just a technical issue, it's also organization management issue. And the public participation extent, the category sometimes reflect how the government coordinate with their external stakeholders, how the government interact with the civil society in crisis management. So we choose the broad organization theory, and especially with the structural perspective. Based on the structural perspective, it's like how much citizens desire to engage, how much citizens desire to participate in marine disaster management is depend on whether government introduce the specific organizational tools, whether they introduce the formal arrangements to let citizens to participate. And the last theory we choose is responsiveness theory. It's because the only genuine, real responsiveness of government can bring the real participation. So it is important to design participation in the way that the outcomes, the result are meaningful, are important to citizens. So we get 3 categories of participation. We get different possible strategies of government to encourage citizens to participate. Then we developed our hypothesis. We developed our 4 hypotheses. And to testify this hypothesis, I did a VNet experiment in my city. It's just not a big experiment, but I try to find the citizens or residents who live in the coastal area, and I got like 409 respondents. And for these respondents, I divide them to different groups. I divide to 4 groups. So the first group is the control group, and other 3 groups are treatment group. Treatment group 1, treatment group 2, and treatment group 3. And for the treatment group, I just gave them different variant of the government possible strategies. And simply to say, it's 3 strategies and 3 variant I design is the first. The treatment group 1, I show them the significance of the issue, like the marine disaster management. The marine disaster is very serious problem, and we should care about it. And the second treatment group, I show them the path of participation, like the government designed what kind of tools and what kind of arrangements and for them to let them to engage. And the third treatment group, I gave some the variant of performance of participation is to tell them their outcomes are meaningful for themselves and for the society. So, and after the variant, after the different interference and the respondents, they need to answer their attitudes about how many responsibility they want to take in the marine disaster management. So I'm not sure whether you still can see my PowerPoint. If you can't see it, I think I don't go much details about the data result. Yeah, and I just gave the conclusion is that the result is kind of mixed, and it's not totally matched with what I thought. Because before I gave the experiment, I thought the government, the citizens, they will show more preference to engage in the marine disaster management if they know they have the tools, they have the methods, they have the group like that, the formal arrangements. But the result is the willingness of participants substantially only increased a little bit when they know this kind of public hearing and the community meeting organization and this kind of thing. But comparatively, let public know about their participation can make a positive and real impact on both individuals and society, can make a difference. Like more respondents, they showed more preference to participate in marine disaster management. So our paper is still not finished because the empirical database is 2 surveys and I only did 1. And another I'm doing is apply a social network analyze on the secondary data from the government documents and newspapers to analyze the interactions between government and other organizations and individuals, and I'm still doing it. And although I know my paper is based on the context of China, and I didn't mention about Africa, but I think the marine disaster management is the common problem we all face it, and I really looking forward to the chance and the potential opportunity to cooperate with scholars from other BRICS countries and to research on this problem. Thank you so much, and sorry for the for my PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and actually the issues that you raise with regard to marine disaster are also issues that we experience here on this side of the world. One of the issues that I picked from the presentation is on the question of collaboration, and particularly because this in a way falls squarely on the public administration in order to coordinate activities that are geared towards responding to disaster. And also, however, I liked the notion of people-centered governance, where you know what the focus of your delivery is. It's the people, and that I think that should form the core of what is supposed to be delivered, whatever services you are delivering. We had 3 papers. I'm going to allow for only maximum 2 rounds of questions, so 3 per round, if we have any questions. There's one there.
Thank you very much. I think the papers were quite interesting and very thought-provoking. I was rather intrigued by Mr. Sukela's presentation, because in the main, a review by its very nature is a formal assessment of what was planned to be done and what has been achieved. And for that reason, because it's peer review, how did it come out? Because it has been done twice. How did the country, for that reason, feature in that kind of review? Would you say it was in the top 5, or maybe it was the bottom 100 or whatever, just to get a sense? Thank you.
Do we have any other questions before there's a question there?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Leon from the Center for the Study of Governance Innovation. My question goes to the last presenter on civil society and marine disaster management. Indeed, she needs collaboration with African scholars, because when I hear presentation, it seemed like she did not conceptualize civil society, because she was talking about civil society, but I don't understand what kind of civil society she was referring to, and how she conceptualized civil society. And also, when she talked about people-centered approaches, so I wanted to understand what are the integrating principles of people-centered approaches to disaster management, marine disaster management. Because why I'm saying like that, in Africa, when we talk about civil society, apart from being a public arena outside the state, there are different categories of civil society. We have transformative civil society, which are against the existing status quo. We have reformist civil society, which are for a reform of a particular policy in public management, for example. They set the agenda for a particular reform. And we have also briefcase civil society, all-in-one civil society. Another one I can edit is mercenary civil society, whereby they are fund hunters. They are hired by multinational companies and then also Western countries so that they can portray a bad image of the continent. So which civil society she is referring to? Thank you so much.
Okay. Was there a question, Bongani?
Thank you, Prof. I think abuse the fact that I have the mic on my hand. It's a comment towards the APRM and how it is done. You will see that in the United Nations and also in the African Union, there's emphasis on building the strong, capable, resilient institutions. And when you look at the theme of the BRICS for this year, it says BRICS and Africa, a partnership for accelerated growth and sustainable development. Something that we strive to achieve as the Global South and Africa in particular. But the challenge here, I would like to check one of the things, especially when it comes to poor countries or weak states, there's a tendency of abuse within the multilateral system. Where, for example, when you assess your governance, I saw there is democratic governance. But most of the challenge, most of the time, is that this governance paradigm is a Western form of governance, of which if you do not conform to that governance, which is Western in nature, then you are punished. When you deviate from that Western form of governance in order to promote your own development that takes into account your own national conditions, you are penalized. So in building these resilient institutions, it's a call for us to also build a strong African Union that will stand within the multilateral system to define its own space and its own governance system that responds to its challenges, because when you still conform to this Western notion, Eurocentric notion of governance, then you limit your own development. Because governance must take into account the national conditions of the people. Many Chinese scholars have spoken about the issue of democracy. When you juxtapose African states that have adopted democracy as their form of governance, and you juxtapose that against the Chinese form of governance, which actually the Chinese argue that it is democracy, albeit with Chinese characteristics. So I think that in Africa, through the African Union also, we must promote governance with African characteristics that takes into account various conditions within the African continent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think I'll, based on that comment and also the question that was asked about the peer review mechanism, I'll ask Mr. Sokela if you have anything to say in response to both the comment and also the question that was asked to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think the first question in terms of how are we faring as a country, there is no comparison per se between countries. Rather, it's tracking of progress of South Africa compared to the baseline of 2007 when the first review was done. So the mission, the external mission that visits the country consists of technical experts in each one of these 5 areas. They come from the 5 regions of the continent, and they don't work for the AU or for APRM Continental. They are sourced in, and they then look at the 2007 report and see how far South Africa has progressed relative to the national plan of action that they had put forward at the time that the review was done in 2007. One of the common themes that comes out of the first thematic area, for instance, on democracy and political governance, is the deterioration in terms of the institutions, which revolve around what emerged out of the Zondo Commission and the failure of different state organs to discharge the mandate that they already have. For instance, the legislature, national legislature, in terms of not doing enough to hold the executive accountable. That's one of the thematic areas. But as a mitigation for that, for instance, the Constitutional Court decision that members of civil society can contest outside of the framework of political parties mitigates that, for instance. And the way the self-assessment report was constructed in a manner to mitigate, to put it in our own way so that by the time the external admission comes, the baseline is strong. When you come to economic governance, for instance, obviously the economic situation, that weakening of governance has got an impact in terms of the economic governance. If you look at what is happening with the mines, for instance, it's got an impact. It equally impacts on the socio-economic dimension or theme in terms of the triple challenges and its manifestations. But the mitigation, for instance, when it comes to state resilience, the family meetings and the capability that was demonstrated by South Africa mitigates for that. So by and large, the trick is to ensure that the self-assessment is grounded on strong evidence, and the country should be active. So if you have a tendency for the country to outsource the self-assessment 100%, although you have to have technical research institutions, but they need to be guided by evidence and the interpretation of evidence. The more you outsource, the more you're going to end up with the definition of good governance, because that good governance definition is based on the instruments that South Africa has already signed. It's just the framing and the interpretation and the positioning that will then, influence the external admission. To cut a long story short, there's no comparison per se between countries. It's a tracking of progress that you have made compared to what you had promised to do from the previous review. So I think that is the long and short of it. But being more active in terms of self-assessment is the best way to mitigate whatever may come. Because even if the technical research institutions have done their independent reports, they don't go to cabinet to present that so that you can get a green light for the external mission to come. So you have to ensure that as the person who is responsible, you are actively involved in terms of managing that process. Thank you very much.
Okay. I wonder if Ms. Queen Ku is still online. There was a question to her. If she can respond.
I can. Okay, I can answer that question, and thanks for the comments. And I think it's a very good question. Is what I referring when I talk about civil society in our paper, because our paper is still not finished. And now on this stage, what I did the experiments is targets on the individuals in the community, in the coastal community. And but we also hopefully have another stage. What I already mentioned is we are doing the social network analysis about the marine disaster event happening in China. And actually, if you look at some extreme events happening in China, like Sichuan earthquake, and we can saw a lot of NGO and non-profit organizations and citizens participate in the recovery process, in the mitigation process. So they have this kind of organization, have the collaboration with local government. So when we continue our paper, I think I need to more specific about the civil society. The citizens, individuals, they are important part of this civil society. That we can't deny that, but there are also the very important roles of NGO and other non-profit organizations. And there are a lot of there are some literatures to talk about the role of these kind of organizations in the extreme events happening in China, and I think you can check it. And also about the approach, how I can let the respondents to know the approach to participate, because it's an experiment. So when we for group, like I want to want them to know the severity of this issue, I just show them the pictures, like what kind of damage the marine disaster can bring. And for the group, I want to show the path of participation. I show them the pictures and the sceneries, the occasions of like public hearing and like coastal environment roundtable in community and this kind of thing. And so to let them to imagine that kind of occasion. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think a service provider, not in this country, in one of the African countries, had his payment delayed. And actually what happened was the finance clerk delayed in going to deposit the checks in a bank. But the provider was complaining to say this bureaucracy is delaying us and I can't get my money. So the point I'm trying to make is that when we talk about bureaucracies, we are talking about a system. And here we've been talking about, and tomorrow we'll be talking about reforming these systems so that they become more efficient in providing services or delivering services. But those systems are manned by or womaned by human beings. So at the interface where you have the interface between the system and those that operate the system, if there's efficient interface, that's where you get transformation. So the question is that interface really effective? And one of the issues that kept on rising, I think since morning, is the matter of corruption. But then again, my critical self would ask to say, what is corruption? And how does it really affect service delivery? But I think I'll now submit to the principal of NSG to close for us.
Thank you to you, Prof, for moderating the session and everybody else who's here. It's been a very long day. Thanks to all of you for staying and being with us today. Under the circumstances, we could have taken longer than we have taken up to now. So congratulations to all of those who are presenting today, including online. Congratulations to all of you for staying and engaging here. As I did indicate that the session is recorded, the questions being asked, please do note and take them seriously, because when we give you a due date on Wednesday for your final or revised paper, hopefully you'll have taken this feedback into account. Already we're getting people requesting for extra time and all of that, but on Wednesday we will communicate those details with you, because we will do an edited volume of this. And I did see some of you outside taking copies of the books that were provided by the publisher. We will actually be using the same publisher of the books you were taking outside. So the same publisher that has published the book of President Xi Jinping, and it will be both in Chinese and in English. So we'll give you those dates, and please do take this thing seriously. Of course, it's all subject to passing peer review. Prof, I must state that in your presence, because I risk many things if I don't mention that. So congratulations once again, colleagues, for being here. I thank the technical team. I think that's been magnificent. We must clap hands for them. They've choreographed this thing very well. I thank the other team from the NSG, from Tekis, those who are doing the background work to ensure that there is cohesion in the running of this conference. Congratulations, colleagues, to all of you for pulling all of this together, as well as those who are in audience who are attending in between. Some of the sessions were actually televised by our national broadcaster. There is a request for interviews, So we'll be making those arrangements with some of you over the next 2 days. Please do make yourselves available to join those sessions. If you need a YouTube or a Zoom link, please approach the colleagues. They will give it to you. You can share with your colleagues. There are pictures being taken. We will aggregate all of those pictures, give you a link so that you can upload them on your WeChat as a show and tell that you are in Pretoria, in South Africa. And in fact, as the VC said this morning, Pretoria has got the largest gathering or establishment of foreign missions, second after Washington. Of course, the mayor of Rome disputes that because he argues that there is Italy, there is the Vatican, and there is the UN. So he counts all of those. The ones we are counting as being the second, we exclude the entire UN system and the EU, the multilateral, just mentioning the bilateral level. So congratulations, colleagues. Let's go home. We will meet again tomorrow morning. You know the arrangements for those who are being bused here. Please do talk to the colleagues who are helping you, liaise for you to come here when you are being dropped here. Tomorrow, I think we have a cocktail. Yeah, we have a cocktail. Please be comfortable. So we'll spend an hour or so longer tomorrow afternoon before the buses can take you home, and everybody else, please do drive safely. Thank you. See you again tomorrow.